Okay, I think we can start. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone, teachers, students, our dear panelists, and also some Ansara members in the call today, and also parents. Thanks for giving up your Sunday to attend this career talk and the topic of computer and IT. So, I dengar banyak feedback daripada students malam kata yang kita patut fokus more on apa cabang-cabang lah, apa macam mana yang study, kalau nak study macam mana, and also bila kerja ni macam mana, apa yang kerja ni melibatkan dia buat apa. So hopefully panelis kita hari ni boleh fokus kat situ. So before kita start, I nak introduce sikit our fellow panelists here today. We have 3. So start with Mr. Nazmi. So Nazmi, he has an interesting path. He started off with just he was doing engineering first for several years before starting out his own company. He will share about that later. And then we have Chris, who started off at the entrepreneur side and created a company called Stampede, which is the #1 debt collection software in Malaysia. And then finally, we have Dr. Muni, who is currently attached with International University, Islamic University. She's a professor there and will share a bit more on the life as a student. So without further ado, why don't we go with Dr. Muni first? Dr. Muni, why don't you share with the students today about, this IT path ni is very wide. Cabang dia terlalu banyak. So bila nak cerita pasal IT ni, ramai orang ingat it's just programming, kan? Tapi sebenarnya IT ni cabang dia ada yang bermacam-macam. So maybe bila you boleh explain untuk kita belajar dalam bidang IT ni, apakah different branches yang ada, and share with the group here perhaps a bit of a highlight of those branches, and maybe kat mana kita nak belajar, what university and maybe what country best suited in those fields. Silakan, Doktor.
Okay, thanks Azrin, dear speakers, Chris, Nazmi and anak-anak MRSM Langkawi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and very good morning. First, I think I would like to thank MUAFAKAT MRSM LANGKAWI for initiating this program. I think it's a great start for 2021. And to Puan Sharifah Mariam, thank you very much for offering this slot. And I think I would like to make our students or our anak-anak at MRSM LANGKAWI to be appreciative of this session, because this is a session that could help preparing them to be, because they are all at the age of facing the new milestone of their life. Lepas SPM nanti nak buat apa, nak pergi mana. Tapi saya pun nak share sedikit lah, I'm actually being very grateful to MRSM Langkawi sebab 2 orang anak saya pun belajar di sana dulu dalam 2009, 2013 gitu. Alhamdulillah they have graduated. I think saya pun terpulang-budilah pada MRSM Langkawi. Terima kasih banyak-banyak pada guru-guru dan juga MUAFAKAT. I think one of the things that we would like to reflect, I think before I go into the details of the discussion, yesterday, if you listen to Brother Rossi and Sister Nini, I think they have really impressive background. Brother Rossi was in the business of drone and making international business out of it. Sister Nini pula, she actually looking at her career path has been so impressive grow from the Google, Apple, Facebook, and then he has been in all these big companies and in the US. So I'm very sure that all anak-anak di MRSM Langkawi ni has been inspired by those, because I'm also been inspired by their experience and their background and their sharing. I'm very sure right now some of us actually knows already what we want to be. Some of us kan maybe inspired by our parents nak jadi doktor, ada yang nak jadi lawyer, ada yang nak jadi engineer or teacher or lecturer like myself kan. Kalau suka bercakap, suka sharing knowledge, suka baca, suka nak buat research, and then we can become a lecturer. But I'm very sure also out of so many hundreds of students out there in MRSM Langkawi, some of us are inspired to be a data scientist. Mungkin ada yang nak jadi data scientist, ada yang nak jadi computer scientist, IT specialist maybe, or dengar, you listen about IT consultant. Maybe some of our seniors talking about become software engineer, network engineer, or even game designer and developer. I think our generation nowadays, they really like, engage into playing game, but without realizing it, actually behind those, they require the game designer and the game developer. So, and also, when we use this application, we realize that sometimes the design is really nice, it's easy to use, very friendly. Where is it rooted? Say, for example, interaction and user experience designer can be rooted in there. Some of us perhaps wanted to be an application developer or heard about digital forensic, the security, the network, become the computer crime investigator, for example. So all these possible career path is actually generally rooted in the subject that we learn in university, computer science or information technology. So this is where we are going to. We are not talking about others, but we want to see what are the career paths, the subjects, maybe the courses or the academic program, because I'm coming from the university. So we want to look at, what are the subject or the variations of this computer science and information technology. To give you a little bit of background, I think words like big data analytic, I think a few years back, the country was saying now we need so many numbers of data scientists. So data analytic come into being, artificial intelligence, IoT, robotic, and when we think about the latest one, blockchain technology, for example, IR 4.0 has been discussed for the past several years. So these are the terminologies or the knowledge embedded in computer science or information technology. I'm very sure some of you can feel at the moment we are actually has been embedded or has been part of this digital transformation. Maybe some of us have read or heard about the recent launch of from the Ministry of Science and Technology. They're talking about this technology like AI, IoT, and data analytic to be the anchoring knowledge to make the digital transformation in Malaysia to work. So what does it mean? It means the knowledge or the skill that we will acquire in computer science and technology will be very useful. There are a lot of opportunities also open up out there. Not to mention right now, I think if we see what is happening at this moment, the technology has enabled us to do this, online sharing, virtual talk, career talk. And if we reflect few months back, right, when the COVID-19 started, the world of business has changed. When face-to-face is not allowed and being limited, kita beli makanan, Grab food, Food Panda. If we actually inspired to know that kind of solution from the mobile application perspective, from the web development perspective, from the robot perspective. So again, I would like to highlight that this knowledge, these skills, embedded, most of it, not all of them, most of it, because it can be a combination. Most of it is rooted in computer science and information technology. Okay, so I sambung sikit lagi. I think I mentioned about the YB Khadijah Maluddin mentioned about IoT and AI and data analytics. It's actually the foundation to make the digital transformation in Malaysian society to work. Kita tak perasan. I think right now we did not realize it because it was already part of our life, right? So if that inspire us, anak-anak di MRSM Langkawi, then we wanted to know mana nak pergi, which path, nak pergi computer science ke, nak pergi IT ke, nak pergi software engineering ke, nak pergi information system ke. So to give you a little background, the differentiation between computer science and IT is very, very, very grey. Even I think I biasa juga bersemang dengan kawan-kawan from industry. What's the difference computer science and IT? But academically we try to differentiate because it's very much relating to the interest and the skill or the capability of each student or each candidate, right? So basically, if we are good in math, we have detail orientation, and then we have good communication. We love critical thinking skill, computer science, maybe it's a good choice. A lot of mathematics in there, a lot of programming, calculus, is needed for this particular field. But if you are kind of managerial, integrator, but we love programming at the same time, and then we like to do multitask, and we like sort of designing database, doing integration, developing web application, understanding the business in organization. Maybe information technology is quite close to us. So this is the sort of the intersection. To me, the intersection is at the programming skill. So we have to have the understanding or the passions of the programming, then I think we can move forward. Sebab I think oftentimes I found students in my class, when I ask them, kenapa ambil computer science, why do you take IT? Because I like to play game. And I think that is one of the, not a mistake, because I'm very positive and hopeful. Yeah, we start with liking from game, but later we can be a game developer, for example, and then we can acquire that knowledge. But I think if we have interest in providing solution to a problem from the developing application perspective, using the tools, using the technology, and using devices, I think this is for us. Right. So in the university, again I mentioned, in the university, all of this knowledge is embedded or anchored in computer science and information technology. Now, if we have that in mind, in overseas, I think I'm very sure anak-anak MRSM Langkawi ni, they're very forward-looking, wanted to get the best and then doing the best for their exam and so on, getting the best results. So, a lot of universities in the UK, the US, European, Australia, New Zealand offering computer science and information technology. Kadang-kadang nama-nama tu beza sikit, later I'll mention this. So, well, MIT, go for MIT, go for Stanford, go for Carnegie Mellon, go for Oxford, go for Cambridge, Harvard, for example. Go to Canada, Toronto, for example, right? If you wanted to go to UK, go for Imperial College in London, for example. And if you go close by, National University of Singapore pun ada. If you want to go a bit further, Princeton University pun ada. So, we have a lot of choice. So, it's go back to the qualification and maybe scholarship available for us. Having mentioned the selections of universities in overseas, I want everyone to also to realize, kalau tak dapat pergi overseas, well, only certain numbers can go overseas, but I want you to all to realize, anak-anak MRSM Langkawi, close our heart in Malaysia ni, generally all the Malaysian universities, private or private ataupun public universities are offering computer science or information technology. So kalau tak dapat pergi overseas, jangan susah hati, jangan sedih hati, because we have equally good program. And we know that our program is being monitored by the Kementerian. We have the Malaysian qualification agencies. So, inshallah, we are offering a very good quality program. And if you look into our resources, lecturers, professors, many of them are graduated from those universities. So this is actually, we bringing in all those knowledge and technology, and then we share them in the class. So in Malaysian Qualification Agency, we have this MQA computing document. There are four areas that has been highlighted in that document. So we have computer science, we have information technology, kita ada software engineering and information system. Jadi if we look from south to north, UTM, UM, UKM, UPM, UUM, and sampai ke UUM, UTM, UNIZA, MMU, UTP, all these universities is actually offering computer science and information technology. Of course, I have to mention about my university. I'm from, like Azrin mentioned just now, I'm from the International Islamic University Malaysia. So in our university, we have kuliah of ICT, Information Communication Technology, and we also offer computer science and information technology. Dua-dua ni kita ada. So our entry, in example of IIUM, our entry is from, kalau we look into the foundation program, we look into computer science and engineering foundation. That's how, you can go into this program. And just now I mentioned, there are many variations, berbagai-bagai nama. Daripada computer science ni, dia spring to many names towards, I call it specialization, right? Specialization. So kalau if in computer science specialization in IIUM, we have data science, we have big data analytics, equally, close by with data science, and then we have machine learning, artificial intelligence, or digital forensics. But for students who want to do information technology, we do have digital media design, enterprise technology management, assurance and security, and even we have business intelligence and analytics. That is in IIUM, but I would like to share also with you all that for other universities, we are equally blooming with these courses. Say for example, in UTM and UITM, they have Bachelor of Computer Science with specialization in data engineering. They have specialization in bioinformatics and many others. If we go to UTM, for example, I must say UTM game technology development and design, interactive media, computer security and data management, UTM has it also, right? In UM, artificial intelligence is quite popular. If we have intention to be teaching technology at schools, UPSI also have the same program. So they are integrating IT and computer science in teaching technology. UUM also have Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. UTP is a bit special. UTP has computer science, has IT, and they have information system, right? If we are quite of love of creative design, you like arts, and what you wanted to combine with technology, Multimedia University has those this program. They are offering this kind of program. Just a little bit more. Azrin, boleh ke lagi sikit ya? Just sikit lagi.
Boleh. Ada soalan sebenarnya.
Okay, right. And then just quickly. So say for example, you have chosen the university, the program, you already know the program, you know the program, and then sort of the specialization, roughly In general, when you are taking computer science or information technology, basically the fundamental courses is almost similar to other universities, right? So you have to take some mathematics, ada calculus sikit, ada algebra sikit, and then you have to take the basic of element of programming. Now you have to learn programming, learn Java, maybe C++, database design, okay, and then database programming. Of course, slightly deeper, you will do operating system. You have to learn, the different operating system, and then how to structure the data in the computer. Of course, you will be exposed to software engineering. You wanted to develop a software, you have to know software engineering. Definitely, web programming, mobile application programming will come to it. So, in appreciating this fundamental knowledge, if you want to gather the requirement, you want to get the needs and the needs analysis of the users, what users needs and requirement, you also will be learning like system application development. So like agile methods, you'll be learning of this. So if you look into this application, whether the web application or the mobile application, you will see that you require an interface. So interface study normally rooted in human-computer interaction or the user interface and user experience design. On the top of that, when you look into this fundamental and then we look into the current trend, a lot of our students actually are very creative and they like a technopreneurship or entrepreneurship. So technopreneurship also one of the course, at least in IIUM, and added with the new technology like blockchain, fundamental of artificial intelligence. You learn about security network and so on and so forth. Of course, at the end of those courses, I think tadi kita pun ada chat dengan Azrin and Nazmi saying that our student has to do practical training, and you can choose companies that really interest you based on the task being offered, and of course in between that you have to do the final year project. So just to share a little bit, in IIUM, when we do the final year project, we are actually being inspired, we are being exposed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, the SDG. So when the student wanted to find problem to solve, we normally encourage them to study about this Sustainable Development Goal.
Okay.
think that is sedikit sebanyak Azrin kalau
Yeah,
ada
I reserve my question later. I'll jump to Chris now. So Chris has a very interesting background. Like I said, he graduated and then he was freelancing for a while to find what he wants to do as a, after graduating as a computer graduate. And perhaps, Chris, you want to share your journey and then how you ended up in this niche area. And also perhaps then you can explain the branches of IT from your lens at the workplace. Sebab tadi doktor dah explain dekat from academician standpoint apa branches yang ada kat university. Then how do you apply it at work? So what are the different branches at work?
All right. Good morning, Azrin. And good morning to the students who are joining and the rest of the panel as well. Okay, so I suppose you want to hear about my journey, as you mentioned just now. And I think this is relevant because talking about my journey, it goes way back to when I was a student. And I'll try to relate that journey with you. So when I graduated as a software engineer, and when I graduated, it was year 2000, 2001. And as a software engineering grad, I really wanted to be a programmer. And so I went to interview at so many companies at that time. But the unfortunate thing was that in the year 2000, 2001, that was right after the dot-com crash. All software companies around the world were affected by that. We saw a lot of companies closing down during that time, year 2000, 2001. But I really wanted to be a programmer. So I wasn't going to go and join a bank. I didn't want to go into corporate. I didn't want to do anything, but I wanted to be a programmer. So I decided to wait. But while waiting, I decided to pick up some freelancing work. I was writing POS software, resource management, basically any project that came my way, I just picked it up. And it was after a year of interviewing at so many places and I still couldn't get what I wanted exactly. Then I realized all this freelancing work, I was getting quite good at it. And then, so I realized that, and so I decided, I made up my mind. Maybe instead of continuing to go to interview at so many places, maybe I'll just start up a business. Now this was back in the year 2001, 2002. Back then, startup didn't really exist. There was nowhere to raise fund, and so I just had to really bootstrap, really just use whatever I had, and then go with it. And so at that point, that was my pivotal point where I had to change my mindset from a programmer to an entrepreneur. So I picked up books, I read a lot of things, and well, 20 years later, well, almost 20 years later, here I am. We're one of the industry leader for accounts receivable, debt collection. So basically banks, telcos, and financial institutions will use our system to help them manage their receivables. And yeah, I mean, I can drill into that a little bit more later, but Azrin, you mentioned about branches, right? What you can do as a software grad or as a technology student. Well, the good news is that there are a lot of things you can do. In the past, if you are not sure what you want to do, you do a business degree, because with a business degree you can do so many things. But I think today that's not so true anymore. Today everything is run on technology. If you want to be a baker, you got to know how to operate the equipment that is so complex today. You got to use technology somehow to make it work. If you want to be a mechanic, all cars are running on ECU, is it, or something like that. So these are all computers as well. Even accountants today, the models that they have to create, I think it's just more than what a programmer could even do. So the good news to parents, I believe that parents out there, and the good news is that you're listening because you're considering technology, and I think technology cannot be a wrong thing. Everything is run on technology. That's the good news. However, there's a bad news there. Technology is moving so fast. You can graduate today, and when you join a company, it could be a little bit irrelevant. That is over a short span of time. But everything that I learned, and I really mean everything that I learned in school is not applicable today. I used to learn COBOL, I used to learn C, I used to learn the earlier version of Java. None of it is applicable today. So you have to make sure that as a technology student, you continue to learn. Now, within the first few years, you probably not have a niche. You probably not know exactly where to branch into. You heard just now what Dr. Muni said. You could branch into so many things, but how would you know what exactly to branch into? And I think that's okay, because as I mentioned, things would continue to change throughout the years, throughout your career. So just approach your career with a positive attitude and with humility, because it will continue to change, and you have to know that it's okay. Whatever comes, you will pivot, you will continue to learn and push your career agenda forward. I think that's it from me.
Okay, so why don't we quickly go through Nazmi. Nazmi, your path is slightly different. You started off as an engineer, worked for a few years before deciding to open up your own IT company. So perhaps you could share with us a bit on that story, and also focus on what are the things, the skills employers are looking now and the future. Perhaps you can share a bit about that.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih Azrin. Okay, as mentioned earlier, saya graduated sebagai electrical engineer. And then after graduate, saya start my career as a operation engineer dekat data center. The data center is actually doing data processing for oil and gas company lah. So there was a lot of servers, networking system, storage dan sebagainya. So basically saya buat two main tasks. Satu, to maintain the computers. Masa dulu the tape drives was yang macam dalam filem Star Wars yang besar-besar macam tu. So bila ada kerosakan, you have to physically fix the tape drive. You go to Jalan Pasar, find the parts, solder balik and so on. So all those servers semuanya supported direct daripada US lah. So I have to learn a lot daripada principal from the US. I have to stay back until pukul 9, pukul 10 malam to wait for them to come into the office so that I can make some phone calls and have support. So at the same time, I have to run servers, applications, and to make sure everything is okay. So there was a lot of on-job training and self-learning have to do lah. So I have to buy a lot of books. Masa tu Google belum ada lagi, pergi ke bookstore and search for knowledge and so on. So I was lucky that I have been sent for a few training overseas in supporting data center. I've been sent to Houston, Dallas, and Europe country untuk buat support lah. Jadi my path in the career seamlessly switch from being a hardcore engineer into the IT world. So I learned to become a hardware engineer. At the same time, I have to learn to become software engineer at the same time. So I did that for about 6 years before seamlessly transform into an IT person lah. Basically, yang paling penting, you have to be versatile and always keep up yourself with the existing technology at that time.
Okay, maybe I ask a question first to Nazmi. You mentioned that you dulu pernah jaga data center and jaga networking kan. Dan sekarang ni kita tengok trend, we have what we call the hyperscalers. Dan dulu kita jaga data center, kita ada cantik lah server kita kat office tu melambat-lambat. But now people are saying that, oh, we don't need to maintain the servers anymore. We can migrate semua server-server ni kat cloud. Everything could manage.
Exactly, yes.
Right. So what is your view on that?
Basically, some organization macam yang I was talking about, the data processing companies, they have to physically have the servers on site rather than using the cloud solution macam sekarang ni. So there are still requirements for you to become site engineer to manage the data center for the data processing where they do not have the physical, where they have the physical server on site for you to maintain and run. Back to your second question just now, I forgot to answer. What was it? The
skills.
The skill. Okay. As sekarang ni as an employer, I ada dua skill yang basically looking for apart from the technical skills, where you can easily from the resume ataupun the CV you boleh baca the candidate punya capabilities, the experience, technical know-how, trainings attended and so on. Jadi yang saya lebih tekankan kepada soft skills during the interview. So mostly the candidates yang datang for the interview, they have almost similar technical skills, but you can see from the 10 candidates, the range of soft skills between them is very, very, very big. I'm talking about the communication skills, writing skills, dia punya personalities, because you want to have the employee that you can see every day, yang pleasant person, yang willing to learn and so on. The technical skills, kalau you just take the candidate come in based on technical skills, some of them cannot excel because they are not hardworking, they don't want to learn, something like that. So yang paling penting sekali, the sifat pribadi that they want to excel, they want to reach for opportunity, always look out for new things to update themselves lah. So that's the skills yang we're looking. Apart from kalau katakan when you go deeper for programmers, of course you're looking for the programming skills. And then yang dalam my industry, that there are a few types of employees we're looking for a particular project. For example, programmers, system analysts, system engineers, integrators dan sebagainya. So there are a lot of skills yang we're looking for based on the existing requirements for any particular project.
Okay. So I ada soalan daripada the students, and I reflect this on myself juga. Dulu masa kecil-kecil pun suka main game pasal in the end I ended up taking computer science. Tapi there was one conversation I had with a friend punya parents lah. Dia cakap dekat I, Azrin, you are good in computers already. Why you want to take computer science? You should actually take something else. Kan? Because then that skill that you have is going to be complementary. Tapi at that time I punya rasa macam tak boleh dengar lah orang ni, aku memang suka komputer, aku nak buat jugalah. So what is you guys punya perspektif lah? Maybe I start dengan Dr. Muni dulu kan. In terms of komputer ni perlu pair dengan skills tak? Kan? Dengan industri.
Oh, I think that's definitely Azrin. It has to be in combination. Kalau I think reflecting what has been mentioned just now, kalau kita dapat 4 flat pun tapi kita tak reti nak we don't know how to communicate, I don't think that will impress the company that will hire us. So it has to be balanced between your technical knowledge, your skill, your understandings of the subject, and also you have to have that good attitude, because that soft skill, the way you speak, the way you communicate, the way you do teamwork is actually real in the organization. But not having the foundation, Say for example, well, not having foundation is okay, but you have this willingness to learn. I think if you are coming from computer science, you're having a degree in computer science, you're having a degree in IT, for example, it's giving you confidence because you have acquired those knowledge. And I think one of the things right now when we see the education systems become very flexible nowadays. Kalau if you are not, even if you don't have the say for example degree in computer science or you don't have degree in IT, you can always learn them, because you have that skill to learn and you have that positive, excellent attitudes towards learning. So that is, I don't think that is any problem. If that can, enlighten a little bit.
Chris or Nazmi, anything you want to add?
Go ahead, Nazmi.
Okay. For sambung balik daripada Dr. Muni punya yang mention about your self-learning, you have to always willing to learn. And before even you decide to become a programmer, for example, you must have the attitude that you are always like to do problem solving, to do troubleshooting. You always like to go for technical things and so on before you jump into the courses to become a programmer. Because if you don't have that criteria, you can always say that you love to become programmer, but programming will not love you back because you don't have that criteria. For example, I have a few programmers in the past that came in as a fresh graduate to become programmer. Tapi we try to train them for the first 1 and 2 years, send them for on-job training. They cannot excel because satu dia don't have sifat keep on trying, perseverance. Try buat satu module and then after certain times they couldn't do it. They stop there and then they are not resourceful. They do not ask around. So you must have that soft skill aside from the technical skill. The technical skill you can always learn. Tapi kalau you tak ada sifat yang hardworking, always want to try and also be creative, you cannot excel in your career.
Chris, before you add, there's one question. If I want to become chartered accountant, what kind of IT programs that are recommended? But since you're in the background of accounts receivable, perhaps you can shed some light into that.
Okay, chartered accountants. Yeah, I don't think there's I suppose it's all about okay, there are two things. The first, most obvious one is your ability to handle Excel, Microsoft Excel. You'd be surprised what Microsoft Excel can do. You have to pick it up, and it's all available on the internet. Not sure. I'm not a chartered accountant. My wife is, but I don't think that is taught in school. Maybe it is taught in school right now. But it's interesting. I think it is you're on the right path. So you're going into you're becoming an accountant, but you're still keeping tabs on technology. That's great. I think taking it further down your career, because so you start out as probably an auditor or something like that. But eventually, when you want to move up your career, you have to do some kind of modeling. You have to do some kind of data analytics, some kind, depending if you're going to deals, you're going into stuff like that. So eventually you have to be comfortable with tools that will help you with data modeling. But to address the earlier question, I think that was asked by somebody else. If you are already if you are already strong technically, should you still study technology, right? I think that was what was asked earlier. I think it's a personal choice. I believe. I would always rather be a master at something than to be jack of all trades, right? If you are already comfortable with technology and if you are already good with technology, that means you like it. And when you like something, you have the ability to absorb that thing a lot more. And probably what you know is only the surface. You have to approach education in that way. There's always so much more you can learn. And if there's nothing else you can learn, then you can start teaching. You can then invent something that nobody else can. And that's not impossible to invent something else that is not already there. So writing code is just implementing a concept, a business concept, most likely in Malaysia, into a software. But you can develop technology using biometrics, using analytics, using artificial intelligence. All these have become so much more achievable, so much more within the technologies available out there. So you can start writing on all these things. So it is all back to attitude and your approach, how you approach your career, how you approach your education. If you remain positive, if you are hardworking, and if you are a fast learner, then whatever you want to do is going to be easy.
Dr. Muni, ada soalan. There's a student tanya, if I want to go into IT ni kan, apa subject or qualification that is needed lah to enter into that field? Ada subject yang nak kena focus on ke? Is there like science or math you need to get certain grade at least to qualify nak ambil computer or IT ni?
Okay, from the SPM, I think this the subject that you, of course, the subject that you have to pass, but we are looking into math, modern math, and then you must be good grades with at least B, I think, if I'm not mistaken, at least B for your ed math, and you must have physics. Not having bio is okay, but you must have physics and chemistry. That will be advantage. So the key is, of course, the other other subject that you have to pass, mathematics modern, mathematics tambahan, and physics. That is the key. Yeah.
And is it a requirement untuk diorang tahu any programming ke sebelum masuk university?
Not necessarily, but that will be advantage. I know in SPM ada science and technology, if I'm not mistaken, so you learn a little bit of programming there. That will be advantage. Tapi I think I would like to reflect lah from the other two speakers, Chris and mentioning about this passion, this interest. I sometimes sedikit frustrated with some of the students bila kita tanya, why do you want to take computer science, or IT? They actually could not internalize why they want to do computer science and IT. Kadang-kadang ikut kawan, that is lagi sedih, right? But I think reflecting the two speakers, the passion, the interest, and willing to learn, the perseverance is the key. Sama juga I rasa dengan bidang-bidang lain. But I would like to mention a little bit, I think there is questions dekat sini. Dia tanya, can I go into the field of computer and IT without having knowledge on basic computer skill, and should I learn them earlier now? If you learn earlier now that is advantage for you. Bila you masuk to the university punya program, then you already have fundamental knowledge. It's easier for you to catch up. But if you don't have at the moment, it's still okay, because in the foundation courses, we still offer you those fundamental knowledge. So I think that's the answers to that questions. I hope that's addressing the needs.
Yeah. So I'll ask Chris now. There's a question here, right? And it's probably related to AI, Agile DevOps. And dulu when we develop software, dulu orang selalu sebut waterfall lah, kan? Everything is about waterfall. Maknanya you kena define the requirement dulu, cerita habis-habis apa yang aku nak, then only develop, test and commission and put into the live system lah. Tapi sekarang ni, because of the way technology has evolved, and kalau kita tengok kita punya phone pun kan, the app update is happening every 2 weeks, for example, kan? And all of this is is made possible by the advent of Agile and DevOps. So dulu, I'll be honest, masa saya belajar universiti 20 tahun lepas pun dah ada dah konsep Agile ni. And when I masuk kerja, I thought, oh, Agile ni is like, you know, academic je lah yang cerita kan. But little that I know, after 20 years, this thing is becoming big. So perhaps Chris, could you shed a bit of light on is this one of the hot skill that the employees are looking now, and what they can do to hone that skill?
Okay, I will try. So Agile is not technology. It is not how you code and all that, but it's just how the project is being managed, or how it is being delivered. And that's so it's more of like on the branch of project management, I believe. You're right, Azrin. I think we're probably from the same era. I've learned it as well, but it was never really applied then. Now, so do you want to learn this, and do you want to pick this up? Do you is there value in this? I think that's as going into university, you gotta just pick up as much as you can, because then at least when you go into employment, it's not something unheard or unfamiliar with. But the applicable, how applicable is this Agile? It very much depends on the project. Not all projects will be run the same way. For instance, we run projects for the banks, and the banks needs a specific milestone. And if you were to have it as Agile, then there's no specific milestone and there's no agreed deliverable. But basically that so it's very complex. But the reason why I would still encourage you to pick it up anyway, because you can use Agile in the way how you approach your own work and your own team. You can manage however you want your team to work. Maybe you can't use it for the whole project. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Agile is not just being used in our technology, with our developers. I think we have some other projects that are also, or other departments within the company that's also using Agile. And I believe one of our project manager, who's from electrical and engineering, he's also familiar with that, because they use the same approach to in their manufacturing. So it is not a technology, it is a way how you approach your work. That's it.
Yeah. There's also a question here. I would like to ask if UI UX design is a programming, and how can I approach these courses?
It is. You would think that it is just so okay. So UI UX is a little bit it's a bit big. So the first part in coming up with a product is to come up with the concept. That's where you do your sketching. That's where you do your, not even prototype, mostly just wireframing. That part, okay, maybe it's more graphics. But once you have that, you have to convert it into a prototype. Then it's a lot more graphics already. So the first part is business and graphics, and then you go into the graphics part, because everything looks beautiful today, right? So that's why I mentioned graphics. But you have to know technology. You have to know how to code certain things, because what is the point of designing something that cannot be implemented? So yes, you then have to also understand what we call the front end. So that would make you a very good UI UX person. You may not be a developer, but you understand that what you design can be delivered in code. That's right.
Yeah. And there's another question here about programming languages. I guess as a programmer, is it essential to know multiple languages like C or Go or maybe Python? Or is there a master language that covers all fields or is of highest demand? Anybody?
Okay. Yeah.
Azmi, you want to try that first?
Yeah.
Great, Nazmi.
Okay. Actually it's based on project requirements lah. Mostly depends on the company. So for example, my company mostly involved in the projects that using the Java and PHP programmers and so on. So kalau you have only one skills lah, basically an open source and can run a few database system, that you are good to go. You don't have to know most of the languages, because you can always learn while you are working. For example, once you are in the project team that require for you to develop a system based on PHP, for example, then you'll be there for quite a few years, maybe 2 years, 3 years to do development and then also support. Then whenever time comes, you can upgrade yourself with another knowledge to learn another, for example, now people start to learn Python and so on. So yes, you don't have to know most of the languages at the same time.
Doctor or Chris, want to add?
Yeah, I agree. There's no way for you to know all the programming languages, and in fact, it is not necessary. You just have to be good at one. In fact, that's what the university is going to do for you anyway, to give you the understanding of the concepts like OOP. And once you get that, all programming languages are the same. So don't worry about it. You can write one in one language, you can write in every languages.
They maybe I'll add, there are like subtle differences lah. Macam there are languages that are more suited to do web programming, for example, or mobile programming, and there are some that are just technology specific. Like if you talk about SAP, then majority of it is ABAP programming, a different language. Tapi everybody is correct, right? So masa saya belajar dulu, saya belajar mainly C++. And then it took me like 2-3 weeks to learn another language. Tapi yang pentingnya is to find what problem you want to solve, and you use that programming skill tu, and you learn the language along the way lah. That's basically it. Doctor, you want to add anything?
I think I really agree as Nazmi and Chris mentioned just now. The fundamental is there. Jadi when we are in university, when I mentioned about fundamental knowledge, maybe we are exposed to Java or C++, but with the knowledge of Java and C++, you actually practically can learn any language after that. And just like you mentioned just now, 2-3 weeks, you concentrated, focus, and then you can just do program in any other languages. So shouldn't be any problem. But I think what is important is that grasping the fundamental knowledge of the programming. And nowadays, I think there was one question. If we don't have any background or we coming from other areas, can we do programming? Yes, of course. Coursera or Udemy. I think now our university is also looking into the micro credential, where you can learn bit pieces and being recognized by universities. So you can do this. Let's go back to the attitude like we just discussed this now.
Yeah, I think there's also a question here. Is it possible to create a software or project by yourself?
Yeah.
I think this is interesting. Everybody can answer this.
I will take that. I think it was mentioned many times that going into employment, especially as a fresh grad, we don't look at your technical ability so much. We do look at it. You have to make sure that you pass your test. So if you go to uni every day and you finish all your assignments and you do your final year project, you are probably going to do just fine. But the focus is always on the positive attitude, the hard work, and the fast learner. If you go to Job Street, you look at any job posting for a fresh grad, it's always around the same thing, not too much mention on technology. And so what can you do within the next few years in uni to make sure that when you go for your interview, you can demonstrate that you have positive attitude, you have hard work, and you are a fast learner? So very simple. You have to for instance, your fast learner and the hard work, you would have to demonstrate by sharing some of the personal projects that you have done. And personal project can be anything at all. Yesterday, I spoke to Azrin about how all these IoT is so accessible today. You can build a simple project like to remotely turn on the light switch at home. It's so cheap now. Just go on Lazada or Shopee to order those little parts, get Raspberry. Everything's online. It's so easy. Now, a lot of you love to play games, right? I mean, I know, I unfortunately don't, but I know that a lot of you love to play games. Now, interesting story. Believe it or not, our CTO, that's how he got into programming. He never really got formal education in programming, but because of his love in gaming, he didn't stop there. He didn't stop as a great programmer. He wanted to understand better how the game was created and how do you even cheat the game, or how you hack into the game to change certain things. And so he was never satisfied with just playing. He loved the game, but he wanted to understand the game better, and so he broke down the game. And fortunately, game programming is actually one of the more difficult things to do. And so if you're able to break that down, I think you will end up as a very, very, very good programmer. And so message to the parents, if your children are playing games, that's okay. Just make sure that they don't just play, but they hack into the game, they break down the game, or even better still, create their own game. It will turn them into a great programmer.
Doc, there's a question here. Important, any specific preference in any computer science field? There are a few fields that I know, like data analyst, programmer, and data administrator. But I have a big problem because I didn't find a specific career for me, as I think it might be needed when I apply for scholarship. You have any views on that?
I would recommend go for the fundamental, which is go for computer science or go for information technology, for example. And then as you go along, then you will acquire the specialization that you want. You can, from the computer science or IT, you can branch into data analytic, you can branch into artificial intelligence. But if you know exactly what you want to be, say for example, you want to be a data scientist, look for program, for example, bachelor in data analytic, for example. Some universities overseas especially, they offer such specific course. For in Malaysia, if you look at into the UTM, for example, they have bachelor in computer science, but they have in bracket, which is specialization in data engineering. So this data engineering quite related to the data analyst. Being programmer, I think that is generic. Everyone has to know programming. If you want to do data administrator, you can. I think that also related to the data engineering, or in specialization in database design, for example. You can go for it. But the fundamental normally, or the basics normally, bachelor in computer science or bachelor in software engineering, or bachelor in IT, or bachelor in information system. So that is basically the landscape in our country. Overseas, you still have a lot of variation. Yeah.
I will just add on to that. Whatever the field may be, or whatever the specialization may be, just make sure software is part of it, because today everything is software defined. So say for instance, if you are in DevOps or if you're in data center, right, you would be handling a lot of storage. I'll give you an example, storage. So traditionally you have a SAN drive connected using iSCSI to the SAN switch and then connected to the server. But today it's different. For instance, I'm sure some data centers are still using SAN drives, but we have switched to software-defined storage, whereby storage is distributed over all the servers that we have, not on a specific machine. Even network switches or firewall, everything is software-defined. So just make sure that there's the software element to it. If you expect a specific technology like networking or firewall to be specifically to remain the same. I don't think that's going to be true for so long.
There's a question here. What's specific for a field doing any hacking system for security?
I think Dr. Muni, you might want to take that. A specific course of that. I think there are courses. There are courses for
Yeah,
this.
so normally if students like to, well, there are specific courses, but university normally in the academic program, you can go for network and security. Yeah, network and security. That will be leading you towards this. We don't teach students to hack, okay? but of course there are a lot of discussion about ethical hacking and so on and so forth.
The white hat hackers.
That's right.
That's under the network and security.
Okay, there's also a question here back to UI UX. Also, is it possible to become UI UX designer and also the software engineer at the same time in the company?
Yes, of course. That means you are a full stack programmer, all the way from UI to front end to back end to database. Then you are full stack. That skill is the most sought after because you can do everything and you have the full grasp of the whole ecosystem. Definitely, that's the best.
Full stack developer. Nazmi, you want to elaborate that?
Yeah, once you become the full stack developer, then whenever you are ready ataupun dah rasa you are ready to jump into the business, you can have your own business ataupun do freelancing. You are able to do everything from first step of cycle. You get the requirements and design, do prototype, programming, designing the interface, everything. And then from there you can branch out into your own business once you have all the knowledge to become full stack developer.
Azril, can I add a little bit on that?
Sure.
I think I become teruja this morning because I saw ada 2-3 soalan about the user experience and user interface design ni. Because before this, dulu-dulu, I think we are very much focusing on the functional side of the system. We don't really put emphasis yet, okay, on the interface design. But nowadays, as Chris mentioned just now, we wanted to make it beautiful, user friendly, ease of use, being efficient. So it is very true. If I normally will, this is my personal perspective. If you are working in small to medium companies, maybe you will be the full stack developer. You have to know A to Z. But if you're working in a big companies, big organization where they have, the system analyst is one team, the developer is another team, maybe you will have a slightly different exposure. The more, the work being done in big companies may be more specialized. But I totally agree, having, being able to apply from programming to the interface design, understanding the user experience will be a beautiful combination. And of course, industry will love you. They snap you as soon as possible.
Yeah, there's a few more questions here. Do you think that IT field and the progress of next generation software will cross over with some industries such as agriculture, accommodation, etc.? I think any of you can answer this lah. Siapa nak try dulu?
Okay, I think as I mentioned earlier, this is the good news lah. The good news to parents, the good news to students. Whatever you do today, it is technology. Even if you are selling a cake today, you have to understand e-commerce. You have to be able to create a market, put your product on a marketplace in order for you to push it out to your customers. So regardless, whatever you do, technology, you can't run away from technology. Whether or not how deep your knowledge needs to be in any specific area, that's really up to you to push it. But otherwise, you can't run away.
Yeah, maybe I give some example. My company does some drone surveillance on agriculture. Kalau tengok pokok-pokok kelapa sawit tu, they will fly drone on the kelapa sawit, and then based on the images tu, you put into the AI platform to see kat mana ada patches of kelapa sawit yang tak ada. So in the past, ada orang kena jalan dekat dalam kelapa sawit tu nak tengok, oh kat spot ni boleh tanam lagi. But now with drone, you can easily just fly the drone. And then drone tu bukan boleh bagi tahu je kat mana tak ada, but it also can count the trees for you and how much yield that you will get from that acreage. Kan? So the cross, to me, teknologi ni is, teknologi and programming ni is no longer silo lah. So it's like mathematics kan. You belajar mathematics kat sekolah. I think technology or programming ni is another skill that everybody has to learn. But people who take computer and IT ni, they will go deeper lah obviously in the subject, and you become a subject matter expert. You know more than the rest. You have a deep of a depth and breadth in the topic. Tapi at the surface level tu dia macam maths. You kena ada. Everybody must have it. So apa ni, search in local units for available programs. APU for example offer cybersecurity. Okay, there's a comment there. Okay, so any other questions? Ada miss tak? Anybody from the floor now on video and ask question? If not, we'll go one round. Maybe last few words from each of the panelists. Kata-kata akhir lah sebelum kita tutup. Anybody ada question? Tak ada?
I think there was some, I may have received some questions earlier. It popped up on my screen, but I've yet to respond to those. I mean, if there's any questions, you can always send an email to me, I believe to any of the panelists as well, and we'd be happy to address it later as well. There was a question? I think I saw something that just popped up.
Couldn't see any more. So why do we do this? We do a final closing from everyone. We'll start with Dr. Muni first, and then we go to Chris and Nazmi.
Thanks Azrin. I think I really enjoyed the session, sharing what we have in the universities and also listening to the other panel, Nazmi and Chris. I think my message is that work hard for the coming SPM. Do well in all the subjects as much as possible. Then that will open your opportunities to very wide horizon. You boleh pilih mana yang you suka. And then I think today we talk about the computer science and IT. Yang paling penting tadi, I think I like to reflect what Nazmi and Chris has mentioned. The passion, the good attitude, the soft skill, wanting to solve problem. I think that's the key. So sebelum mengakhiri, I think I would like to make doa. So all anak-anak di MRSM Langkawi will do well for the coming exam. Also some of them will be taking exam next year. So saya doakan semoga semuanya berjaya cemerlang. Sedikitlah promotion. If you are interested doing computer science and IT, you can communicate with me. Di IIUM kita ada the program. Looking forward to see some of you there, insyaAllah. Good luck in your exam. Thank you.
Chris?
All right. As I mentioned earlier, you have to always plan out your life, right? So your life within the next couple of years would be to do well in university and get employed. Now, so your short-term plan then, within the next few years, make sure that you know where you want to go in the next imagine now you're going into an interview. There are going to be a lot of questions asked. So you have to be able to tell, now in the past 4 years or 5 years in uni, I did this, and this. That's why you should employ me as compared to all the other hundreds of students who just graduated together with me. So spend these 4 or 5 years, do your experiment companies love all these little experiment. It can be any experiment at all. Talk about that. They're never too small. Your co-curriculum activities in school, that's great if you are, because co-curriculum will always require you to work as a team. And when you work as a team, then you develop your communication skills. And that's very, very important to a company as well. There's no point that you have everything up here, but you can't express it out. We really value that highly. And of course, I also wish that, I mean, I've been lucky because I've always had somebody to talk to make sure that I have the information to wait. Eventually, I'll still wait myself and I still do it my way. But try to reach out to as many people as possible. Today with technology, and you see the 4 of us here, or there may be more on the panel, reach out to as many of us as possible so that you can at least go into it with your eyes wide open. If it doesn't work, that's okay, because that's where change will constantly happen, and you need to embrace change and approach it with a positive attitude and go ahead with the change, adapt to the change. That's it. So is there an exam coming up?
SPM is right around the corner for Form 5. And the Form 4 students this year will take SPM at the end of the year.
All right. So good luck to those of you taking SPM. It's been a tough year, I understand. You have to do courses, you have to do your work at home. Not sure. Some of us, we have conducive environment at home, but even for me, when I bought my house, it was with intention. When I go home, I play with my children. I don't do any work at home. How that backfired, right? Now I have no place to work at home. But all these are excuses, yeah? Regardless, do well for your exam, regardless of your condition, regardless of what's going to happen. Study very hard and do well. It's going to make your life a lot easier in the years ahead. Good luck.
Thank you, Chris. Nazmi?
Okay, apa yang saya nak cakap tadi, Chris dengan Dr. Muni dah bagi tahu, so I try to do different things.
Kena cari point lain.
Saya nak reflect the first day saya walk into MRSM long time ago lah. Saya terbaca satu motto on the wall, untuk melahirkan pelajar yang serba boleh. Jadi apa yang saya absorb during that time is not only I'm here to belajar academically, tapi I have to be good at benda-benda lain. For example, you have to be good in sports or music or whatever. You have to equip yourself with everything you can learn. So it will help you throughout your journey in your life. You try to be involved in everything lah. Not only going to class and score good grades, not only that, tapi you are active in your social life. You must get involved in everything. Itu saja yang saya nak cakap. So lastly, good luck to all the students yang nak ambil SPM. So most importantly, throughout your life, you have to ada senjata kita, doa dan usaha. You will be good throughout your life.
Okay. Lastly, I would like to say thank you to all our panelists here. It's been great to have all of you on a Sunday morning. I know it's a holiday. And terima kasih juga diucapkan pada MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi yang telah tolong kita arrange lah program ini untuk student-student kita. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll hand over to Datuk Syed.
Thank you, Azrin. It was such a great sharing by all of you guys, the expertise in your bidang, and it's great that every one of students here dapat listen directly from you. What's the latest, apa yang kena buat dan sebagainya, so that you can adjust. I mean, apa yang diperlukan sekarang ni must have a good time for you to study for your trials yang SPM. Trials will be on 11 of January and SPM on the 22nd of February. And boleh dikatakan banyak information yang dapat kita share, dan saya suka nak petik balik apa yang Cik Nazmi cakap tadi. Cik Nazmi ni saya punya senior, kita panggil dia Abang Mon. So jadi pelajar yang serba boleh. Kita nak we are all rounders, must good in academic, must good in sports, must good in co-curriculum and etc. And not only that, if you are good, I mean for example kalau you belajar electrical engineering, but you're not only going to be as an engineer until the rest of your life. You can be an entrepreneur, you can open a big IT or computer company and as well. So always learn, belajarlah sampai ke tembok Cina. So it's never finished, it's limitless. Sky is the limit. And with that, I once again to thank our moderator, who was also the PIC for the whole program, MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi Virtual Career Talk 2021, Cik Azrin. Thanks Cik Nazmi, Chris and Dr. Muni. Hope that everyone not only enjoy but get the benefit from the sharing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
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 Okay, our next session will start at 12:30. You guys still can remain if you want to watch. We're gonna have speakers from business view.
Testing. Dengar dah? Mimi?
Dengar.
Okey, dengar. Manan, clear tak saya? Manan? Dengar tak saya?
Dia mute.
Clear. Cun.
Okey.
Mimi okey, boleh dengar? Unmute kan?
Boleh dengar.
Okey, alright.
Cik Hasnan nampak nampak Mimi. Oh, okey.
Dah. Okay.
We're gonna start in 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat tengah hari kepada semua. Okay. Untuk session seterusnya, I'll be the moderator. My name is Hasnan Jamaluddin. Just call me Hasnan. And my three panel is Mimi, Putri Nur Hamidah, and Khairul Imran. And for your guys' information, Putri Nur Hamidah ni my junior dekat MRSM Kulim dulu, juga dengan Khairul Imran. So that cuma Mimi lah kita belum pernah jumpa, cuma kali ni this is our first session
Betul.
Okay. Since this is the session of businessman, so I believe that some of you might have been working from the companies after graduation. Probably you can share your experience after you graduated, what you have done, where do you work, and up to now that you have started your own business. Probably we can start with Putri dulu.
Okay, terima kasih banyak Banan. Nama saya Putri Nur Hamidah. Saya daripada MRSM Kulim, batch 82, SPM 1986. So our moderator Banan is our senior, as he mentioned. Dia masa masuk tu kami memang kena ragging dengan dia lah. Okay, saya lepas daripada MRSM Kulim, saya terus masuk ke English course di Sling River dan saya pergi ke Kuantan, dan saya later after that saya further study in the US. Saya ambil degree dalam Bachelor Science in Statistics, minor in Computer Science. So during after the graduation, actually saya spend my first cycle of my career, 24 years in human resource. I started my job as a compensation and benefits analyst, and I ended my job in the multinational companies as a regional director for talent development for Asia Pacific and Middle East. Then after that only I started my second cycle of my career when I started my business. So we can talk a bit more later afterwards. Okay.
Okay, businesswoman. Second, we can go to Mimi. Probably you can tell us about culinary world, which is, I think this is quite new to us lah kan. Kita tahu makan je. We never learn about culinary, how does it started as masa university or college or whatsoever kan. Can you please tell us about that?
Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat tahun baru 2021. Actually Mimi daripada Anggun Dynamic Holding Seram Berhad dan juga Anggun Dynamic Holding International. Mimi start culinary mungkin sebenarnya terdedah dalam culinary ni mungkin daripada family Mimi sendirilah sebenarnya. So daripada habis Mimi belajar dan Mimi dah experience tolong family Mimi, arwah nenek Mimi, arwah semua generation Mimi memang ada business. So daripada situ memupuk minat Mimi untuk business. Dan selepas Mimi habis belajar dan Mimi continue bekerja dan Mimi sambil bekerja tu Mimi masih lagi buat business juga culinary. Daripada situ Mimi still continue sampai sekarang lah Mimi menjalankan perniagaan F&B.
Oh, memang background daripada culinary ya?
Mimi sebenarnya daripada awal Mimi memang bukan ambil culinary punya background, tapi Mimi punya journey tu kat situ Mimi keep on ambil course, ada Mimi masuk practical lah macam tu lah. So that's Mimi punya journey lah.
Okay.
So tapi basically daripada family itself lah, sebab bapa Mimi pun buat business, keluarga Mimi pun memang kebanyakan memang business lah.
Okay. How about you, KI?
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Khairul Imran, batch 1983, SPM 1987, MRSM Langgkawi. Selepas SPM saya masuk UTM, saya ambil Mechanical Engineering. Selepas tu saya kerja dengan Petronas for 6 years.
Probably KI sikit dah. Kurang jelas.
Oh, kurang jelas Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nama saya Khairul Imran. Dah jelas dah, Manan?
Okay, alright.
Okay. Lepas SPM saya masuk UTM, University Teknologi Malaysia kat Johor. Saya ambil Mechanical Engineering. Selepas graduate saya masuk, saya join Petronas. Selepas tu saya 6 tahun di Petronas, 4 tahun saya di Sapura. Selepas 4 tahun di Sapura, saya join kawan saya untuk develop business dia, iaitu Sigoros, selama 5 tahun. Lepas tu saya jual share saya dan sekarang saya own multiple business lah. Businessman ni sebenarnya saya tiada plan apa-apa untuk jadi businessman. Always ada decision making punya time. Always ada junction yang kita change banyak decision. Nanti saya elaborate sikit macam mana kita change decision sampai jadi businessman dan sampai jadi investor. Kita hanya faham selepas kita dah jadi. Okay, itu sebab sikit daripada saya. Okay,
thank you KI. Okay, back to the title kita ni is a business kan. Bila business ni, the interpretation from people is nak jadi kaya, and I believe from you guys punya experience, you have been for various industries macam Putri dengan MNC, KI dengan Petronas, dengan Siguros, dengan TL Offshore previously kan. What are the things yang capture yang membuatkan you all venture into business? Yang tu I nak start my first question. Probably kita start dengan KI. Because business ni orang kata nak jadi kaya lah kan. So the things yang kita nak tengok, the moment yang you capture nak venture into the business. Probably KI boleh start dulu yang ni.
Kalau perjalanan bisnes saya ni sebenarnya tak pernah terlintas untuk jadi kaya. Dia waktu kenapa saya pilih UTM, itu saya cerita ada banyak decision yang kita buat at that time and which we need to decide. Hanya kita saja boleh decide. Kita minta pendapat orang pun kita tahu pendapat hanya pendapat. pendapat yang betul-betul tiada salah langsung adalah hanyalah Al-Quran dan hadis. Ada people punya pendapat tu tak boleh sebab kita yang take responsibility. Jadi saya bermula bila masuk UTM tu sebenarnya kawan-kawan semua pergi overseas. Kan, budak MRSM kan. Mereka ambil pinjaman. Tahun saya start pinjaman. Jadi saya masuk local U sebab kat situ ada banyak scholarship. Dan saya ambil lah scholarship Selangkawai pada waktu tu. Sebab itulah scholarship yang paling mahal sekali. So the obvious choice memang nak masuk Selangkawai tu sebab nombor satu beasiswa dia paling tinggi. Jadi senang sikit nak hidup. Tapi dia punya opportunity tu kita tahu is adventure and we are citizen of the world. Sebab dia akan engage kita straight away become Selangkawai International lah. That's the best decision at that time. Kalau kita nak beli motor, kita nak beli komputer, kita everything kan. The best decision at that time Selangkawai. Walaupun pada waktu tu Petronas dah offer dia. Lepas tu Shell dah masuk final interview. Tapi decision at that time. Tapi nak jadi cerita, selepas ambil Selangkawai, dah ambil pun. Selepas tahun, I breach the contract. I change scholarship to Petronas. Kan? That decision I ambil sebab apa? Sebab I rasa Petronas lagi best. Kan? It's an oil and gas company, tetapi scholarship dia lagi rendah dari Selangkawai. Tapi kita masuk ambil Petronas, but still Selangkawai is in contact with me. Dia pun cakap dia tak boleh suruh lah sebab Petronas is the biggest client for them. And in Southeast Asia. Tapi waktu I kat Petronas tu still Selangkawai send me for training dekat Australia dengan kat Indonesia. Dan betul-betul at that time I tak pernah terlintas nak jadi businessman. I just want to become oil and gas practitioner.
Oil and gas engineer.
Dapat experience from Selangkawai, engineer. Dapat experience from Selangkawai, dapat experience from Petronas. I rasa dah best. Dan waktu SPM, I ambil account. Teringin nak jadi accountant. Tapi decision, we change. Last minute, we change decision sebab waktu form 5, I sangat terror fizik dengan AMATS. So, kita rasa, kalau aku ambil subjek ni kat universiti, aku score ni. So, decision change. Even waktu SPM. And we make that decision. Sebab businessman lepas ni, rupa-rupanya kita baru tahu cerita lah. Bila kita dah jadi businessman tahun umur 50 ni, then we start to realize, we need to make tons of decision almost every day. And nobody shall influence us. That decision is ours. Kita just ambil data daripada orang je. And we change decision. So lepas SPM, I change decision. Daripada nak jadi accountant, nak jadi engineer. And true enough, bila masuk universiti, kita pandai subjek tu, kita pandai lah. Kalau I ambil lawyer, I rasa dah fail lah. Kan? So, I ambil lah subjek yang memang I senang nak buat benda tu. Kan? So, bila I change scholarship to Petronas tu, bila I grad, I kerja Petronas lah. Selepas grad kerja Petronas, 6 tahun, masa tahun ke-6, I change decision. I dah nak berhenti Petronas lah. Sebab Petronas sends me to management punya ladder. So I'm no longer an engineer. They put me into safety. And then later on they want to put in legal. Lepas tu they want to hantar pergi buat master. So I rasa pada waktu tu I need to change the decision. I kena quit Petronas sebab I still want to become engineer. Dan resign Petronas, masuk TL offshore, tak ramai orang buat lah. Dan pada waktu tu. So I masuk TL offshore. Masa dekat TL offshore, Alhamdulillah is another good journey. 4 tahun, tak ada teringin nak resign pun. Because salary is memang sangat besar lah. Oil and gas punya salary on contractor side at that time, we are talking about 5 figure per month in US dollar. So memanglah selesa. Lepas tu kawan I sampai, which is owner Sigoros, nama Azmadi, ajak I develop dia punya company from testing and commissioning to become full-fledged Cat 1, which is exactly a copycat like TL Offshore. Which is, I grab that opportunity. Gaji lagi rendah. Tapi dia bagi ke I shares.
Masa tu
And then I work on it.
dah tu dah start jadi businessman lah tu.
Apa dia?
Dah start jadi businessman lah.
Tapi kalau start jadi start jadi businessman, gaji pun kecil kan. Kira technically downgrade everything lah. Tapi kita tahu this is what we can do best. Dia lebih kurang macam mula-mula sekali tukar course kan. Aku nak jadi engineer sebab aku tiada fizik. Rupanya pasal benda ni benda senang. Dia lebih kurang saya rasa macam kalau kita pandai main bola, kita janganlah gatai main hoki. Kan, kita main bola. Sebab confirm kita dah jadi star. So kita kena tahu apa yang kita pandai buat. So kita buat lah. Kan, diligently. Kan, lepas tu bila Sigoros tu memang I really nak develop the Sigoros sampai develop besar sampai pergi overseas. Tapi at that time, another time, selepas 5 tahun, I make another decision. I nak jual share Sigoros. I want to come back to Malaysia and become an investor. Jual beli company. Dan jual beli property lah. Commercial property. Tapi setiap junction tu ada decision time yang kita buat dan pada waktu tu kita rasa that's the best. And businessman ni satu je. Nobody ask us to do apa-apa pun. Kita bukan orang yang wait until until us kan. People kira technically is kita bukan orang yang idling tunggu orang arah kita buat apa, tak. Kita fikir sendiri apa kita nak buat. Jadi selalunya kita akan fikir apa yang kita suka buat lah. Itu. So jadi advice saya kepada businessman ni hanya korang je tahu apa yang kau suka buat. Tapi kalau kita suka buat tu sebenarnya kita buat sungguh-sungguh lah kan. Dia macam kalau ambil contoh bola sepak, tengok Ronaldo training kan, dia ambil tendangan percuma pun berhari-hari kan. Kita tengok pun kita letih, tapi dia tak letih sebab itu yang dia rasa dia suka buat. Okay,
thank you KI. Cuma mana KI tak cerita yang dia masa dekat Sigoros tu, dekat Turkmenistan lah, dekat Turki, so dia tak boleh belik raya sebab tu dia nak jual share cepat-cepat. Okay, KI daripada working life lepas tu into business. Mimi ni family dah ada exposure daripada kecil lagi, nenek pun dah business, bapak dah business. Boleh cerita sikit what you venturing into Mimi?
Okay, Mimi sebenarnya okay, Mimi punya experience macam mana titik permulaan dengan kenapa Mimi buka bisnes, kerana family background lah sebenarnya. Jenis Mimi dengan family berbeza. So kita lebih independent. Sebab mak Mimi dengan bapa Mimi is perjalanan yang berbeza. So selepas Mimi belajar dan kita fokus dengan jenis kita independently untuk kita survive, untuk kita bertanggungjawab dengan family semua. Kat situ adalah big why Mimi lah, kenapa Mimi buka bisnes Mimi sendiri dan Mimi berhenti kerja. So sebelum tu Mimi bekerja dan sambil bekerja dan Mimi tetap juga berniaga. So Mimi bekerja dalam IT industry sebelum ni dan juga Mimi pernah buat unit trust. Dan selepas Mimi register company Mimi tahun 2011 dan selepas itulah Mimi terus melangkah dalam bisnes sampai sekarang lah dalam F&B. So daripada 2011 Mimi buka kafe and then Mimi buat sos dan sampailah sekarang Mimi terlibat dalam franchise business Del France. So Mimi punya perjalanan kehidupan dengan keluarga dan juga jenis kita tu adalah big why kita kenapa kita melangkah dalam bidang bisnes lah. Sebenarnya dia punya perjalanan tu sangat susah juga, tapi kerana minat Mimi dan juga dalam masa yang sama juga kerana Mimi fokus dan committed dengan apa yang Mimi buat. Sebab bagi Mimi bidang kulineri ni sebenarnya kalau kita betul-betul fokus, kita boleh commercialize apa yang kita nak buat. So bagi Mimi itulah yang titik permulaan Mimi daripada awal, daripada Mimi buka company, sehinggalah Mimi develop one by one. Mimi identify di mana Mimi nak buka, Mimi identify di mana Mimi punya target market, dan Mimi identify apa Mimi punya strength, apa Mimi punya kekurangan, apa Mimi punya kelebihan. Dekat situlah yang menyebabkan Mimi keep on motivate hari-hari untuk Mimi sampai sekarang lah. Mimi sebenarnya segan sebab Mimi jarang, Mimi rasa first time untuk Mimi keluar share Mimi punya experience, dan Mimi rasa Mimi segan sikit lah. Semua orang hebat-hebat, Mimi takut.
You are doing well. Jangan malu-malu because kita
Mimi malu.
the exposure tu yang kita nak, because sorry to say lah, kadang di kalangan orang Melayu ni kita tak berapa banyak expose dalam perniagaan. Kalau kita tengok, kita selalu dimomokkan banyak yang cerita-cerita, tapi kita tak nampak dia punya masa dia climbing stage tu nak jadi berjaya tu, yang selalu kita kurang pendedahan. Sebab kadang-kadang kita tengok yang dah berjaya, kita tak tengok yang orang how do they start kan?
Bukan senang lah. Bagi Mimi bukan senang, tapi daripada awal tu Mimi punya big why sebenarnya yang menolak Mimi ke depan macam mana Mimi nak buka bisnes, sebenarnya keluarga Mimi lah. Kerana perjalanan keluarga kita, and then yang menyebabkan Mimi terpaksa jadi berdikari macam tu. So bila Mimi terpaksa berdikari dan Mimi kena decide apa yang Mimi nak buat, apa kelebihan Mimi, macam tu lah. Sebab Mimi punya big why ramai. So daripada situlah Mimi everyday Mimi keep going sampai hari ni lah. Mimi tak pernah fikir, memang betul banyak cabaran, orang tak percaya kat kita, orang akan underestimate kita, orang akan argue kita, macam-macam, tapi Mimi tak pernah anggap benda tu. Mimi rasa kalau itu adalah cabaran untuk Mimi, Mimi akan keluar daripada kepompong tu. So Mimi akan cari orang kata area yang Mimi rasa itu yang orang lebih trust kat Mimi lah, macam tu kan. So bagi Mimi, Mimi tak pernah give up. Memang cabaran tu sangat susah lah Mimi nak describe macam mana cabaran dia. Kita kena tabah lah sebenarnya, kita kena tabah.
Itu yang kita nak kena guna SWOT analysis tu kan Putri kan?
Kita kena spesifik, kita kena measurable, orang kata kita kena ada apa yang khusus lah, yang apa yang kita rasa kita tahu itu yang kita boleh buat, dan kita kena fokuskan apa yang kita punya goal kita tu yang boleh capai lah. Maksudnya macam Mimi jenis macam tu. So dan kita kena tengok goal kita yang berkaitan dengan kita punya minat, yang berkaitan dengan apa yang kita dah ada. Dan juga orang kata bagi Mimi, macam Mimi pula, Mimi suka bagi timeline untuk Mimi. Kalau sesuatu benda yang Mimi fokus, kalau certain time Mimi tak boleh achieve, dan Mimi akan delete terus macam tu. So Mimi lebih macam tu. So berbalik kepada bisnes F&B daripada awal, sebenarnya dulu masa ketika Mimi masih bekerja, sebenarnya bila Mimi form company, Mimi nak pass over kepada keluarga Mimi sebenarnya. Tetapi keluarga Mimi ada yang dapat kerja, semua dah berkahwin. Jadi Mimi terpaksa bertanggungjawab dengan bisnes yang Mimi dah buka. Itu sebenarnya kenapa Mimi teruskan langkah Mimi sampai sekarang lah.
Okay, terima kasih Mimi. How about you Putri? You have been working for so many years, dah pergi dekat Motorola, dekat US, come back here kan, and I met you dekat Motorola, even Malaysia pun dekat Motorola Solution tu for ISO audit. So what makes you decide to be in this business world so called?
Okay, terima kasih Fanan. Okay, actually memang kalau nampak saya punya perjalanan ni dia macam KI lah tadi cakap, ada banyak cabang kan, kita make decision at certain junction and ada banyak sangat decision every day kita buat. So kalau perasan saya punya degree in statistik, minor computer science, saya masuk dalam HR, saya bekerja sebagai daripada analis sampai ke jadi regional director dalam HR, dan bila saya one of the thing yang saya belajar during my first 24 years of my service is about focus, about clarity of purpose. So saya daripada mula saya memang put in goals bila saya setiap 2 tahun setengah ataupun 3 tahun saya mesti dapat promotion, dan saya ada goals untuk jadi country director. That was my highest aspiration. Tapi lepas tu bos saya tanya kenapa nak stop dekat country director saja, because saya tak confident because of the team, the people that saya have to deal with. Saya tak confident saya boleh jadi regional director. So tapi alhamdulillah Allah mudahkan saya jadi my last position was a regional director untuk double region, 2 region, satu Asia Pacific dan Middle East dan termasuk Libya and Egypt. Jadi along the journey, saya sebenarnya one of the discipline yang saya buat adalah saya set up clear goals. So bila saya set up clear goals. Maksudnya saya beritahu kat diri saya at certain age saya nak ada saving banyak ni. At certain age saya nak pergi Mekah buat haji. Jadi saya set up clear goals. Bila kita ada clear goals, saya rasa kita akan our heart, our brain akan go towards the goal. Jadi selepas saya tahun 2015 bila saya ended up saya punya service dengan Motorola, saya actually saya have been wanting to do my own business. So 2015 saya started my HR consulting company. Why HR consulting? Because saya nak work on something yang saya familiar. So bila kita nak buat sesuatu, kita kena buat dengan ilmu. So saya during my last 5 years of the job, saya was a talent development director and saya develop talent leaders at different levels. So the company that saya set up adalah untuk share back the knowledge yang saya ada. Being in a multinational, saya travel a lot, saya involved in a lot of projects dan saya ada opportunity untuk participate in a global standard projects. Jadi InsyaAllah kata dari segi HR, dari segi project management is where my I'm good at. Specifically on performance management, this is where I was good at. So saya set up the HR consulting company tu. The offering for the company is to provide service to the other companies, also to teach other graduates. So one of the focus area yang saya buat adalah to develop graduates and bridge them to the industry. So saya banyak study, saya banyak buat program, banyak buat work on the graduate development ataupun orang yang lepas sekolah, macam mana dia orang nak perform better dekat industri bila dia masuk kerja. So and saya myself, I went through the route. Alhamdulillah bila saya bekerja, saya during first year tu saya, because saya pregnant, ini antara work life balance yang kena ada, saya perform very bad. But that was it. Lepas tu saya perform, alhamdulillah my bosses every year keep on telling me that I'm the top 10, top 20% of the performers in the company. So saya boleh share. So bila saya buka company Talent Suites adalah meant untuk share the methods, macam mana nak how do you perform at work, and also kita offer corporate training and skills yang you perlu untuk you stand out of others. So that was where I started. Of course saya set up business tu because saya nak create another story of my life. Saya dah ada satu story in my multinational experience, and bila saya this is the next cycle of my life, my career. Saya actually masih baru. And bila saya masuk dalam bidang perniagaan, kita tahu berniaga dan berbisnes are two different things. Macam KI jadi investors is another level of business, orang kata bukan yang saya ceburi. So berniaga, jual barang is not doing business, you are just berniaga. But bila you buat business, you developing a business. So so banyak orang kata decision making, banyak orang kata cabaran yang kita lalui. It's not as easy as people see. Oh, orang buat bisnes kaya, orang buat bisnes banyak untung. Not that. So you have to know your product, you have to develop your product until the market accept it, and then you have to grow your business. And those kata senang cakap tapi is something yang saya sendiri masih belajar. Dan because one of the thing that I did after 2 years, saya open up the Talent Suites. Saya open up another company which focus on the fast moving goods items, products, dan saya ceburi area yang saya not good at. And this is something yang saya buat because saya nak break the barrier of my fear. Jadi saya talent suits alhamdulillah bukanlah nak kata senang, tapi because I have been there, saya dah buat kerja tu banyak, jadi insyaAllah saya boleh buat very kata smoothly. Tapi bila saya buka another company, saya buka kilang, this is where really kata apa, tested my talent and my knowledge and my perseverance. So we can talk a bit more later. And saya even macam saya dah jumpa KI a few times and I've learned a lot from him, the way how he strategize his business, all those things. So saya get input from him too. So as I have met with kata many people also, saya jumpa the subject matter experts of the area that I'm in, because dalam berbisnes ni kita kena ada ilmu produk, ilmu technical business, orang kata accounting, orang kata financial, ilmu nak buat orang kata apa ni, nak buat filing, nak buat record keeping, all those are very important. Ilmu marketing, okay? Macam mana you nak strategize your market, who are your market, who are not your market, dekat mana you nak prioritize you punya kata strategi, orang kata marketing strategy you, and bila ada issues macam mana you nak control you punya quality, orang kata macam mana you nak revert to the customer, all those things. So it's a totally vast orang kata area for me, tapi it's an opportunity for me to learn. And furthermore, actually the whole purpose kenapa saya get into the second business is for me to learn and understand so that I can develop entrepreneurs. So saya actually in the midst of developing programs to develop entrepreneurs from zero, tak tahu nak berniaga apa, nak berbisnes apa, into you're getting into you developing kata business. So itu jadi saya belajar sendiri macam mana nak buat business tu, macam mana nak start up, dan insyaAllah in kata 1 year kata period saya akan come up with a program untuk develop entrepreneurs.
Itu yang saya pelik tu, sebab apa Putri daripada HR line, a few MNCs, Motorola and all that. Suddenly you dengan company Talent Suits tu I tak terkejut, tapi bila you ada another company yang produce kicap cap cherry ni, I terkejut juga kan, sebab you ni I can imagine maybe you kecil-kecil suka makan kicap ke apa kan. Okay, next question kan. Along the way masa start KI masa nak start business tu, what you are looking at actually, because you after you sell off all your shares Siguros tu, dekat Siguros I come across dengan a few things yang you kat Turkmenistan lah, dekat Turkey lah kan, for pipelines kan, because I dengan KI dulu lebih kurang sama feel, so I boleh ni dengan dia. What makes you decide, macam you dah venture into business kan, tadi based on your profile ni you banyak in term of apa, dia buat investment. What kind of investment? Sebab untuk anak-anak kita dekat Langkawi ni, dia macam pelik sikit kan, investment you need some kind of modal kan. Ada juga anak-anak saya pun cerita pasal Bitcoin pula kan. Kata tak apa, probably KI dekat sini.
Saya buat investment ni asalnya part time lah. Tahun 1995. Waktu tu umur 25 tahun, kerja dekat Petronas. Investment saya yang pertama adalah saya share dengan 3 orang company, 3 orang lagi kawan, kita orang beli kedai Dobi. That is my first business lah. Kita orang beli kedai Dobi. Lepas tu saya share dengan 3 orang kawan, tapi kawan lain. Ini semua yang 3 ni, tiga Petronas, sebab loan tak cukup, tapi kena ada 3 gaji lah, 3 gaji Petronas untuk beli rumah kedai di Penang. Kan, that is the first commercial property, both in 1995. I baru kerja 2 tahun pada waktu tu. Adalah duit sikit-sikit, duit pergi site, ada banyak allowance. Kereta tak ada, pakai motor saja. Motor student lah, motor daripada student tu pakai motor Honda Cup lagi. Rumah pun sewa 450, kongsi 3 orang. So kalau orang kata orang yang banyak duit ni frugal, memang agak frugal lah. That's my life. Kawan-kawan semua beli Honda Civic kan, umur 25 start kerja kan. Saya pakai motor, Tapi ada duit lebih dan tiba-tiba ada lagi 2 orang kawan yang lebih kurang macam kami. Jom kita beli kedai Dobi. Ada kedai Dobi for sale. Kedai Dobi tu adalah di Setiabangsa. Lepas tu another 3 kawan lagi. Tapi dia orang dah senior, dia orang dah manager benda tu. Dia orang banyak duit lah, gaji pun besar. Tapi kita kongsi 3 orang, maka loan lepas lah untuk beli rumah kedai di Penang tahun 95. So that's the first one lah. To cut the story short, kedai Dobi tu 2 tahun lepas tu saya nak kahwin, saya jual. Rumah kedai Penang sampai hari ni ada lagi lah. We are collecting rental lah. Still share dengan another 2 orang, ex-Petronas lah. 2 orang dah resign and 2 orang become businessman. Itu saya punya experience yang pertama invest in property dan company. Selepas tu along the line bila saya kerja, saya banyaklah advice orang, ada yang saya beli shares, kawan-kawan nak buat bisnes, saya bagi modal. Ada macam-macam, ada kedai burger, ada kedai tom yum, you just name it lah kan. Klinik gigi, doctors punya klinik, Tadika International School, semua tu dah saya invest. Cumanya apabila Sigoros, saya develop the business, saya rasa kami develop the business lah. Kawan saya Azmadi buat part 9 testing commissioning, dia invite saya untuk masuk untuk develop Cat 1. Dalam offshore installation ni, Cat 1 ni adalah kontrak yang paling besar lah. Jadi saya lah yang masuk buat Cat 1 tu sebab pada waktu tu saya adalah GM Head of Marine. Saya Head of Marine untuk Sapura Crest. Memang superintendent report kat saya. All these offshore works memang saya buat lah. Sebab saya memang kira kita daripada operation engineer atau batch sampai jadi superintendent, kita dah lalui semua tu. Jadi untuk buat benda tu kita rasa senang. Bila kawan ajak pun, tak apa, ini aku boleh buat. Bukannya dia ajak benda-benda yang rocket science, tak. Benda yang memang kita duk buat in and out. So, I have a pretty confident untuk ambil pay cut pun. Tapi untuk develop business kawan I. And then, we develop, true enough, after 5 years, kita menang dekat Turki tu, sebenarnya that is icing on the cake lah. Sebab kita beat Samsung untuk offshore project. Sebelum tu Turkmenistan, we hit our first billion ringgit contract dekat Turkmenistan. Jadi selepas Turki tu saya rasa cukup lah kot jadi engineer ni. Saya janji dengan kawan saya to develop dengan business. So saya jual lah shares tu sebab saya masih lagi suka sebenarnya. Sama lah macam lepas SPM, saya rasa saya pandai maths dengan fizik, saya nak jadi engineer. Tapi selepas saya duk beli company, sembang dengan kawan-kawan yang develop business, beli commercial property, and then always my commercial property tu I put my friend to do business inside. Dia orang dapat RM10, dia bayarlah RM1 kat saya as a rental. Saya punya rule of thumb 10% from business, you pay me as rental, I'm happy. Kan? Dan untuk businessman pun sebenarnya kalau 10% for rental memang a little bit on the high side. Tapi risk wise, I think they are very happy lah for all that arrangement. Rupanya itulah life yang I rasa I paling best. I own a commercial property and then I set up business ataupun invest in my friend's business. Bila saya jual Sigoros tu, saya balik Malaysia dan saya full time lah. Buat benda yang dulu saya buat part time, sekarang saya buat benda tu as a full time. In fact, ada beberapa company yang I invest using Sigoros. So until now, ada company yang I still own with my old partner in Sigoros. Tapi not Sigoros lah. Sigoros punya company I jual all my shares. But ada company in Indonesia yang sebenarnya company tu first kali I invest dah lama. Lepas tu waktu I dekat Sigoros, I ajak lah my partner kan. Jom lah, invest kali dengan aku lah. Alang-alang aku dah ada dalam shares ni. So bila dia orang nak raise paid up capital, then we invest lah. That's company in Indonesia. So bila saya dah jual Sigoros tu, as if business punya life I dah tak ada lah. I purely investor. My partner is all businessman managing their business. I'm a shareholder. Dan business saya macam-macam lah. Ada Tadika, ada international school. Dah jual satu, ada lagi satu. Tadika dah jual banyak, tinggal satu lagi. Klinik gigi ada, klinik estetik ada, women wellness klinik. Lagi apa? Ada properties banyak, ada kafe.
KI bukan doktor,
Saya ada
klinik ya. KI
apa dia?
KI background engineering tapi ada klinik ya.
Yes. Saya ajar anak saya pun macam tu, untuk ni kira sebenarnya kita ada dua choice, sama ada kita nak jadi doktor atau kita nak own a clinic atau own hospital lah. Sebenarnya tak ada benda yang dia pro and con sama je. Sebenarnya kita tahu apa kita suka buat lah. Ada orang dia suka jadi doktor, jangan suruh dia jadi own hospital, nanti dia stres, darah tinggi dia. Not worth it. Kan dia, kalau dia suka jadi doktor, dia kita kira macam orang tu dia pandai main bola, dia macam Maradona ataupun Ronaldo, he will be very happy to play football. Jangan gatai suruh dia jadi manager ataupun manager club. Kan, nanti dia stres. So sebenarnya hanya kita saja tahu apa yang kita suka. Jadi kita buatlah apa kita suka. Jadi kita tak stres. Bila kita tak stres ni, insya-Allah lah kita kurang marah. Okay. Kita okey lah.
Okay. Tadi KI punya ni saja nak ni I capture satu tadi KI punya quote tadi, nak kahwin jual kedai dobi ya. So this is nasihat to anak-anak semua. So some of the people out there bila nak kahwin loan bank and all that kan. Tapi tengok KI dia jual kedai dobi, dia invest, dia jual kedai dobi, dia tak ada loan untuk kahwin ya. So it's good point untuk anak-anak ni ya. Okay, go to Mimi ya. Macam mana dengan family punya support? Because I nampak background you daripada parents, daripada nenek, business kan. So how is their support into bila you venturing into business ni?
Okay, family punya support daripada awal-awal, memang family Mimi ada involve. Tapi selepas pada tu masing-masing semua dah ada tanggungjawab masing-masing, dan masing-masing ada kehidupan masing-masing dan kita bergerak sendiri. Dan daripada situ masih lagi keluarga Mimi masih lagi tengok support, tapi tidak committed 100% lah. So Mimi saja yang teruskan perjalanan bisnes Mimi ni dengan keluarga daripada staff-staff kita, daripada family Anggun sendiri. So perjalanan kita sebenarnya sangat penuh dengan cabaran, tapi alhamdulillah kita dapat manage dan kita dapat overcome dengan sentiasa berfikiran positif untuk kita change kita punya mindset. Macam mana kita nak tukar strategi, hari ni kita punya cabaran datang, hari ni kita tukar dan kita kena teruskan langkah perjalanan kita untuk terus survive lah dengan apa yang kita dah buat. So macam Mimi lebih kepada macam tu. So jadi Mimi rasa macam untuk adik-adik yang baru nak habis belajar, adik-adik boleh set you punya goal dan you have to be specific apa yang you nak buat. Bagi Mimi, jangan takut untuk tanggung risiko dan menjalankan tanggungjawab, sebab kita akan teruskan langkah tu dan insyaAllah kita akan mampu orang kata teruskan apa yang kita nak buat dan apa yang dah ditetapkan untuk kita. Janji kita kena usaha. So bagi Mimi, perjalanan Mimi, mungkin Mimi boleh cerita sikit macam mana Mimi involve dengan franchise Deli France. Untuk adik-adik mungkin baru untuk Deli France tu, tapi Deli France adalah childhood brand untuk rakyat Malaysia, untuk rakyat Malaysia yang penuh dengan memori. Sebab dulu-dulu kita belajar makan roti croissant Cik Khairul dengan Kak Putri dengan Deli France, tak silap Mimi dulu. So masa 4 tahun dulu 4 tahun dulu Mimi sebenarnya kebetulan dalam Mimi punya bisnes punya network, masa tu Mimi ada bawa masuk kopi, macam tu lah. So jadi dan Mimi ada involve dengan franchise-franchise yang lain, dan daripada situ Mimi dapat peluang dan Mimi go personally jumpa dengan diorang di sana, and then kita go pitching. So Mimi cuba nasib masa tu Dan along the way ada rezeki dan kita dapat letter offer tahun 2018, dan selepas itu dan kita teruskan untuk registration apa semua, sebab memang orang tak tahu, sampailah kita identify location, and then Mimi punya partner daripada France tu datang ke sini, franchise owner, identify location dengan kita sama-sama. Lepas tu itulah bermulanya perjalanan Mimi dengan diorang. Dan memang bukan senang nak deal dengan bangsa lain, tetapi Mimi jadi diri Mimi dan Mimi share apa yang Mimi rasa perlu untuk yang ada perubahan untuk Delhi France re-entry back di Malaysia. That's why bila kali kedua kita datang ke Malaysia ni, kita tukar 100% for the past 100 years. Kita tukar konsep, kita tukar strategi, dan kita lebih kepada home. So Mimi bawa balik the concept, Parisian concept di Malaysia, but you feel like home. Konsep kita ni sesuai untuk semua. Kita nak jihad lah, kita nak united to everyone. So everyone boleh datang makan di tempat kita. You boleh feel like you dekat France ataupun you dekat overseas, you boleh beli takeaway, dan you boleh duduk di terrace, you boleh masuk as a lounge, you know. So kat situlah Mimi nak convince diorang dulu, Mimi nak jadikan experience center. So alhamdulillah sekarang ni kita dah buka di Malaysia di Publica, dan daripada start di Delhi France di Publica inilah yang ramai orang yang tanya siapa yang bawa, tanya macam mana Mimi boleh get involved, sebab Mimi adalah small player je dalam bisnes. Mimi hanya kita develop bisnes kita Mimi target for generation. So Mimi slowly step by step, because Mimi masih belajar day by day. Mimi masih orang kata motivate myself, motivate my team semua untuk kita survive walaupun kita menghadapi banyak cabaran dalam pandemik. Tetapi alhamdulillah it's very positive feedback. So because kita kena set kita punya mindset sendiri. Kalau mindset kita positif, so apa yang datang everyday tu kita dapat lalui cabaran tu dengan macam ibaratkan Mimi selalu set dekat Mimi punya mind, ataupun Mimi selalu berkata-kata dalam hati Mimi, hari ni Mimi plan A, tiba-tiba jadi B. Nak tak nak Mimi kena terima B, itu adalah Tuhan Allah yang plan untuk kita. So jadi Mimi selalu set macam tu. So jadi ini adalah yang point yang Mimi rasa adik-adik semua yang lain tu, bagi Mimi jangan pernah takut untuk bertanggungjawab, untuk taking risk. You kena rajin dan you kena set clearly your mind. You kena orang kata be specific, measurable, and attainable, relevant dengan, and then also time bound. Maksudnya you punya limit time yang you nak set target you. So I rasa that's the best lah. Kerja F&B ni bagi Mimi, kalau Mimi tak involve lagi, mungkin Mimi tak involve. Tapi sebabkan Mimi dah involve dalam F&B, Mimi teruskan langkah ni. Sebabnya kerja F&B kerja yang tak pernah habis. Kerja yang you tak boleh set you punya time untuk you rest. So you kena keep on active, keep on motivated, you know, untuk you teruskan perjalanan you dalam F&B untuk you survive. So
basically Mimi trying to say that you kena mentally prepared to face all the challenges.
All the challenges.
Sebab soalan
bagi Mimi macam ni lah.
Kita pasal ni lah, all the challenges, how do we get so these are the answer lah. I rasa Mimi dah bagi the answer ni, challenges.
Positive bagi Mimi, just do your best, even not your best, you know. I believe you just continue do your best lah, even though not the best. Bagi Mimi, you know yourself, even because tak ada siapa boleh petikaikan perjalanan you, because it's meant to be. So tapi kalau you tak usaha, benda tu you pun tak tahu macam mana orang kata you punya perjalanan you, titik nokta you, kalau you tak usaha kan. So I rasa you teruskan usaha apa yang you nak buat, tapi be specific dengan minat you. Kalau you tak minat sesuatu benda yang nak buat tu pun, adik-adik you tak boleh nak ikut orang, so nanti you akan jadi cepat give up. So jangan ikut orang. You ikut apa kata hati you dan teruskan langkah you. Walau apa-apa pun cabaran, I believe ada solutionnya. Jangan malu. So itu je lah yang you boleh cakap.
Nak menjawab ada satu soalan ni daripada Amir ni. So how do we get mentally prepared to face those challenges downtimes tu? Probably KI boleh jawab kot. Challenges, mentally nak prepare tu. Apa nak prepare tu kan? Sebab dalam bisnes ni kadang-kadang kena tipu ni biasa dah. Normal kan? Kena tipu ni.
Normal.
Kena nak prepare, nak mentally.
Dia dalam bisnes ni kita ada up and down, tapi kita kena ada satu panduan. Panduan tu is more to how we control our emotion. Sebenarnya buat bisnes ni emotion kena jaga betul-betul lah. Kita just gather all the facts and we make decision, lepas tu kita kena tawakal. Kita kena make sure hanya kita saja tahu kita buat based on emotion ataupun tak. Orang lain tak tahu. So dia macam ni, right? Macam mana kita nak dapat panduan tu? Kalau saya ambil contoh, macam katalah saya nak pergi Langkawi, saya nak pergi MRSM Langkawi. Saya tak pernah pergi MRSM Langkawi ni.
Dipersilakan.
Kalau saya turun airport, saya ambil kereta sewa. InsyaAllah saya pakai Waze lah. Saya pakai Waze, maka Waze tu lah panduan saya untuk sampai ke MRSM Langkawi. Sebelum sampai tengok ada aksiden kat depan tu. Memang kita nampak pun. Dekat Waze dah cerita ada aksiden. Saya patut jumpa Abang Nan dekat Langkawi. Dekat MRSM Langkawi. Saya telefon Abang Nan. Aku lambat sikit lah. Sebab ada aksiden. Jalan jam. Kat sini pula Pantai Cenang. Saya berhenti lah kan. Kena kari kepala ikan dulu. Relax. Lepas tu sambung. Maka patut jumpa Abang Nan pukul 5. Dah kali jumpa lepas maghrib. Tapi kita still jumpa. Tapi tak stres. Tapi kalau tak ada Waze, stres tak? Abang Nan tunggu, Abang Nan stres. Saya dalam jam pun stres, tak tahu sebab apa stres. Kita tak singgah pun makan lagi sebab konon-kononnya ni boleh jalan di sini. Kita tak singgah makan, perut lapar dan end up stres. Abang Nan tu, Abang Nan stres, kita pun stres. Hanya kerana tak ada panduan. So kalau kita dalam orang Islam ni, kita senang. Allah dah bagi Al-Quran sebagai panduan. Maka insya-Allah Al-Quran tu akan make kita punya life sangat tenang. Sebab dengar Al-Quran hati menjadi tenang. So sebenarnya kalau kita tengok bisnes, ada tak orang-orang yang bukan Islam bila rugi bisnes last kali bunuh diri? Ada. Tapi kalau ada tak kita tengok Pak Lebay yang setiap hari pergi surau, adalah bisnes sikit, lepas tu rugi ataupun kalau isteri dia mati pun, dia depres macam mana pun, insya-Allah dia tak bunuh diri. Kita tengok orang Palestin kan, bini dia kena bunuh depan mata dia, anak dia kena colik, masuk dalam penjara 5-6 tahun, tapi mereka tak bunuh diri, mereka tak depres sampai merosakkan diri mereka. So kalau kita businessman ni memang kebergantungan kita pada Allah tu extremely maximum. Sebab kita pun tak tahu bisnes kita ni nak untung ke nak rugi. Cumanya kita kena jadi terbaik setiap hari. Diri kita je. Kita tak boleh harap orang lain. Orang nak tipu kita tak ada kontrol. Kita nak jumpa siapa tak ada kontrol. Jumpa staff yang penipala tak ada kontrol. Jumpa partner yang nak kelentong pun tak ada kontrol. Kita hanya boleh kontrol diri kita, be the best we can be. Nak check the best hanya kita je tahu. Pagi tadi subuh kat surau tak? Kalau subuh kat surau tu dah langkah kanan dah tu. Kita dah start the day with style. Ya. So hanya kita saja tahu macam mana kita nak jadi the best person, as a person dulu. Sebab lepas ni kita akan hadapi banyak benda lagi. Tapi as a person kita dah solid, insya-Allah segala ujian tu kita nampak macam ujian lah. Sebab kita dah nampak dia punya game tu, kita dah nampak from the beginning until the end. Macam kita nampak waste tadi tu. Kita dah tahu dah. Ini semua ujian untuk kita jadi sedih. Sebab sedih, kita lagi dekat dengan Tuhan. Ini ujian, kita jadi kaya. Kita happy terlebih. Kita dekat dengan Tuhan. Everything yang happen tu, sebenarnya adalah untuk kita lagi dekat dengan Tuhan. Dan kita tahulah, kita akan jumpa lagi depan. And this journey, is an extremely beautiful journey.
Okay,
Itulah.
ada satu soalan ni, tapi yang ni saya rasa saya pun boleh jawab lah. I would like to ask a question from businessmen and businesswomen. It is compulsory for them to hire accountants to control their money flow. So what kind of criteria they are looking for in accountants that they wanted to hire? Ini depends on how big is the business lah kot Kalau tidak, kita just engage accounts. Probably yang ni Putri boleh jawab kot
Okay, actually cakap pasal woman ni tadi kan Manan, regardless lah accountant ke IT ke, actually kita saya sebagai kata woman yang bekerja dalam corporate world, kita ada banyak challenges. Saya just nak share sikit. So accountant, you punya degree tu is cuma license, macam all the speakers yang sebelum ni cakap. Tapi yang penting sekali adalah what are the additional characters ataupun additional behaviours yang you bawa so that people pilih you. So kalau dalam kata business, macam obviously macam Abang Nan kata, ikut depends on how big is the company, they may require accountant, they may engage external accountant. Tapi what saya nak mention is about kalau woman ni, dia punya, you have to really carry yourself to be heard. Kadang-kadang suara you pun kena ada the right tone in order for you to be heard. Itu salah satu kata cabaran yang you may face kata apabila you sama ada you dalam business ke, dalam corporate world ke, karakteristik kata yang untuk berjaya tu sangat penting. So you have to know what are the traits ataupun personality yang you ada untuk you being selected to be hired.
Another question ni, lepas SPM apa pathway yang sesuai ataupun kita boleh buat apa-apa kursus perniagaan?
Betul. You boleh join je kursus apa-apa sebenarnya yang you minat.
Assalamualaikum, nak tanya, saya ada bisnes, macam mana nak teruskan selepas SPM? Sambung study atau sambung buat bisnes? Wah, dia dah ada bisnes ni. KI, macam mana nak jawab ni?
Saya boleh jawab dua ni lah. Lepas SPM apa pathway sesuai, lepas tu dengan
sambung
dah ada
atau continue buat bisnes?
Dah ada bisnes, nak buat bisnes dah. Anak saya 2 orang, lelaki, cita-cita nak jadi macam saya. Nak jadi macam saya tu, nak jadi macam saya lah sebab dia tengok relax je kan. Collect rental commercial and then pergi meeting dengan businessman, tak buat apa. Tapi dia orang tak tahu yang kena jadi businessman dulu. Jadi saya cakap kat dia orang, kena jadi businessman dulu. In order to become businessman, tak payah masuk universiti. Dia orang kena belajar, tapi saya hantar dia orang, bukan hantar universiti, saya hantar dia orang untuk belajar tax, untuk belajar audit, untuk belajar legal, business law, dia orang kena belajar. Tapi masa dia orang cakap tu, dia orang kecil lagi, tak ambil SPM. Saya kata SPM kena dapat banyak A. Technically you need to be the best you can be at that time. Bukan future tak. Kau kena dapat banyak A sebab nanti tok kau kata kau tak masuk universiti sebab kau tak cerdik. Kan, tak boleh lah. So diorang SPM kena dapat banyak A. Selepas banyak A, lepas tu lepas SPM saya set up business untuk diorang. Buat business untuk diorang belajar buat business. So selepas SPM, apa pathway yang sesuai? Pathway yang paling sesuai kalau nak buat business adalah buat law dengan buat finance. Untuk business lah. Kalau nak betul-betul nak buat business yang sangat besar, buat law dan buat finance. Tapi kita bukan buat untuk dapat degree. Kita buat untuk dapat knowledge. Knowledge tu adalah mesti knowledge yang tepat. Tak perlu pun kalau kita nak ambil, katalah kita nak ambil law, tapi kita belajar syariah law, kita belajar apa ni, macam-macam lah, kita belajar apa, law jenayah ke, tak perlulah, kita belajar business law sahaja. Secara teknik ni kita dah set mind kita nak belajar apa yang kita nak amalkan. Bukan kita main belajar sebanyak mungkin, tak. Sebab kita ni businessman ni. Kan? Selepas tu kalau kita dah start buat bisnes, kita tengok bisnes kita tu cash flow cantik tak? Kau boleh hidup tak dengan cash flow sekarang? Kalau kau boleh hidup dengan cash flow sekarang, tak payah masuk universiti. continue buat business tapi make sure you go for short courses. Tax kena pandai, marketing kena pandai, audit kena pandai, legal kena pandai, semua ni kena pandai. So you list down apa, pergilah. Dalam setahun suruh manager manage, pergilah 2-3 minggu kan. Pergilah short course. Happy-happy je kita pergi short course ni sambil melancong, pergi Perth ke, pergi London ke. Pergi 2-3 minggu short course, tu balik. Kita refresh our mind. Kita memang tak ada degree tapi kita ada knowledge to do the business. Lepas tu next. Kalau kita nak buat apa pun, kita nak buat klinik pun, kita employ lah the best doctor in town. Itu saya nak jawab untuk nombor 1 dengan nombor 2 lah. Okay.
Boleh saya add, Abang Nan?
Alright. Go ahead.
Okay.
Kalau nak add, just add ya.
If I may advise, dia macam ni sebenarnya. Nak buat bisnes ni anytime you boleh buat bisnes bila you ready. Tapi for anak-anak, for adik-adik yang nak ambil SPM form 4, form 5 ni, saya punya advice adalah you kena understand who you are. You kena understand what you want to be, what you don't want to be. So start with that. You scopekan apa benda yang you nak jadi. Jadi sebab ada benda yang akan macam some of the speakers kata, kalau you tak suka, you not good at that, jangan be in there. Tapi not necessary apa yang you nak tu you akan dapat. So saya ada different opinion in terms of you buat apa yang you minat. Saya rasa you kena tengok apa yang you minat and apa option yang ada. Sebab kadang-kadang kita nak tunggu sampai jumpa benda yang kita minat tu, lama tak dapat. So kita kena tengok apa option yang ada masa tu. Dan apa limitation kita, apa yang kita ada, kita boleh, macam contohnya kalau kita ada duit, kita boleh pergi Perth lah untuk belajar. Tapi kalau kita tak ada duit, macam mana kita nak pergi kan? So apa option yang available for you and make decision based on the option yang you ada. Bukan semata-mata sebab you minat. Of course minat is the first thing that you kena tengok lah. Yeah? So another thing yang saya nak mention adalah bila at the age of 17, 16, 17 until 20, 25 until you graduate. Between now until you graduate, what you need to explore, you need to go through the experience. You need to define your story, your journey. Yeah? Itu yang saya cakap tadi, setiap kita ni kita kena ada clear purpose. So you boleh visualize apa you nak. Contohnya kalau you nak jadi orang kata businesswoman, businessman, yeah, what does it looks like? So you kena visualize bentuk and you kena define your story. So this is very critical time frame. You masuk, you pergi belajar not only untuk dapat degree, tapi you want to create the story. Bila you nak pergi interview, apa cerita yang you nak cerita kat interviewer? You boleh backtrack benda tu. You boleh visualize and you boleh backtrack. So contohnya bila you buat project, ya, apa role you dalam project tu? So kalau you just buat project for the sake of buat project, you will not be able to tell the interviewer that apa role you, apa purpose project tu. So now you have the best orang kata apa opportunity to listen to all the speakers. You boleh jadi you boleh visualize, yeah, and create as many expertise as possible because you do not know where you will land to. Contohnya kalau you jadi engineer, you mungkin jadi orang kata businessman, ataupun you ambil business tapi at the end of the day you jadi consultant. So you never know. Benda ni kita orang kata macam kita cakap tadi, kita usaha tapi at the end of the day perancangan Allah yang diguna pakai. Jadi so you prepare yourself as many yang you boleh cope so that bila you ada more skills, more capabilities, more knowledge, you will put yourself ahead of other people. To differentiate yourself dengan orang lain adalah you ada more competencies, you ada more skills, you ada creativity. You kena tanya diri you, apa beza diri you dengan orang lain. So that's what you can focus now, between now until you graduate, until you nak decide apa kerja you nak masuk. So this is what you can do because saya rasa ramai orang terlepas pandang. Kata saya suruh enjoy, saya nak you enjoy the journey, jangan stress sangat ya, sebab orang kata life ni stress memang ada tapi you enjoy it, yeah? So enjoy the journey but do it in a well planned manner, yeah? So that bila you nak pergi interview, you tahu apa story you nak cerita and you tak cerita in a bluffing manner. Interviewer tahu bila you start buka mulut you, bila you tak bluff, interviewer tahu. Macam saya dah interview ramai orang, beribu orang, I would know the moment you buka mulut you nak bluff, like no, you are not telling the truth, yeah? Okay, that's ni Abang Nana, saya boleh add.
Itu orang HR bercakap
Ya, saya agree dengan KI dengan Puan Putri. So, boleh Mimi tambah sikit tak?
Boleh, okey Umi, go ahead.
Sebenarnya
tengok tu ya.
Mimi feel motivated bila dengar KI dengan Kak Putri cakap. So perjalanan kita masih baru lagi kan, kita punya experience. Tapi adik-adik bagi Mimi rasa you guys need to determine. You kena determine, your determination tu kena strong, and also you kena persistent. You have to be clear apa yang you nak buat. Dan you macam Kak Putri cakap tadi dengan Cik Khairul, so memang you kena enjoy punya journey, tapi you kena fokus apa yang you nak buat. So you kena decide apa yang you nak buat, dan you jangan sekali give up, dan lepas pada tu you tawakal. And then you sebab semua orang kena teruskan perjalanan tu, maksudnya belajar, sambil belajar you gain the experience, dan you kena cekalkan hati, you teruskan langkah you. So I rasa insyaAllah apa pun bidang yang you ceburi, benda tu adalah ketentuan, dan kita janji kita fokus dan teruskan. So bagi Mimi, adik-adik pekerjaan ataupun daripada apa-apa jenis bisnes pun sekarang ni semua orang I rasa banyak terlibat dengan bisnes. Disebabkan pandemik, kita banyak tengok social media dan semua orang banyak buat social media bisnes. Bagi Mimi, kita semua kena fokus, dan kita perlu orang kata buat the right thing. Maksud bila nak buat bisnes tu, kita kena ada semua benda, kita kena buat the right thing, kita kena fokus satu-satu, dan kalau apa yang kita perlukan, kita pergi the right channel. So macam Mimi juga, Mimi banyak ikut small, orang kata ikut short course. Mimi banyak juga pergi keluar juga untuk join program-program kat luar juga. So from there Mimi dapat network juga KI. So dekat situ Mimi belajar untuk Mimi dapatkan Mimi adapt dengan culture luar, and then Mimi kenal network Mimi kat situ, and then from there Mimi belajar untuk buat investment. So dekat situ orang kata that's how Mimi dapat Mimi punya network. So sama juga dengan adik-adik yang lain, macam conference tu you kena pergi. So bagi Mimi dekat situ you akan open your mind, dan you akan tahu, you akan keep on belajar macam mana you nak expose, and then macam mana you nak kenal orang dekat situ bagi Mimi. So dalam bisnes ataupun dalam kehidupan sekarang, kita kena ada network dan kita kena keep on learning. Itu je. Terima kasih.
Alright. So apa yang I boleh capture, you have to open your mind, and then open for options.
Correct.
So that persediaan tu kena ada. Kalau kita dalam bisnes, kita dah start dekat sini, kita dah ada another options to go, kan? Betul gitu KI Putri?
Betul. I nak jawab ni boleh tak? Ada Hikmah Azhar dan Imran Hakim tanya ni. Kan dia tanya ni a good question. Hello, I have a question on how do you get back if you have zero work for months, just like some people during this pandemic, and how do you prepare beforehand materially to face things? Lagi satu, Imran Hakim, lebih kurang kat soalan dia. Assalamualaikum sir, how to start from nothing to do business? Do we have to find some money to create our business, or when we start the business is the time you get the money? Okay. Business ni dia kena start dengan, kalau kita tak ada apa lah, kita memang miskin, kita hidup pun berhutang, masuk universiti hutang. How to start the business? Sebenarnya jadi salesman. You need to become salesman. You kena pandai menjual. I rasa Mimi hebat menjual sampai ke France. He can convince people. So mula-mula you convince people to buy your product. Lepas tu you convince people about yourself. You convince people to be your partner. You convince people to be your staff. Mula-mula kau jual lah. Kau nak jual apa? Kau tengoklah kat belakang rumah ada buah betik, jual buah betik. Dapatlah duit. Ada orang buat kicap macam Kak Putri. Boleh je. Fresh graduate, tak ada duit, cakap Kak Putri. Kak Putri, saya tak ada income dah 3 bulan. Boleh tak bagi 2 karton kicap, saya pergi jual. Lepas tu Harga lebih saya ambil, modal saya bagi balik.
Jadi
Saya
agent.
rasa kau pergi bagi. Jadi agent. Semua businessman akan bagi. So if you want to start, this is where you need to start. Okay, apa saya ajar anak saya? Saya ajar anak saya masa dia orang tingkatan 3, dia orang beli goreng pisang kat tepi jalan, jual goreng pisang dalam pasar malam. That's yang dia orang buat dulu. Sebab kita kena belajar tebal muka tu buang. Kita nak kena menjual. You need to convince people for people to depart their money and take your product. That's the first step. So kalau tak ada apa pun boleh start. Semua orang boleh start. Kalau sekarang dah terjatuh, duit kosong, boleh start as a salesman. Untuk orang yang dah ada degree dan nak start bekerja, saya punya advice, kalau kau engineer tapi kau nak jadi businessman, make sure you go as a sales engineer first. Masuk kerja, minta sales department. So sebenarnya sebab itulah nak jadi businessman ni kena belajar sangat rajin sebab kita nak ada option. Kalau kita grade lebih kurang, katalah third general degree, apa option kita ada? Tapi kalau you masuk universiti, you grade top student ataupun SPM 9A, then suddenly your option semua open up. Dan you boleh dictate the company. Company kata nak masuk kau kat design, tak nak. Boleh tak masuk saya sales engineer? Kita tak. Design, semua orang yang pandai engineer masuk design engineer dulu. Tak, saya nak masuk sales engineer. InsyaAllah dia akan entertain. Sebab apa? Kalau dia tak bagi, kau belah pergi company lain. So nak jadi businessman, masuk sales department. Tak kisahlah kalau kau any degree lah. Try masuk dalam company as a sales punya department, then kau acquire kau punya skill in doing sales. Selling ni memang penting because selling ni untuk create your cash flow. After you dapat cash flow, barulah you fikir skills untuk manage other things, the operational wise, the branding wise for your future company. Itu je.
Ya, betul. Sales, bila you buat sale, then you target untuk closing.
Ni boleh lepas ni kita boleh ni boleh meet up dekat Daily France Publica pula
Jemput datang.
Kenapa? Saya nak berkenalan sebab saya ingat nak ni lah, kalau Daily France nak buka kat Putrajaya, let me know.
Boleh. Kita memang Mimi tengah develop. Dan kita memang encourage kalau kita akan buat ekosistem juga untuk adik-adik, untuk yang entrepreneurs. So kita ada ekosistem, kita ada kios, Daily France kios.
Mimi, okay, Mimi.
Sebab apa saya tak terus kat sini? Adik-adik dengar.
Adik-adik dengar, okey.
Kita
ada opportunity. Kita ada opportunity.
Untuk saya offer Mimi operate in my property. Walaupun kita jumpa kat sini. So bisa dia pergi mana-mana. Sampai tu saya cakap pergi je. Conference dekat mana pun pergi je. Kan? Daripada pergi melancong tengok kangaroo dekat Perth, lebih baik pergi buat marketing short course ke dekat Perth macam tu.
Betul.
Kan? So technically kita sebenarnya dia bila kita jadi businessman ni kita extremely fokus.
Betul.
Dia punya fokus tu kira saya sebenarnya tak pernah bawa anak saya pergi Disneyland. Tapi saya bawa dia orang pergi overseas selalu. Tapi bukan Disneyland. Pergi overseas memang semua yang technically balik tu dia orang memang ada ilmu lah. Ada banyak ilmu. Lebih kurang macam tu. That's how focus businessman. Okay.
Saya agree lah.
Kita dah 1:42.
Everything dapat duit.
Betul. Tapi
probably kita boleh buat wrap up. Kita nak daripada floor lagi? Salam, is there any difference between service-based business and product-based business? Or there no such thing as service business?
Different.
Ada service business.
Different.
Service business lah untuk start sebab tak ada modal. Urut orang ni service business, buat bekam service business.
Service kena ada expertise, kita kena ada knowledge, and then we have to be good at what we are servicing. Dan dia ada standard. Produk pun kita kena good at the product, kita kena make sure product kita mature, product have the right quality, and dan bila kita produk tu accepted by the market. So dia memang tu vast different.
Different
Servis ni dia
service and
banyak maju sikit lah.
Berservis ni banyak benda psikologi nak kena cakap. Lepas tu kita nak kena explain supaya orang tak marah. Macam tu lah, that's cabaran untuk kita servis. Sebab kita nak kena explain, kadang-kadang ada some customer bila kita explain dia pun tak faham dengan keadaan condition kita sekarang. Macam tu lah. That's how the service that sometimes orang kata it's a bit tough for us kan. Tapi macam anyhow kita nak kena face it lah kan.
In fact macam contohnya services, even electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, those are services kata business. Macam my husband is an professional engineer, so dia memang buat service business and the payment is based on fees. So ada macam-macam jenis business and I think we have heard from other speakers yang jadi consultants, yang jadi macam-macam range in IT, macam-macam range of services.
Ya, ada satu soalan ni. Dia bukan daripada anak-anak ni, daripada orang-orang yang tengok ni kan. Boleh ke orang-orang yang dah berumur ni venture into business?
Boleh.
Saya started my business orang kata 5 tahun lepas. Saya rasa it's not about umur. It's about whether apa yang you nak fokus and whether you are ready untuk go through the wave and then you ada the mental toughness and then you ada the perseverance. You kena cari ilmu. Yang penting sekali yang based on saya punya experience, you kena cari ilmu. Ilmu berbisnes, kata technically ada banyak sangat. Saya pun saya tak terfikir yang there are a lot of things for me to learn bila saya started my business. So especially bila saya buat product business, saya memang have to go through macam KI cakap, cash flow is the first thing. So you have to jual in order for you to get cash, walaupun some point kita nampak rugi tapi sebenarnya kita nak generate cash. So the first 2 years is about cash flow. Then after that baru kita cakap pasal margin, kita cakap pasal marketing. So itu kalau kita cakap pasal product based business. Jadi umur bukan halangan, tapi of course kena tengok kata tahap kesihatan jugalah. Kita we have to be healthy. In order for us to do business.
Kena sabar. Yang paling penting kita kena sabar dan kita kena ada willingness.
Abang Nan, saya nak mention satu benda, mungkin saya just nak take this opportunity nak mention something because saya experience sendiri dengan saya deal with a lot of graduates. Anak saya sendiri pun baru graduate and saya actually nak advise actually besides kita do very well in our academic ataupun kalau kita tak do well pun tak apa. I was not the top student masa I belajar kat MRSM. Saya was like macam saya dengar Datuk Kamarul mention kata dia nombor 100, saya pun lebih kurang macam tu. Saya kata saya okay lah, at least not that bad kan. Jadi saya saya rasa one of the thing academic degree, those are the license. Behaviors, dia panggil characters yang you kena ada in order for you to excel dalam career ataupun dalam life you. Dia ada karakter dia. Macam I cakap, one of the things saya punya reference bila saya ada go through challenges, saya akan baca Quran. Saya mengadu pada Allah sebabnya kita especially bila ada kata high level positions, you tak boleh share banyak benda dengan orang. Jadi saya go back to saya buat solat hajat, saya minta ampun pada Allah, dan saya baca Quran. And then one of the things saya nak mention adalah the mental toughness. Because saya rasa most of you kata anak-anak, you all go through life, okay? And then tapi bila kita fail ataupun kita go through challenges, that is something saya rasa kita tak prepare. Kita punya mental toughness untuk prepare any failures or things that kita tak expect. So itu actually one of the traits yang kita kena develop ataupun kita kena pay attention to, because kadang-kadang orang yang tak tough, orang yang weak, dia akan because of certain points dia tak boleh cope and then benda tu jadi depression, benda tu jadi macam akan affect the life story. Dia akan affect dia punya life. So kena besides the usaha, doa dan orang kata apa, really the redha tu orang kata senang cakap tapi you have to really practice redha.
Banyak soalan ni kita tengok kat tepi ni ya. Tapi anyway, based on apa yang Putri cakap tadi, I rasa you have to be prepared in any occasion.
Betul.
Your mental. Kadang-kadang business ni up and down, kena tipu tadi kita cerita tadi kan. Kena tipu, lepas tu frust kan, sale tak boleh jalan, you know.
Betul.
And
Saya setuju.
Kita punya expectation tu kadang-kadang, bila aku buka ni mesti best. But somehow kita tak ready, we are not prepared untuk bila buka-buka orang tak datang pun kan, orang tak beli pun kan. So we have to prepare in this kind of risk yang nak datang.
Betul.
This is what I think has been mentioned dengan SWOT analysis tu kan, strength, weaknesses, opportunity and threat. So kita tengok soalan lagi sikit lagi. Because I really think that some people get overpowered by the big lump sum of money that they will receive once they become successful, and some go to the darker side of wealth where they gamble the money, they get into trouble by being shocked or by being somehow wealthy. So
don't be comfortable.
Jangan learning by doing experience. Okay. I think kita dah sampai 1:49. Kita ada 10 minit lagi. Probably kita dah boleh start last word daripada Mimi untuk adik-adik MRSM Langkawi dan juga MRSM lain. Mimi ni kita kena panggil adik ni. KI dah kena panggil pakcik ni.
Tak adalah. Mimi pun segan. Sebab apa Mimi, experience Mimi tak sehebat-hebat yang lain kan. So apa yang Mimi boleh cakap,
we are learning anyway.
Tak, Mimi pun macam terkejut juga sebenarnya. Okay, tapi adik-adik semua yang lain bagi Mimi kena teruskan belajar, keep on learning. Jangan takut dan fokus. So bila you dah decide apa yang you nak buat, you fokus dan you motivate yourself every day. So you jangan give up dan you jangan ada negative thought. Because bila you ada negative, dan benda tu perjalanan you ataupun you punya langkah you akan jadi negatif. So you keep on positive. Walaupun orang lain tak trust, keep on doing it. Okay, and then the last one, tawakal pada Allah. Itu je.
How about you, KI?
Amal, last word ke?
Last word. Okay, lagi panjang-panjang sikit, tak apa, no problem.
Okay.
Kita stop.
Untuk adik-adik, anak-anak kot, anak I pun umur 20 lebih.
Kalau adik,
untuk anak-anak, ada 3 benda yang really you need to polish. Masuk universiti atau tak masuk universiti, 3 benda ni sangat penting untuk you polish. Nombor 1, your communication skill. Nombor 2, your negotiation skill. And number 3, your leadership skill. Sebab itulah banyak budak-budak MRSM yang mana buah itu banyak juga jadi businessman yang okey sebab leadership dia bagus. Dia ada ramai kawan-kawan dia ikut dia. So kena ada 3 benda ni. Lepas tu kita akan jumpa ramai businessman yang sebenarnya kita terpesona. Untuk adik-adik, walau terpesona macam mana pun, ketahuilah kita punya journey is totally different than them. Our journey is ours.
Betul.
The example kita adik-adik waktu tengah merangkak, baru merangkak jumpa abang yang main gimnastik. Terpesona untuk main gimnastik macam dia. Tapi kalau terus main, jatuh patah tengkok. Kena lari dulu, luka kaki dulu, belajar melompat, barulah boleh main gimnastik. So sama saja, cumanya beza time. Orang yang kita jumpa buat bisnes tu, kaki dia dah luka 20 tahun yang lalu. Kita hanya tengok waktu dia beraksi gimnastik, kita rasa dia hebat macam tu. Kita sebenarnya bermula, bila kita bermula, what it takes. Samalah dengan ada satu orang ditanya, dapat duit banyak, pergi ke dunia gelap.
Betul.
Kita kena imagine, pemain bola sepak, ada beribu orang, tapi yang betul-betul main top flight hanya beberapa orang sahaja dalam beberapa tim sahaja. So imagine, adakah selepas game Ronaldo lepak dekat pub untuk sampai at the age of 35 top form. Tapi ramai football player lepak dekat pub. Dia normal football player. Tapi ada beberapa trait yang memang training sangat betul untuk jadi top 1%. Kita boleh tengok Miss Bone Haji Sidik yang dididik oleh Miss Bone. Adakah main badminton itu selalu berpoya-poya? Ataupun very disiplin, waktu raya pun timing, tak. Lepas tu, keep training sebab nak jadi world champion. So, disiplin sangat penting. Waktu dapat duit banyak pun dekat dengan Tuhan, waktu dapat duit sikit pun dekat dengan Tuhan.
Betul, ujian.
Itu sangat penting untuk jaga benda-benda ni. Kalau tidak boleh, kita akan jadi businessman flash in the pan. Kita kejap okey, lepas tu lama tak okey. Lepas tu kejap okey, jadi yo-yo punya life. Kita tak nak. Businessman ni is sebab last kali kita boleh serahkan bisnes kita di mana bisnes kita tu menjadi amal jariah. Sebab orang yang dapat bisnes kita dapat banyak manfaat. Dan ilmu manage bisnes tu menjadi ilmu yang memberi manfaat. So orang yang paling bijak lah orang yang mengingati mati. Ada 3 benda kita nak tinggal. 1 anak yang soleh. 2 benda yang saya cakap tadi. So anything yang kita buat ni, sebab orang yang bijak ni sebenarnya dia ingat akhirat. Anything dia buat, anything decision yang dia buat, it's all about is it good for my akhirat. Sebab dunia ni tak ada value. Allah akan bagi jadi okey je. Bagi jadi senang je. Kalau Allah bagi jadi tak okey pun, sebab itu sebenarnya okey. Yang tak okey yang Allah bagi tu sebab itu sebenarnya okey untuk kita. Tapi hanya kita saja tahu. Sebab hanya kita saja tahu, kita buat decision tu based on what? Itulah kata-kata ayah saya untuk adik-adik yang nak jadi businessman. Tapi sebenarnya sama je nak jadi businessman ke, nak jadi doktor ke, jadi engineer ke, jadi lawyer ke, semua lebih kurang sama je. Cumanya orang nampak macam jadi businessman ni best sebab orang ingat dia banyak. Itu je. Tapi boleh juga jadi engineer gaji ratus ribu. Ada. Jadi doktor gaji ratus ribu pun ada. Kan sebenarnya it is not about money. It is about apa yang kita buat that makes us happy. Kalau tak ada duit, bisnes lah paling senang. Which is jadi salesman. Okay, itulah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Basically, KI trying to say that dalam bisnes ni kita kena ambil keberkatan. Kita jangan tipu orang. Kita banyak untuk akhirat, buat infak. These are the things yang kita because business ni kadang-kadang dia up and down.
Betul.
Sekejap tinggi, sekejap. Betul tak ya?
Bukan nak senang nak maintain.
Okay. How about you Putri? Last word sebelum kita tamatkan sesi kita ni.
Okay, saya mungkin datang from different orang kata background. Saya buat bisnes sebab saya nak develop orang kata others. Saya buat bisnes ni untuk pengalaman saya sendiri so that saya boleh develop others. So at the same time saya ada goal saya untuk apa yang saya achieve orang kata financially. So my last my few words yang saya nak cakap pada all the anak-anak orang kata adik-adik untuk kita berjaya. I think everybody nak berjaya. Kalau ikut based on saya punya umur saya 52 tahun, so based on saya punya journey, this is what I can share. Nombor 1, wherever you go, ke mana you pergi, you mesti jaga solat. Kalau kata you belajar kat US, kat UK, kat Russia semua, kalau kata you tak boleh solat pun, you mesti ada tempat you solat. You mesti jaga solat. Walaupun you solat dekat tepi jalan ke apa ke, you just bentang lapik dengan tisu and then just solat. And kalau boleh baca Quran hari-hari. Sebab sebenarnya Quran tu akan bantu, kata bukan Quran bantu kita lah. Bila kita baca Quran hari-hari, kita punya decision making tu, kita punya banyak bantuan yang sampai. And then do good things, always do good things. Bagi sedekah. Kalau kita ada pelajar, bagi RM1, beli coklat, beli gula-gula kat adik-adik pun tak apa. Always put a habit of kata sedekah. Because you bagi sikit, you akan tengok berapa banyak you dapat balik. Nombor 2-nya, blessing from your parents. Saya faham kata yang nak start career is is about what you minat. Tapi you kena get blessing from your parents. Saya dulu every time, every day, almost everything yang saya buat, saya akan call mak saya, minta mak saya doa untuk saya. Maknanya saya minta blessing mak saya. So saya mungkin belajar tak dapat top score, tapi Allah Maha mengetahui. Bila saya bekerja, saya dapat jadi top 20, top 10 and all the way saya dapat. Jadi saya tahu, saya rasa one of the thing is doa-doa daripada mak dengan ayah saya, dan juga bila saya berkahwin, suami saya mendoakan saya. Dan you can always ask kawan-kawan you untuk doakan you, because you never know doa siapa yang termakbul. Always minta blessing from your parents. And then you decide based on apa yang you minat, tapi that's the only thing. Not the only thing. You kena tengok apa options yang available. Macam saya tengok ada soalan, macam mana kita nak scope. Scope, you scope it macam apa benda yang ada depan you, apa option yang ada. You ada potential kata scholarship Mara offer apa dia. So you narrow down your scope, then you get the final decision. So macam Dr. Hazrin cakap yesterday, you kena get to know the stuff, then you be passionate about it. So kena spend time, kena work hard untuk dapatkan information. Bila saya buat business yang the new business saya buat, the factory yang Abang cakap, the food products, saya tak tahu, saya bukan food technologist, tapi saya belajar dengan orang yang ada ilmu. Saya continue belajar, sekarang pun masih saya belajar, because you have to know your stuff well in order for you to like it. So decide based on the options available. And bila you buat sesuatu benda, thanks Abanan, you kena from the beginning, daripada sekarang, you kena create clear goals. Kalau you punya aspiration untuk jadi doktor apa? Kalau you punya aspiration nak jadi businessman, you nak buat business apa? You have to be clear about your goal. You have to visualize success. How success looks like, you kena visualize. Nak visualize tu, you kena spend time. Contohnya kalau you aspire nak beli kereta, saya beritahu pada diri saya nak beli kereta 4-wheel drive umur 50 tahun. And saya nak beli kereta yang baik, yang bagus, So saya tahu apa kereta saya nak beli. And even saya buat plate number kereta saya, Jadi you have to visualize success. Sekarang you boleh visualize, even though you are at form 4, you boleh visualize success. And then be humble. Okay. Learning ni is a continuous journey, sampai kita mati. So macam mana kita nak learn, kita kena be humble. Kalau ikutkan position yang kita dah terima, contohnya macam saya dah become a regional director, saya tak ada benda dah nak learn, tapi saya go back to basic. Saya learn from scratch pasal business, pasal produk. Macam mana nak learn, you have to be humble. People do not know who you are, do not have to know who you are. What you need to know is what you want to learn. People, kita jumpa orang, kita belajar. Banyak kata KI is adik pada saya, kata junior, tapi saya banyak belajar dengan dia. So saya banyak belajar dengan adik-adik. Even saya belajar dengan anak-anak saya. Jadi so these are the few things yang saya nak. Tapi first of all, the Quran, the solat and parents, because everything, kalau parents you blessing, kadang-kadang miracle happen. Miracle happen. So all the best to anak-anak, adik-adik. Saya doakan semua berjaya, cemerlang dunia dan akhirat. Thank you.
Terima kasih Puteri, KI dengan Mimi dan juga Mimi. Maybe kami boleh plan jugalah nak pergi Delhi France nanti, later on Datuk Syed.
Jemput datang.
Dan itulah on behalf of MUAFAKAT Langkawi, mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Puteri, KI, Mimi kerana bagi session sharing kepada anak-anak ni. Saya bukan anak-anak je, ada yang parents pun ada yang masuk dalam ni. Okay, thank you very much. Saya pass kepada Datuk Syed.
Okay, terima kasih Abang Nan, moderator kita. Good sharing with three panels yang kita ada hari ini. KI, Puteri dan juga Mimi. Kita harap agar semua student ni dapat belajar. Banyak experience yang di-sharekan oleh panelis kita, dan banyak juga soal jawab yang di dalam chat box, dan ada a few mungkin student tak dapat relate because this business is quite tricky topik, sebab kita bukan belajar untuk jadi businessman dan sebagainya di sekolah di MRSM. Kita adalah a few program kelab usahawan, something like that. Tapi the exposure, the experience yang ada yang dikongsikan bersama, saya harap agar adik-adik anak-anak dapat visualize sedikit macam mana if nak jadi seorang businessman atau businesswoman. Sebab pertama sekali, it's not easy to be a successful business woman, businessman. Banyak benda yang perlu kita lalui, dan if you want to be an engineer, you also can be a businessman. Macam tadi Abang Nazmi, dia start dengan engineer, tapi he owns a computer company that dapat buat satu business lah. Dan kalau you jadi doktor juga, you bukan seharusnya jadi doktor sampai habis. You boleh buka klinik and then let people, you manage the doctors, and you also can open a small hospital. Dan kalau kita tengok pelajar-pelajar bekas pelajar MRSM especially, memang ramai sangat doktor, cuma tak ada satu hospital lagi yang buat. So maybe KI boleh plan because you have a very good, insyaAllah you ada now dah ada a few businesses, places dan sebagainya. I think it's a good time for you to set up a hospital di mana most of the doctors kat situ from ex-MRSM. Because kalau kita tengok semalam ramai student memang minat, bukan saja students tetapi parents juga yang amat menggalakkan anak-anak mereka untuk menjadi seorang doktor. Jadi
Datuk, just satu lagi Datuk terlupa nak cakap tadi. Putri punya anak yang buat IGCSE, lepas IG terus dia hantar pergi US kan Putri?
Ya betul. Anak saya baru graduate last 3 weeks.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Dia menggunakan IGCSE kan pergi ke US.
Betul lah. And she's 21 years old.
So memang sekarang kalau especially Langkawi memang kita ada 15 buah MRSM ada program IGCSE, dan ada banyak tempat bukan saja di overseas. Memang di overseas memang diterima di UK, di US untuk melanjutkan pelajaran. Cuma untuk mendapatkan scholarship tu memang agak susah. Sebab di Malaysia ni we need to have SPM punya degree. Walau bagaimanapun di local university pun memang banyak pelajar-pelajar yang dah dibuka tempat seperti di UTP dan sebagainya, boleh menggunakan result IGCSE. Jadi mungkin para pelajar ni tak tahu macam mana nak relate, tetapi from the experiences yang kita tengok tadi, kita kena always kena ada determination, kena ada positive thinking, tak boleh ada negative thinking. Kita kena start must have a good communication dan negotiation skill. Yang ni jarang kita belajar kat sekolah, because kita belajar all the subjects, tapi macam mana kita nak communicate dan nak buat negotiation, especially a businessman, businesswoman, you need to nego how to get a good deal, good price dan sebagainya. So I hope that what you learn in MRSM, because MRSM always give extra from the academic, minggu activity dengan courses, teach us how to be holistic and all-rounders, serba boleh. So gunakanlah kepakaran yang kita ada ni, the negotiation skill, the communication skill dan leadership, so that macam you all cakap, memang semua degree is just macam kata syarat utama, and then lepas tu you boleh jadi apa pun. Tapi janganlah you sebab nak jadi businessman, okay tak apa, tak jadi businessman, you tak payah belajar, tak payah masuk. Now, in order to be a good businessman, you can ada something, so that it's easier for you to get everything under control and manage your company well. So saya rasa itu saja. Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada semua all the 3 panelists yang bersama-sama dengan kita about 1.5 hours. Abang Nas sebagai moderator, dan kepada students dan juga parents yang ada yang lihat masuk dalam kita punya Zoom meeting ni, dan juga melalui YouTube channel. On behalf of MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi, we thank you guys, and that's all. Thank you so much, and we'll meet again.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, next session kita akan mula jam 3 petang. 3 petang. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Petang ni kita akan berada dalam sesi entrepreneurship. So kita ada Puan Azrina sebagai moderator. Bersama kita pada petang ni adalah Saudara Wan Zulhafiz, Datuk Izumi dan Kapten Mat Ruwani. Kapten Mat dah ada ke?
Dah. Okey, Datuk.
Alright. So I think Datuk Puan Azrina boleh mula ya.
Nak tengok gambar kita tak, Lim?
Okay.
Puan Azrina silakan.
Okey. Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Terima kasih kepada semua panelis kita yang sudi join kita petang ni. I know it's New Year. Semua dalam mood masih dalam mood holiday. So terima kasih on behalf of MUAFAKAT Langkawi dan semua parents yang excited juga nak dengar session kita petang ni. So alhamdulillah petang ni kita punya session ni saya rasa agak interesting sebab kita ada variety from lawyer, lepas tu daripada architect and then daripada pilot aviation field juga. So I hope session kita petang ni will be beneficial lah to the kids and semua parents yang juga excited nak tahu the career path of option untuk kids pilih career diorang lah. So first of all saya kenalkan diri saya Nur Azrina Ahmad, wakil MUAFAKAT Langkawi. We have here Dr. Wan Muhammad Zulhafiz bin Wan Zahari, Assistant Prof dekat Deputy Legal Advisor UIA, dan Datuk AR Azumi Harzani. Betul ya Datuk saya mention AR Azumi tu?
Dia AR tu dia macam doktor, dia tak sebut DR, dia sebut doktor. So boleh sebut arkitek lah. Ataupun panggil Izumi sajalah.
Okey. Datuk Azumi, Presiden Pertubuhan Arkitek Malaysia and board member of the Board of Architect Malaysia. And then proud to announce Datuk Azumi just received Royal Institute of British Architects President Medal in 2019. Tahniah Datuk. And then kita ada Kapten Mat Iwani Nawawi, Captain Airbus with Malaysia Airlines, which we are lucky masa kita bawa balik anak-anak kita daripada Langkawi baru-baru ni kita sewa Airbus dengan Malaysia Airlines. So budak-budak semua excited, parents pun excited, anak dah dapat naik Airbus. So without further ado kita nak semua panelis kita share sikit lah macam mana share sikit about yourself and then macam mana you started dengan you punya career. So kita start dengan Dr. Wan Zulhafiz.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Puan Azrina, terima kasih Dr. Syed. Terima kasih juga kepada organizer MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi for the invitation. Rakan-rakan panelis, Dr. Izumi dan also Kapten Mat serta para hadirin-hadirat sekalian. Okay, ini introduce myself, is it, Puan Azrina?
Yeah, please some info pasal yourself, macam mana you journey into your career now lah.
Okay, alright. Saya Wan Zulhafiz tadi macam Puan Azrina explain. Okay, saya Assistant Professor di Ahmad Ibrahim College of Law di International Islamic University Malaysia, dan at the same time saya juga Timbalan Penasihat Undang-Undang di Political Advisor di Office of the Legal Advisor, dan juga I was just appointed as the Company Secretary 2 bulan lepas sebab UIA is a company limited by guarantee, so diperlukan Company Secretary, so I'm the Company Secretary for the university. So basically I'm wearing 3 hats at the same time lah, sebagai pensyarah, sebagai Deputy Legal Advisor dan juga sebagai Company Secretary. Okay, saya daripada MRSM Serting. back in 2008, graduated in 2008, and then I went to 2002, and then I went to UAE for my LLB, Bachelor of Law, and then I called to the bar as an advocate solicitor. Lepas tu sambung master di UiTM, master in corporate law. Lepas tu sambung mengaji dekat Scotland, PhD in oil and gas law. And then balik, since I'm bonded to UIA, masih serve lagi UIA until now. And then I'm doing my second master now, MBA in Energy Management dekat University Teknologi Petronas. Itu sedikit sebanyak tentang diri saya lah. Ada saya letak foto-foto sikit lah. Kau nak tengok tu zaman-zaman study dulu. Kan? Okay, ni zaman-zaman di UIA. Okay, kawan-kawan di UIA semua. Lepas tu next, ni masa call to the bar. So lawyer, nak jadi lawyer kena ada macam doktor, ada housemanship. So your lawyer ada privilege for 9 months. And then call to the bar sebagai program leader program syara Pangkapan Tinggi Malaya. Ni zaman PhD dan zaman master. And then ini saya sekarang lah, saya sebagai deputy advisor, sebagai company secretary dan juga sebagai pensyarah di UIA.
I think bila you mention you buat oil and gas law, and now dekat UIA you sebagai legal advisor and then also company secretary tu, I think benda tu macam a quite diverse punya I would say I understand law ni memang besar lah, dia punya
law besar.
Law, ada family law semua kan, tapi oil and gas tu company secretary tu macam jauh juga tu. So maybe you can share with us macam mana you daripada oil and gas tu boleh pergi ke.
Okay, dulu lepas habis Chambering saya memang practice corporate, saya sebagai corporate lawyer. Habis study sebagai corporate lawyer, buat Chambering di Zaid Ibrahim Menko, and then dalam bidang corporate, lepas tu kerja and Gil juga bidang corporate. Dekat sana tu saya banyak buat on the corporate matters including corporate secretarial. Habis dia tu, masa tu saya tengah sambung study juga at the same time. Masa tu dah terlampau busy dengan practice, so berhenti masuk oil and gas company. So I dapat idea PhD nak buat bidang oil and gas. Itulah dia. Okay.
Okay, so kita move forward pada Datuk Izumi. Boleh Datuk cerita sikit on your architect dia field ni, how you started.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, selamat petang. Okay, terima kasih Puan Azrina dan juga MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi sebab organize this session today. I pergi ke MRSM Kota Baru. Dulu dia panggil MRSM Kota Baru, sekarang MRSM Kalan Cepa. Saya join tahun 1983, Form 1, kemudian keluar 1987, Form 5. Then after 1987, 1988 pergi ke MSM KL di Taman Shamlin, Ceras. Masa tu buat program preparation untuk AAD program untuk pergi ke United States. Tapi saya tak habis dekat sana. Selepas beberapa bulan saya dapat offer untuk pergi ke USM. Jadi apabila dapat offer ke USM, surat tu dah sampai dekat orang tua saya. Dia bawa surat tu. Dulu masa tu tak ada handphone lagi. So dia bawa jumpa saya di MSM Ceras. Dia kata jangan pergi overseas. Dia kata pergi USM lebih baik. Dia kata kalau pergi overseas dia takut tak balik ke apa ke. So itu kerisauan orang-orang tua masa dulu. Ramai yang student kita pergi overseas. Ada yang tak grad, ada yang balik halfway, ada yang tak balik, stay kat sana. So itu jadi kerisauan pada masa tu. Orang tua saya, datuk saya masa tu dia non-educated, so dia kata lebih baik stay dekat dalam Malaysia. Jadi saya akur dengan permintaan itu, so saya join USM. Kemudian memang saya minat dalam bidang architecture. So apabila saya pergi ke USM, target saya untuk buat architecture. Dulu-dulu nak buat architecture course senang, tak ada cabaran. Sebab kebanyakan orang nak buat medicine ataupun nak buat education. Sebab education dengan medicine ni almost guarantee. Apabila graduate ada kerja. Engineering dengan architecture ni belum tentu lagi. Sebab masa saya masuk tu tahun 89, tahun 90, there was a recession after 1987, 1988 recession. So ramai graduate yang keluar masa tu tak ada kerja. Terpaksa bawa taksi, masa tu government bagi grant untuk bawa taksi. Masa tu tak ada Grab lagi, dia bagi permit taksi. So itu antara cabaran, tapi saya memang minat. Saya dapat galakan juga daripada cikgu saya dulu dekat MRSM. Cikgu Faridah Pak Imin, dia cikgu seni reka saya, dia pun banyak bagi galakan juga. So di USM, course architecture pada masa dulu lama, saya terpaksa buat 7 tahun. 2 tahun matrikulasi, 4 tahun untuk first degree, kemudian kena buat another degree, baru graduate sebagai architect. So saya beberapa cabaran pada masa itu sebab saya keluar daripada program untuk AAD program untuk pergi ke US. Jadi MARA dah blacklist, saya tak dapat beasiswa MARA. So apabila saya sambung di USM, saya terpaksa minta beasiswa lain. So banyaklah yang saya minta. Saya minta JPA, saya minta Petronas, saya minta Shell. So saya tak dapat JPA sebab JPA kata kalau you dah tak dapat MARA, you tak dapatlah JPA. Alhamdulillah saya dapat beasiswa Petronas. So I managed to graduate on time dengan beasiswa Petronas. Tapi syarat untuk architecture program di Malaysia ni, untuk graduate sebagai architect, kita mesti buat architecture 5 years degree program. So the first degree, I graduated with Bachelor of Science, Housing, Building and Planning, major architecture, but not Bachelor in Architecture. So I have to take another year, another degree. Dulu dia 1 year, sekarang dia 2 years. So I have to take another degree, Bachelor in Architecture. So I went back to Petronas. Petronas kata no. Dia kata we will not give any beasiswa or scholarship for the student who want to do double degree. So dia kata we only support single degree. Then I try to explain the architecture program under the Board of Architects Malaysia, I have to complete another degree. Then only I can be registered as graduate architect. Dia kata no, we are not going to give that. I masih ingat lagi nama officer tu. Then I kata okay. Then dia kata I must work because I ada ikatan beasiswa dengan Petronas. I have to work with Petronas at that time. Masa tu projek KLCC, Menara KLCC dalam proses hendak dibina, hendak dibangun. Kemudian saya dapat offer untuk kerja sebagai dalam tim interior design untuk Menara KLCC. Saya terpaksa tolak. Saya kata I have to finish my study. Okay, can you please allow me to finish my study? I want to continue my architecture degree another year. Okay, so dia kata okay, you can continue, but we are not going to give you any scholarship. So I have to continue. So I wrote a letter. I said thank you very much. No matter how, if I have to do my own business, jual goreng pisang pun, I will continue my study. Then I managed to find a work. So I managed to secure a job at that time. So while I am studying full time, I am working also full time. So for that degree, previously during my first degree, I have taken most of the major syllabus. So I need to complete only the studio syllabus and design thesis for the final year for architecture degree. So I have plenty of time. So I only need to go to my studio Monday morning to afternoon and Friday. So I have free time on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and also Saturday. Those days was 6 days work days. So I went to one firm. I applied for a job, but I said I can only work on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So they agreed to employ me. So I start working with that firm. So then from my salary, I managed to continue my study. I pay for my study. So that's about my my study. Then after that, of course, after graduated, I continue to work with the company until 1990. I think it was 1996, about 2-3 years. Then after that, I worked with another firm. In 1997, I decided. 1997, I believe that I think for me to have more exposure, I have to work in bigger firm. At that time, I only know Ijaz Kasturi, very famous architect in Malaysia. But in my office, there was a magazine, a journal, architecture journal, World Architecture Journal. So I flipped through the magazine. Inside the magazine, there are a list of top 200 world architects. So there's only one firm in that top 200, and I saw that firm. The name of the firm is Architect MAA. I say, if this Architect MAA is one of the top 200, I'm going to try this firm. So I apply. At that time, I think email, not many people has email, so I applied through email. Then I got a reply. They say, okay, when can you come for the interview? I say, I can go anytime. Then they set a date, so I went for the interview. So I remember the interview was on my birthday. So I went for the interview in 1997. And then they were working at that time on the KLIA airport, KL Central Station, Suasana Central, and International Financial Park in Labuan, Suasana Central Condo, many projects. They were working on many projects. They really need people. So they say, when can you start? I say, I can start almost immediately. And then they say, okay. So I went back. Actually, I have to tell my wife, I got married early when I was in the fourth year, I already got married. So at that time, I already have one kid. So I went back to Penang. I told my wife, I got a job in KL. I want to move to KL. I want to go for a bigger firm. I want to have more exposure. I say, I don't want to remain doing the terrace houses, bungalow. I think I want to do something big. I want more exposure. I want to work in the corporate office so that I understand, I will understand how to run business better, corporate governance better. So then I gave notice to my office, then I went. My wife still worked in an architect firm, another architect firm in Penang, so I went first. I think we were separated for about 1 month before she also managed to find job. So that's how I determined that I want to move to KL because I want to change my life. I want to have better exposure. But life is not always good. 1997, I joined in April. 1998, there was economic crisis, ASEAN financial crisis. And then at that time, the completion of KLIA Airport, because everybody was rushing for the Commonwealth Game and also for the Shogam at that time. So everything was completed at the same time. So KL Central Station, KLIA Airport, Suasana Central, everything completed at the same time. So at the end, with the economic crisis, the company has not enough job to sustain the employees. So I was retrenched from the company after 1 year and 1 month working with that company. That was my bad experience. And 1 month later, my wife was retrenched from her company. So both of us were jobless. Okay, then I start a small business with my other friend, but the business failed. But it's something that we learned. But however, after I was retrenched from the firm, I managed to secure a job with this international company, interior design company. So I joined that company for about 1 year plus. And I remember in 1999, the company that retrenched me before, Architect MA, called me back. They say, would you like to come back and join this company? The project that you were working on 2 years ago, the client decided to continue with the project. So I say, okay, I want to go back. So that was the turning point when I believe that if I continue to work as an employee, I do not know what's going to happen to me. So at any time the company may retrench me. So then I decided I need to take my professional examination and become a professional architect. So I went back to the company because I need to work with architect firm to be entitled to take for the professional examination as an architect. So 1 year later, I passed my exam, and then about 2 years later, so I joined the company as the partner. So until today.
Alhamdulillah.
So, okay.
So kita bagi peluang pada Kapten pula untuk share your journey sampai jadi pilot dekat MH sekarang.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you pihak MUAFAKAT Langkawi, Datuk Syed, Ansara Malaysia dan semua ibu bapa dan juga pelajar-pelajar MRSM yang terlibat. Saya dari batch 16 MRSM PC. Kalau simbolnya simbol siput Ambor 92. Okey, sedikit latar belakang saya. Lahir tahun 75. Saya mula masuk ke MRSM Pengkalan Cepa pada tahun 1988, tingkatan 1, tingkatan 2 dan tingkatan 3 1990 ditukarkan, satu batch ditukarkan ke MRSM Pasir Tumbuh selama setahun untuk ambil SRP. Lepas pada tu satu batch balik semua ditukarkan ke MRSM Pengkalan Cepa. Setelah tamat SPM pada tahun 1992, result saya tak adalah cemerlang sangat, atas-atas pagar je. Kalau cikgu tanya apa cita-cita pun saya cakap nak jadi postman je. Sebab masa tu saya tak tahu, tak nampak hala tuju saya. Masa tu hidup lebih kepada nak bermain, nak suka-suka je, tak tahu apa nak jadi 10, 5 tahun, 15 tahun akan datang. Okey, tapi alhamdulillah aggregate SPM saya pada masa tu 20. 20 aggregate ni dekat-dekat dengan grade 2 dah. Tapi rezeki Tuhan, saya dapat masuk second batch. Ni pilihan yang kedua dah ni, second batch ke AAD program. Macam Datuk tadi, ke Taman Shamlin, pergi buat kos peralihan bahasa Inggeris. Duduk situ satu semester, tapi saya semasa tunggu result SPM, saya ada pergi interview untuk masuk ke kursus juruterbang. Saya pergi bukan sebab saya nak, saya pergi sebab saya nak keluar daripada Kota Baru. Saya pergi interview tu sebab saja nak main-main. Tapi bagi tahu kat parent nak pergi interview. Tapi sangkut. Tersangkut. Maknanya pihak sekolah penerbangan tu terima saya. Bagi tahu dekat parent saya kata lebih baik pergi. Sebab kalau pergi AAD program ni 4 tahun. Kalau buat lesen penerbangan, setahun 2 bulan saja masa tu. Dan di Langkawi. Saya rasa parent saya pun tak confident saya pergi US. Macam Datuk Jumi cakap tadi, kalau zaman 90-an, kalau manusia insan-insan biasa ni pergi US, takut tak balik, takut jadi lebih sesak. Saya pun pergi ke Langkawi pada tahun 90-94 di Mofas Air Flying Academy. Sama dengan MRSM Langkawi kita sekarang lah. Kalau anda masih ingat, kedudukannya di hujung runway, di sebelah dengan go-kart. Ada satu kompleks. Dulu Mofas Air Flying Academy, sekarang dah diambil alih oleh pihak travelling agent lah kalau tak silap saya. Situ saya punya tempat belajar. Setelah tamat pada 1995, saya pergi under pinjaman MARA. Setelah tamat, saya kembali ke kampung. Lepas tu tak ada kerja. Dan menganggur selama setahun lebih. Dalam masa menganggur tu, untuk menampung keperluan harian, saya bekerja sebagai guru sandaran. Dan pada tahun 96, alhamdulillah, saya mendapat tawaran kerja dengan syarikat Pelangi Air. Satu syarikat kecil, penerbangan kecil yang pergi ke daripada Subang ke Pulau Langkawi, ke Pulau Tioman, Pulau Pangkor dan airport kecil di Singapura, airport Seletar. Masa tu saya menerbangkan pesawat Dornier 228. Pesawat ni agak tak popular lah kalau di Malaysia sebab sekarang ni dah tak ada dah diterbangkan sebagai pembantu juruterbang. Pada tahun 99 saya dapat tawaran daripada Malaysia Airlines dan dihantar ke Kuching untuk terbang pesawat Fokker 50 sebagai pembantu juruterbang lagi. Dan selama 3 tahun di situ, pada tahun 2002 saya kembali ke Kuala Lumpur untuk terbang pesawat Boeing 737 siri 400 sebagai pembantu juruterbang juga. Setelah 3 tahun saya dinaikkan ke pesawat yang lebih besar sikit, Airbus 330-300 pada tahun 2006 dan pada tahun 2008 dinaikkan ke pesawat yang lebih besar lagi, Boeing 747 siri 400 sebagai pembantu juruterbang juga. Di sini terdapat banyak pengalaman yang menarik lah sebab pada masa tu pesawat Boeing 747 ni pergi ke merata dunia. Pada tahun 2013 saya tukar lagi pesawat ke 737 siri 800. Buat masa ni kira naik pangkat sikit lah, saya menjadi kapten. Lepas tu pada tahun 2018 tukar kapal besar sikit kepada Airbus 330, 300 dan 200 dengan Malaysia Airlines juga sampailah ke hari ini. Saya rasa itulah sejarah perjalanan saya sedikit sebanyak. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih. Okay, so kita dah dengar tadi basically lebih kurang lah apa perjalanan daripada sekolah sampai dah masuk kerja. So saya cuma nak saya rasa mungkin ramai student pun nak tahu kalau untuk jadi lawyer ataupun untuk jadi arkitek ataupun untuk jadi pilot ni, apa actually satu, strong subject yang you kena ada. Kedua, you punya personal attitude ataupun skill yang you kena ada untuk masuk dalam career yang Datuk Izumi, Kapten dan Tuan Wan Zuhafiz ceburi sekarang ni. Kita mulakan dengan Datuk dulu.
Okay, terima kasih. So subjek ni sebenarnya dalam architecture ni dia tak ada spesifik subjek. Kalau ramai yang ingat untuk buat architecture mesti kena pandai melukis. Itu bagi saya itu tak betul lah. Okay. Pandai ataupun tak pandai melukis ni boleh jadi arkitek sebenarnya. Sebab sekarang ni architecture dah banyak guna teknologi. Semuanya guna komputer. Lukis tangan ni jarang sangat. Walau bagaimanapun kalau ada skill melukis, dia ada advantage dia. Kadang-kadang boleh guna juga. Tapi kebanyakan drawing sekarang ni semuanya menggunakan komputer. Kemudian dari segi cuma satu je saya nak cakap sini, kalaulah ada kemahiran dari segi matematik, dari segi fizik, itu juga membantu. Dari segi subjek yang itulah. Kemudian dari segi skill yang paling penting dalam architecture ni dia kena tahan lah, kena ada kesabaran. Dan arkitek ni dia bekerja, dia hidup dia lain. Kalau siapa yang dah pernah pergi ke universiti, kalau dia tengok student architecture, hidup dia lain. Orang lain hidup 24 jam sehari, arkitek dia 32 jam sehari. Sebab orang lain 8 jam rehat, 8 jam bekerja, 8 jam main. Arkitek ni dia lain, dia dah tak boleh ikut dan norm dah. Maksudnya kebanyakan masa arkitek digunakan untuk buat kerja-kerja semasa di studio, walaupun semasa student dan juga masa praktis sebagai arkitek. So masa tidur dia kena jadi kurang lah sikit. Kalau student tu biasalah, kalau tidur 3 jam sehari, 2 jam sehari tu jadi normal. Kena ada tahap ketahanan tu lah. Standard student architecture tidur 4 jam, 3 jam itu normal. Kalau dia ada masalah dari segi ketahanan tu mungkin architecture tak begitu sesuai. Kemudian skill yang lain tu dia boleh develop lah. Dari segi presentation skill, saya dulu pun daripada budak kampung pergi sana, bila kena present dekat lecturer tu menggigil juga. Tapi lama-lama kita boleh develop. bila kita dah sama dengan kawan-kawan. Tapi ada yang student yang memang dia tak boleh tak tidur. Kalau dia tak tidur, dia migraine, dia sakit kepala. Yang macam tu saya nasihatkan jangan masuk architecture. Tak tahan pressure, apabila kena crit dalam architecture dia ada crit session. Dia akan kita kena present, dia akan challenge your idea, dia akan cabar, sometimes emotionally kita terasa juga. So kalau tak tahan dari segi emotion pun susah. Tapi dari segi presentation, kemahiran melukis itu bukanlah satu benda yang tidak boleh dipelajari. Boleh dipelajari apabila kita masuk bidang ni. So jangan risau sangat kalau tak pandai melukis.
Ada satu soalan ni saya rasa Datuk dah jawab tadi. Dia tanya bolehkah orang yang tak ada bakat seni dan melukis ambil aliran arkitek. So saya rasa Datuk dah explain tadi, maknanya not necessarily kan. Okay.
Boleh.
So kita move pada Cik Wan Zul Hafiz. Strong subject and skill yang you kena ada untuk jadi lawyer.
Okay, strong subject law is all about language and also logic, reason. So kalau language tu basically memang kena membaca lah, kan? Okay, sebenarnya kalau ikutkan untuk ambil law yang penting adalah subjek English. Kalau saya pernah ambil bahasa Arab, saya pernah buat syariah sebab saya dulu buat saya enroll for double degree program untuk syariah dan juga law biasa. So kena ada yang subjek bahasa Arab lah. Masa kat MISM setting saya ambil sendiri. Saya ambil sendiri bahasa Arab sebab saya nak ada SPM bahasa Arab, sebab saya memang target untuk buat syariah. Law dengan syariah double degree program dekat UIA. English, bahasa Arab kalau saya pernah bersyariah dan juga sejarah. Okay. Tapi having said that, sebab saya daripada universiti kan, competition sangat-sangat tinggi. Competition sangat-sangat tinggi, especially public university. Those yang dapat subject law tu memang yang diambil yang tak boleh kata macam oh saya nak jadi lawyer, saya just nak fokus on sejarah, saya nak fokus on English and then that's it. I don't want to study any other subjects. So nanti kalau ikut yang susunan merit tu nanti dia akan jatuh ke bawah. So sebab siapa nak ambil law, siapa target nak ambil law memang kena buat betul-betul sebab dia akan susun balik merit, and then you have to compete with the art stream students. Art stream student yang saya stream student kena compete juga dengan art stream students. Art stream student tu ramai lah yang dapat straight A, dapat 12A, dapat 13A pun ada. So you have to compete with them. So kena buat yang terbaik untuk dapatkan tempat tu, especially public university. Public university tak banyak yang ada law. UIA, UM, Universiti Melayu, UiTM, UKM, yang baru-baru macam UUM yang terbaru, UNIZA, USIM masih dalam proses lagi untuk dapatkan pengiktirafan. Yang lain MMU is the private university yang dapat pengiktirafan. Yang lain semua kena buat CLP, Certificate of Legal Practice. So kalau law, nak ambil law, basically my advice is better to do at public university rather than to go overseas untuk first degree. Sebabnya kalau siapa buat overseas, whether the student buat dekat UK ataupun dekat Australia, balik memang kena ambil satu lagi certificate, dia panggil Certificate Legal Practice. So the student cannot straight away do chambering. Kena balik buat dulu CLP tu. Ramai tersangkut buat CLP sebab CLP tak senang. So the public university student, we have the advantage. So habis je 4 years study tu, boleh terus buat chambering. And then call to the bar as an advocate solicitor. Subjects lain, okay. Macam lawyer, ramai yang kata lawyer ni kena pandai bercakap, kena suka bercakap kan. Somehow yes, but not necessarily that students tu mesti kena bercakap juga, sebab tak semua lawyer akan pergi ke mahkamah. Macam saya boleh kira berapa kali je saya pergi mahkamah. Kan? Saya berapa kali je sebab saya memang corporate lawyer. So kalau pergi mahkamah pun untuk mediation macam tu je. Saya bukan litigator. Siapa pergi mahkamah tu pergi litigator lawyer, litigation lawyers ataupun litigator. Yang tu memang perlukan yang buat convincing and all that lah. So kalau macam saya lebih kepada documents, corporate works, drafting. So perlukan banyak dekat fikiran lah, analytics. Analytics perlukan banyak baca, meticulous, wording and everything tu. Yang tu kan ni lah. So lawyer memang kena banyak baca, macam saya tadi, lawyer baca dengan language lah. Itu yang skill yang penting, dan juga untuk oral punya communication skills.
Okay, so kita go for Captain. Captain, apa you think yang subjek dan skills yang kena ada untuk become a pilot?
Okay, untuk nak jadi pilot, sebab sekarang ni ramai orang nak jadi pilot, competition dia adalah agak tinggi. So senang saya cakap, SPM kena semua A. Sebab you nak lawan dengan orang ramai. Okay, tu syarat untuk nak masuk ke sekolah penerbangan. Tapi bila you dah kerja, apa yang penting you kena tahu a bit of everything. You kena tahu pasal biologi juga, macam mana body kita jalan, sebab untuk you nak kerja long haul lah, macam-macam. Bila you pergi travel, time different, macam mana you nak kira time. Benda-benda keagamaan pun you kena tahu juga. Puasa macam mana nak kira. Lepas tu yang agak ketara you akan guna setiap kali penerbangan adalah CFA 3. Tu je. Budak darjah 2 pun boleh buat.
What is that?
CFA 3.
Kenapa kena tu?
Kali 7. Macam ni. Kalau kita terbang 10, kita duduk kat 10,000 kaki, kita nak land, kita kena tahu distance kita dengan airport tu berapa. Dia ni adalah rough figure untuk kita nak tahu, sebab sekarang komputer semua dah calculate semua dah. Tetapi saya macam old school lagi, saya masih kira pakai otak sendiri lagi dengan CP3. 10 kali 3 sama dengan 30. Jarak saya dengan airport kena 30. Kalau saya 20 batu dari airport tapi saya 10,000 kaki, maknanya saya dah tinggi. Kalau saya tinggi, saya tak boleh nak land. Kalau saya 40 km lagi, maknanya saya dah rendah. Kalau bila kita terbang rendah, minyak pakai banyak, rugi company kita. Lepas tu satu lagi yang saya boleh share sikit, masa kita nak landing tu, semua orang nak landing yang best, semua tak tahu, tak rasa apa kan. Tapi dalam pemikiran juruterbang, CP3 juga lagi. Gradient 3 degrees untuk kita nak kena control speed kapal terbang tu, dan juga rate of descent dia. Formula dia speed bahagi 2. Dapat tu, itulah rate of descent kita. So insyaAllah kita dapat landing yang bagus. Lagi satu, kena multitasking. Sebab kalau bawa kapal terbang, contohnya masa kita nak start engine, di tengah parking, nak start engine. Ada 7 benda. 7 benda yang kita kena buat dalam satu masa. Satu, kita kena monitor engine. Kita kena monitor engine start. Satu lagi, kita kena dengar menara kawalan bercakap. Satu lagi, kita kena bercakap dengan engineer kat bawah. Ni kita pakai headphone kan. Satu lagi, kita kena bercakap dengan pembantu juruterbang, co-pilot kita. Satu lagi, kita kena dengar announcement daripada pihak cabin crew kat belakang tu. Satu lagi, kita kena peka dengan traffic staff yang akan masuk, cakap bila boleh keluar, bila passenger semua dah masuk. Satu lagi spare lah, takut ada girlfriend call ke. Tak, contoh tu salah, tipu. Multitasking lah. Itulah, tu salah satu contoh. Satu lagi, pilot ni kena set priority. Sebab bila dah multitasking, you kena set priority yang mana yang lebih penting untuk you nak selesaikan dahulu. Kalau dalam secara kasarnya, benda yang safety must be on top. Kena duduk nombor 1. Kalau safety dah selesai, you pergi ke bawah sikit, legality. Kalau you buat salah, tak legal walaupun safe, boleh kena saman, company rugi, dan you pun boleh hilang kerja. Satu lagi, barulah efisien. Jimat minyak ke, benda-benda yang comfort, contohnya. So, kalau kita naik kapal terbang, kalau landing terkasar sikit, anggaplah ia priority yang nombor 3 lah. Sebab diorang mesti nak safety dengan legality. Tu je lebih kurang dari saya rasa. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay. Saya nak tanya dengan Cap lah. Kita faham ramai student yang dia akan pilih untuk jadi pilot, maksudnya dia terus masuk flying school and then untuk jadi pilot. Tapi there are people yang dia akan buat degree dulu, lepas tu baru pergi masuk flying school. So there is apa advantage dengan disadvantage lah dekat situ, sebab kita faham sekarang ni pilot pun banyak yang tak ada kerja ataupun kurang lah fly kan sebab restriction dengan COVID-19 ni. So bila ada option, maknanya you ada different set of skill ataupun certs tu mungkin advantage pada you lah. So saya nak tanya pendapat Captain lah, maknanya option tu lah, sama ada you direct pergi flying school ataupun you pergi belajar ambil degree apa-apa dulu and then baru you masuk flying school.
Okay, kalau ada degree, apa-apa jadi pun dia memang advantage lah. Cuma degree you ambil masa 4 atau 5 tahun. Kalau macam saya tak ada degree, saya terus masuk flying school. By the time umur 21 tu saya dah bekerja. Saya dah earn banyak jugalah nak banding dengan orang lain. Tetapi itu zaman saya 96-97 dulu. Sekarang kalau boleh saya nak, ni pendapat peribadi saya, untuk student sekarang umur 17-18 saya rasa lepas awak dapat result SPM yang bagus, terima je tawaran universiti ke untuk nak buat nak sambung pelajaran ke mana-mana. Awak selesaikan degree ke diploma ke, lepas tu baru awak channel diri awak kepada penerbangan. Seperti semua sedia maklum, sekarang ni ada company yang buang pekerja. Dalam calculation saya, dalam lebih kurang 1,000 orang di Malaysia sahaja yang tidak bekerja. Pilot yang dah terbang yang tak bekerja. Di syarikat saya sendiri pun overstrength sekarang. Tapi kita belum buang orang lagi. So untuk nak tunggu benda ni bounce back, kalau kita baru nak start pergi flying school, ambil masa 2 tahun. Lepas pada tu, kita akan mula nak minta kerja dengan syarikat penerbangan. Syarikat penerbangan mungkin akan lebih tertarik untuk mengambil pekerja yang sudah bekerja, yang diberhentikan dahulu ni, yang ada 1,000 orang ni. 1,000 orang ni daripada Oman, daripada serata dunia yang diberhentikan dan diorang balik ke Malaysia. Maknanya dia punya pengalaman luas. So jadi advantage untuk company ambil diorang lagi. Dan saya tak tahu, tapi pendapat saya mungkin gaji pada masa itu adalah agak tak sama dengan sekarang lah, sebab kalau kita fikir supply and demand kan, kalau dah ramai orang, company pun baru nak start bounce back after the COVID-19, mungkin dia akan reduce sikit cost. Kalau sekarang saya nasihatkan pergi buat degree dahulu, lepas tu baru pursue flying studies. Lepas tu kena ingat flying ni kena ada kesihatan yang agak tinggilah tahap kesihatan dia. Kita kena mata rabun warna, tak boleh rabun warna, tapi boleh pakai spek. Dari segi struktur tulang belakang, skoliosis, tu pun ada limit dia. Dan benda ni kita tak sedar selagi kita belum buat medical check up, kita tak tahu benda ni. Kalau interview nak masuk syarikat penerbangan, mula-mula kita akan kena buat IQ test, matematik, sains, English, dan personal interview. Cakap bila dah lulus semua tu baru kita pergi buat medical examination. Kalau kita dah lepas, tengok-tengok kita buta warna. Tak boleh masuk. Itu adalah satu kerugian yang besar lah pada saya. Saya dah jawab
Dah. Okey, terima kasih Kak untuk sharing tu. Okey, saya nak tanya Cik Wan Zulhafiz lah. Kita tahu macam tadi kita dah mention kan, law ni dia banyak, dia punya pecahan-pecahan dia macam banking, finance, commercial law apa semua tu. Kalau boleh lah Cik Zulhafiz bagi sikit lah what does it take for the student ni, macam mana you kena minat account finance ke, you nak jadi finance ataupun corporate law, you kena minat banking ke untuk masuk, macam tu lah. Apa sebenarnya yang akan differentiate atau akan differentiate, maknanya you nak masuk ke cabang-cabang
lawyer tu lawyer. Terima kasih Puan. Betul Puan. Law juga ada banyak cabang, tapi untuk peringkat undergrad, biasanya dekat peringkat law school kami akan dedahkan student untuk semua subjek.
Okay.
So dekat law school kena belajar criminal law, kena belajar contract law, kena belajar tort, kena belajar Islamic law. Islamic law pun ada macam-macam Islamic law, Islamic criminal law, Islamic law of transactions, kena belajar Islamic banking and finance, kena belajar company law. Macam saya sendiri, saya mengajar company law, company law, kena belajar public international law, so macam-macam law. So peringkat ijazah biasanya kita bagi general je. General, lepas tu bila dah keluar tu, bila dah start buat chambering tu, dekat situ sebenarnya yang titik permulaan dekat mana yang akan menentukan. Macam saya dah masuk dekat dalam, saya tahu saya minat saya lebih kepada trade, lebih kepada commercial. Jadi saya join corporate law firms dekat saya Menko tu. Dan saya ke arah sana lah, lebih ke arah, saya punya passion saya lebih ke arah sana. Dekat sana pun saya start dengan Islam Banking Finance dan Cik Megat. He was my master. Lepas tu saya saya join bidang saya pursue dalam bidang corporate law lain juga. Sorry, ada orang ketuk pintu. Ada distraction juga. Okay, lepas tu kalau ada orang yang macam ada student yang passion dia lebih kepada manusia, kan, law dengan manusia, contohnya macam criminal law. So dia undang-undang dia lebih suka dengan manusia. So dia lebih akan jadi corporate lawyer ataupun human right lawyers macam tu. So sebenarnya terpulang kepada bidang masing-masing. Bila once dah grad LLB tu, kita bagi LLB, Bachelor of Law, dekat situ student tu sendiri akan decide lah ke mana hala tuju dia. Saya menjawab soalan ni Puan ni?
Ya, saya rasa dah terjawab lah tu soalan dia. Okey, untuk Datuk, nak minta Datuk share dekat dalam arkitek pula. Kita tahu kan kat arkitek pun banyak juga cabang-cabang kecil yang kita boleh masuk. So boleh Datuk explain sikit.
Ya, okey, terima kasih. Dia dalam architecture ni, mula-mula sekali kita kena faham architecture ni setengah orang dia kata neither here nor there. So it is a marriage of arts and science. So dia bukan seni, dia bukan juga sains, tapi dia dua-dua sekali. Sebab tu dia ada macam-macam bidang. Tapi kalau kita tengok architect macam mana the existence of architecture ni, basically dia started with to create the physical built environment. Apabila manusia perlu ada shelter, ada rumah, ada tempat kerja. So buildings and built environment ni dia provide spaces, opportunity untuk orang tinggal dalam tu. Kemudian dia boleh ada socio-economic activities, ritual, religious activities, even untuk dia belajar. War and defense pun masuk juga dalam part daripada built environment. Tapi sekarang ni kalau kita tengok dia dah mula berubah. The knowledge, body of knowledge in architecture study ni dia mula berubah bukan saja untuk built environment. Sekarang ni dia dah jadi bermacam-macam cabang dengan teknologi yang ada sekarang ni. So kalau kita tengok architecture ni dia juga sebenarnya part of our culture. Dia enhance, dia portray our culture to other people. Sebab tu kalau kita tengok dalam even sejarah rumah tradisional, dia portray macam mana the Malay architecture, Malaysian architecture, Chinese. Kalau kita pergi ke China, Hong Kong, kita boleh tengok the Chinese architecture, macam-macam. So dia portray the culture as well. So dia macam representative of ourselves. Kemudian dia continue to evolve architecture ni until I think in the 50s after the Second World War, then orang mula tengok architecture in different needs. Then dia mula masukkan the technology, new knowledge into designing spaces and building. Dan recently, kalau kita tengok, there are more knowledge, more new finding, new discovery, research on sustainable development, building wellness. Building wellness is very new, quite new compared to sustainable development. Sustainable development dah agak lama. Dulu orang panggil energy efficient design in building, green design, macam-macam tu. Basically everything is about sustainability in your township development, in your building design. Tapi lately dah mula ada a movement wellness in design. No matter how nice your building, tapi kalau building tu tak membuatkan orang yang tinggal dalam building tu semakin sihat, then it is not a good architecture. So sekarang ni dah mula ramai yang dia incorporate the factor of well building, well design dalam architecture. Dan of course new technology, kita boleh tengok macam mana David Fisher buat dekat Dubai, dynamic architecture, bangunan dia boleh pusing-pusing, boleh tukar form. Then responsive building technology. Banyak research dibuat pasal responsive building technology. Apabila matahari panas sebelah tu, one side or the sun direction, the building can respond to it. Sun shading, dia mungkin cover supaya tak ada direct sunlight penetration to the building. Even kalau bangunan tu musim sejuk, dan macam mana bangunan respond to the environment, the climate, and artificial intelligence. Macam-macam sekarang ni dalam bidang seni bina dan juga construction. Kalau construction sekarang ni kita boleh tengok macam mana new construction technology, industrialized building system, IBS, 3D printing. Dekat China dah mula buat 3D printing. That's how they can build hospital very fast, and IBS also, the technology that you can build. Everything is prefabricated in the factory, assembled dekat site. Building information modeling, ini yang saya cakap tadi, sebelum bangunan tu physically built on site, sebenarnya bangunan tu telah dibina virtually using a 3D modeling technology. So the engineer, the architects, the technologies, they are all give information input until they study the model. This is the right model, it can be built, and then only they start to construct on site. So they can study the performance of the building before construction. And the newer technology, parametric design, kalau kita nampak banyak bangunan sekarang ni looks very fluid, bentuk dia, form dia very dynamic, ada yang pelik-pelik, bukan lagi squarish. So they use a new technology, parametric technology. This technology made available with the computer system yang ada hari ini. So kalau tengok benda-benda yang saya sebut tadi, tak semestinya arkitek tu mesti kena buat semua benda-benda tu. Dia boleh fokus untuk specialize in sustainability or wellness, in building information modeling, parametric, virtual reality. Dia boleh fokus dalam benda-benda tu. Tapi lama kelamaan benda-benda seperti sustainability, dia akan jadi satu norm. Kalau dulu apabila kita design bangunan, klien akan bagi tahu dia nak bangunan tu sustainable design, green building. Sekarang ni the awareness on the importance of green building is already there. Almost everybody is practicing that. Kemudian dia move to the new knowledge and new technology. Yang saya cakap dia macam parametric design, dynamic architecture, responsive building technology. So dia banyak macam-macam cabang. Itu dari segi design. Tapi macam lawyer juga sebenarnya, architect ni dia bukan saja dalam design, because architect ni tadi saya cakap pasal sains, teknologi, dan dia ada juga dari segi arts dia. Macam mana the delivery, okay, project management, how to deliver the building, because kalau kita design dalam komputer cantik macam mana pun, kalau kita tak boleh deliver on the ground, then it give no meaning. So dia ada lagi cabang yang mana setengah-setengah orang tu dia tak suka buat design, tapi dia jadi implementation architect. Dia manage the project, dia make sure the building is delivered. Orang lain yang design, dia akan ambil, dia akan manage how to coordinate with other consultant, dengan contractor, dengan local authority to get the approval, get the permit, dan dia akan deliver. That is also part of architecture. So dia ada banyak cabang. Cuma saya nak bagi tahu pasal architecture study. Di Malaysia ni dia ada dua jenis architecture school. Satu architecture school yang mana recognized by the board of architects. Lagi satu dia tak recognized. Sama ada dia tak fully comply dengan architecture program yang disyaratkan oleh lembaga arkitek, ataupun dia a new program. Ada some architecture school, some university dia baru buka architecture school, dia belum dapat recognition. So, dua-dua school ini sebenarnya dia ada beza dia, tapi sebenarnya dua-dua tu membolehkan student ni jadi architect one day. Cuma beza dia, kalau dia join dengan architecture school yang recognized by the board of architects, apabila dia graduate untuk part 1 ni biasanya degree. Kalau dulu 4 tahun, sekarang 3 tahun. Except UiTM stay continue 4 years program sebab dia tak ada matrix, dia tak ada asasi di UiTM. Universiti lain dia banyak buat matriculation ataupun dia ambil STP, so dia boleh buat 3 tahun Bachelor in Architecture Technology, Architecture Science. Dia bukan Bachelor Architecture but ke arah Bachelor Architecture. So dia dapat 3 degree for 3 years. Kalau dia go to the recognized university program, dan dia dapat automatically qualification untuk Board of Architect Part 1. Then dia kena buat Part 2, sama ada dia sambung Master in Architecture 2 tahun, ataupun dia buat Bachelor in Architecture. Tapi sekarang ni banyak universiti dia dah tak buat Bachelor Architecture. Macam saya dulu, saya terpaksa buat double degree. First degree in housing and planning, kemudian second degree in architecture. Sekarang ni banyak universiti dia offer master in architecture. So you akan dapat degree dan dapat master. Master equivalent to part 2. With master in architecture, selalunya 2 tahun, UiTM, UIA, USM semua 2 tahun sekarang ni. Tak ada lagi setahun, dulu setahun. Sebab first degree 4 tahun, sekarang first degree 3 tahun, the master 2 tahun. Bila graduate, dan boleh dapat equivalent to part 2. Barulah boleh kerja sebagai graduate architect selama 2 tahun dan boleh ambil professional examination yang dia panggil part 3. Bila ada part 3, lulus professional examination, baru boleh buka firm, baru boleh sign plan. Kalau tak boleh sign plan. Kalau sign plan tak laku, orang tak bayar, di majlis pun tak terima bila submit plan. Kena ada part 1, part 2, part 3. Bagi student yang pilih untuk pergi ke overseas, ada banyak universiti overseas yang tidak, dia panggil validation program, yang tidak mendapat validation from the Board of Architects Malaysia. Kalau dulu, sebelum tahun 2017, semua program universiti, architecture program in UK, Australia and New Zealand automatically recognized. Sekarang tak ada lagi. Semua universiti sama ada dia graduate daripada UK, daripada Australia, New Zealand, ataupun daripada US, Korea, Japan, semua sama. Even Singapore pun sama. That university mesti dapat accreditation atau validation. Banyak universiti overseas dia tak apply for validation, so university program dia tak dapat validation daripada Board of Architects. Tapi ini tidak bermakna universiti itu tak bagus. Saya bagi contoh, kalau Butler ataupun Berkeley School of Architecture, AA, they are the top schools in the world. So they don't bother to apply from the Board of Architects Malaysia untuk dapatkan validation, because they know that their school is good. People still come to the school even without they've been validated or accredited by any other person, any other organization bodies, accreditation bodies. So jangan ingat kalau the good school like Berkeley ataupun any good school overseas yang tak validated by the board of architect itu tak bagus. Jangan ingat that university tak bagus. University itu bagus, bukan tak bagus. Beza dia sekiranya student memilih untuk pergi ke universiti yang tidak mendapat validasi daripada board of architect, dia kena buat dua benda. Kalau dia pergi ke universiti macam Manchester University buat architecture, dia dapat validation daripada Plymouth University, Oxford University kat UK, dia dapat validation. Student balik terus dia boleh register sebagai graduate architect, dia boleh kerja sebagai graduate architect. Tapi kalau dia pergi ke universiti yang tak dapat validation, dia balik dia kena ambil examination part 1 and part 2 examination. Kalau dia datang daripada UiTM part 1, dia buat master overseas, dia cuma perlu ambil part 2 saja. Tapi jangan takut dengan examination tu. Examination tu cukup senang sebenarnya. Jangan kita takut nak pergi universiti yang bagus sebab kita takut nak kena ambil examination. Pergilah ke universiti yang bagus. Jangan risau pasal examination tu. Examination tu cukup senang. Saya bagi tip macam mana nak buat. Apabila belajar di overseas ataupun belajar mana-mana school yang tidak mendapat validation, make sure semua kerja-kerja budak architecture dia panggil portfolio. Make sure kita simpan semua kerja-kerja tu. Sketch kita simpan, lukisan kita simpan. Kita buat model, kalau susah nak bawa balik daripada overseas, model tu ambil gambar. Ambil gambar, simpan. Drawing boleh scan the original, kalau boleh bawa balik. Jangan tinggal. Zaman dulu ramai yang pergi overseas, dia bawa balik mini compo, mini hi-fi, dia tinggal drawing. Bila balik, LAM kata, where's your drawing? Tak ada dan dia tak lepas. So bila balik, boleh apply untuk sit for the examination, part 1 or part 2. Cara dia examination, dia macam interview. You bawa, you tunjuk kerja-kerja yang dibuat semasa di universiti. Kemudian the interviewer akan tanya, apa yang you buat, dia akan tengok, dia nilaikan yang kerja dibuat tu. Sekiranya dia memuaskan, most of the time akan memuaskan. Kecuali yang memang tak buat. Ada juga yang pergi sana, dia tak buat, dia upah orang lain buat ke apa, bila balik tanya tak tahu, setengah tu kata tak ada, masuk kargo tenggelam pun ada. Macam-macam alasan. So yang macam ni yang ada problem. Dan dia kena go through another process. Dia kena ambil dia panggil integrated design program. Dia terpaksa buat 6 bulan, kena buat design, kena buat apa. Yang itu susah sikit sebab ambil masa. Sebab tu saya kata jangan takut kalau nak pergi the top university, walaupun dia tak ada recognition, validation daripada the Board of Architects Malaysia, boleh, tapi simpan kerja-kerja tu untuk bawa balik untuk interview. Bila dah lepas interview tu, automatically dapat sama macam school lain juga. Cuma saya nak ingatkan, sekiranya pergi ke universiti yang memang the local board pun tak approve, yang itu jangan pergi seboleh-bolehnya. Ada setengah universiti, even dia punya local, the national board pun tak approve dia overseas. Ada, saya tak nak sebut nama tu. Ada. Dia tak dapat accreditation dekat local, by their local board. So yang tu kita jangan pergi. Sebab kalau dia local board pun tak approve, bila balik sini, Board of Architects Malaysia pun tak dapat nak validate your degree nanti. Nanti at the end tak boleh jadi professional architect. Tapi siapa yang pergi that route ataupun termasuk that route tu, jangan kecewa. Tak boleh jadi architect, masih lagi boleh jadi architectural technologist. Yang ini yang saya cakap, banyak lagi bidang-bidang teknologi, specialization in building information modeling, parametric design, facade lighting, facade specialist, macam-macam lagi boleh buat. So banyak peluang dia. Kalau pergi ke website Board of Architects, dia akan tunjuk list of technologies, architecture technologies specialization. Ada dan arkitek, of course lah, arkitek dia boleh buat semua benda, but technologies pun, architecture technologies banyak specialization yang boleh buat. Okay.
Terima kasih Datuk. Saya rasa very informative yang Datuk share tadi tu on the path and then option kids tu untuk kalau nak pergi overseas dengan local university tu, saya rasa memang very good for the kids to know this. Kita ada a few question kat sini. Satu soalan untuk Datuk, adakah bidang pekerjaan arkitek ni masih diperlukan pada masa akan datang? Datuk?
Soalan ni memang saya tunggu-tunggu sebab ramai orang mula tengok the construction professional ni dia dah jadi sunset industry. Yang ini adalah something yang saya tak setuju. Ramai orang kata sebab kalau tak saya tak sokong lah anak saya nak belajar. Saya ada 4 orang anak yang buat architecture, seorang civil engineer dan seorang buat masih lagi buat asasi dekat UM. So sebenarnya saya nak share statistik. Sebelum ni saya ada buat research, ada Malaysian Productivity Corporation, dia suruh kita study the future demand and needs in architecture profession ni. So sebenarnya bukan architecture saja kita buat, untuk engineer, quantity surveyor, town planner, land surveyor kita buat juga. So apa yang saya nak share kat sini, sekarang ni kita ada lebih kurang 2,000 lebih saja arkitek. Kalau kita tengok dekat website Board of Architect pun kita ada lebih kurang 2,400 profesional arkitek. Daripada 2,400 ni, lebih kurang 500-600 dah ada dalam government agency, termasuk JKR, local authority. Local authority kat Malaysia ni, kat Semenanjung ada 100 local authority, majlis-majlis daerah semua. Kemudian Sabah, Sarawak lagi. Kemudian kita ada the professional architect teaching at university. So boleh kata yang betul-betul practicing as architect sebenarnya lebih kurang 1,000 saja atau mungkin tak sampai. So kalau kita ikut statistik yang kita ada, penduduk Malaysia lebih kurang 30 juta lebih. Arkitek yang kita ada 2,000 lebih. Kalau ikut ratio sekarang ni, seorang arkitek di Malaysia ni, kalau kita campur dengan yang non-practicing, yang jadi lecturer, yang dekat local authority pun, maksudnya seorang arkitek serving 15,000 ataupun 16,000 penduduk Malaysia. Kalau kita discount yang non-practicing, kita sebenarnya satu arkitek serve lebih kurang 25,000 population. Sebagai gambaran, saya bagi contoh, di United Kingdom, satu arkitek serve 1,800 orang. Di Australia, satu arkitek serve 2,000 orang. New Zealand, satu arkitek serve 2,400 orang. USA, satu arkitek serve 1,300. Singapura, satu arkitek serve 3,700 orang. Dan kita, satu arkitek kita serve 16,000 orang. So bermakna kita kena reduce. The idea, the study by International Union of Architects, the idea ratio architect per population is about 1 architect serving 4,000 per population. Kita ada 1 to 16,000, maksudnya kita kena gandakan jumlah arkitek yang kita ada sebanyak 4 kali ganda. So boleh katakan sekarang ni kita ada 2,000 lebih, kita kena ada at least 8,000 to 10,000 arkitek. So saya boleh kata kita perlu 7,000 arkitek lagi. 7,000 arkitek lagi. Tapi apabila kita sebutkan figure macam ni kepada Department of Statistics ataupun even Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi pun tanya kita, do you still need architects or not? At one time dia pernah kata we don't need doctors anymore. So do you still need architects or not? So they are conducting the study. The issue is that bila kita banding macam mana the architects bekerja di negara kita dan the architects bekerja di luar negara, dia sangat berbeza. Di negara kita ada arkitek yang hanya nak sign plan saja. There is the reason why the ratio architects to population is very high. Satu arkitek serve sampai 16,000 population. Kalau betul-betul di luar negara, dia perlukan sehingga arkitek serve 1,200, 1,500. Di Spain, one architect serve only 1,500 population. Reason dia sebab dekat sana, the architect dia really into designing the building, bukan nak sign plan saja. So saya selalu advocate selalu bagi tahu pada government agency in the industry, practicing construction industry, kita kena tukar the mindset. Okay. Apabila kita buka peluang untuk arkitek muda dan new generation untuk do the research in building material, in design. When these architects buat research in building material, the new technology, dan kita akan dapati sebenarnya kita kekurangan arkitek. Kita perlukan 7,000 sehingga 8,000 arkitek lagi. Barulah kita dapat buat bangunan-bangunan at par dengan other people. Salah satu sebab kenapa kita gagal, saya kata kita gagal dalam export of professional services. Salah satu sebab kita gagal, kita tidak mempunyai cukup tenaga. Untuk serve yang dalam negara pun kita dah tak cukup, sebab tu kita tak boleh export services. Orang lain dia ada ramai, architects, engineer, that's why dia boleh export. Apabila kita ada bangunan yang complicated, saya bagi contoh bila kita buat underground MRT station, kita perlu ada underground station architects. Apabila saya involve dengan projek tu dulu, saya cuba cari. Kita tak ada the specialist for underground building. Kita terpaksa bawa expert daripada UK, daripada Hong Kong, daripada Taiwan, daripada Singapura. Sebab kita tidak ada. Dan kenapa kita tak ada expertise arkitek yang boleh buat bangunan bawah tanah, the underground station? Sebab kita terlalu leka, kita terlalu asyik dengan untuk buat simple building. Kita nak buat banglo, buat rumah teres, buat sekolah. Kita tak pernah cabar diri kita untuk buat produk yang high end. Sebab tu kita tak boleh ekspor ke luar negara. Kita tak boleh ekspor ke luar negara setakat nak buat banglo, rumah, sekolah, office. Semua arkitek seluruh dunia ni pandai. Tapi cuba kita buat diri kita specialize in certain things. Focus in certain things. Responsive architecture, dynamic, parametric architecture. There are not many these architects in the world. Even my company, kita specialize in hospital planning, transportation planning. There are not many arkitek yang boleh buat hospital planning. Not many arkitek yang boleh buat transportation planning. Kita nampak senang untuk design airport. What is behind? I'm sure Captain Mat tahu pasal benda ni. Passenger area nampak senang. The baggage handling. Bila kita buat KLIA, the biggest problem is the baggage handling. Kalau dulu-dulu mula-mula buka cerita bag hilang, bag tersesat, sepatut pergi Dubai, tengok-tengok pergi Pakistan. It's not easy. Dan kita tak ada ramai specialist dalam airport planning. So, itu adalah antara benda-benda yang saya rasa banyak peluang untuk arkitek. Cuma jangan, dia macam doktor lah. Kalau kita kata GP ramai, general practitioner, but the specialist tu tak ramai. Sama juga in architecture, bila kita nak buat focus on certain thing, of course generally kita boleh jadi arkitek, tapi kita buatlah ada beberapa benda yang kita betul-betul mahir, kita jadi specialist, dan itu akan bagi kita peluang lebih daripada orang lain. Okay.
Terima kasih Datuk. Kita ada lagi 2 soalan untuk Datuk sebenarnya. Satu dia tanya apa contoh universiti yang bagus untuk belajar dalam bidang arkitek, and then dia tanya lagi, ada orang lain pula tanya ni, Aiman, dia tanya kalau dah ambil kos lain tapi nak ambil kos arkitek pula boleh tak?
Boleh, kalau tukar kos tu boleh, ramai. Kawan-kawan saya pun ada, dia buat kos lain dulu, lepas 2-3 tahun dia buat science, fizik apa, dia give up. Dia datang buat architecture, because architecture ni senang, sebenarnya tak susah dari segi pembelajaran dia, tapi ketahanan tu dari segi fizikal, mental, apabila you duduk dalam satu studio tengok orang lain dah buat banyak, ada juga yang give up, dia tak tahan pressure, dia kata everybody is now doing a very good model, I cannot come up with good idea, dia give up. Kalau kita ada ketahanan tu, boleh bersaing, mampu kerja sama-sama, insyaAllah tak ada masalah lah. Nak tukar kos pun boleh, ada yang dah grad baru nak buat architecture pun ada. Kemudian soalan yang pertama tadi, universiti yang bagus. Soalan ni susah nak jawab, nanti universiti marah kalau saya cakap mana-mana universiti bagus. Tapi saya juga duduk dalam, sebelum ni saya duduk dalam Lembaga Arkitek Malaysia. Kita buat lawatan akreditasi untuk universiti-universiti di Malaysia dan juga di overseas. Apabila saya bandingkan universiti-universiti yang saya pernah pergi tu, adalah beberapa kelebihan universiti tu. Kelemahan kita tak nak cerita lagi, kita cerita kelebihan. Saya bagi contoh, saya sendiri daripada USM, saya pun pergi buat accreditation program, architecture program ke USM beberapa tahun lepas. USM ni dia unik dari segi integrated program. Kebanyakan universiti lain apabila masuk architecture dia akan belajar architecture. Di USM apabila masuk program architecture dia tak belajar architecture. The first year dia belajar pasal project management, dia belajar pasal building technology, dia belajar a little bit of engineering, dia belajar a little bit of law, contract law, management law, project management, sedikit sebanyak interior design. Basically masa I dulu first year, second year kita tak tahu nak jadi apa pun. Semua pasal construction industry kita akan belajar. Bila kita masuk third year, then kita boleh pilih nak major in architecture, nak major in town planning, project management, interior, baru kita boleh buat. Tapi sekarang ni due to certain regulation, dia ada some changes. Maksudnya apabila join program di USM, dia kena determine dari awal, bukan third year baru nak decide. That is the requirement by the accreditation agency lah. Tapi still the syllabus, the integrated syllabus tu ada. Dari segi first year tu dia dah ada dah. Dia belajar semua benda. Second year then they start to fine tune to your direction. If you are into architecture then you will focus more on architecture. The advantage that you learn everything, a little bit of everything. So you understand project management, quantity surveying, town planning, interior design. Dan ada another university, I bagi contoh UITM. They are very focused in design. UITM is very good in producing a good designer, a good architect. Kalau that's why dia ada 4 years program. 4 years program untuk first degree. Kemudian 2 years for second degree which is master. So kalau pergi ke UITM, total architecture study actually is 6 years. Universiti lain 5, UITM 6. Tapi UITM dia tak ada matrikulasi, dia tak ada asasi. The good thing is that the first year bila masuk UITM, dia akan belajar a lot of graphics, graphic design, environmental science, which is this is the core for architecture design. So dia ada kelebihan dari segitu. So kebanyakan UITM student they are very good in design. USM student they are very good in project management, coordination. Dia ada different strength dia. Tapi of course bila dia kerja dia pick up benda-benda lain lagi. UTM dia ada core dia panggil core focus program dalam studio dia. Dalam studio dia katalah you nak fokus on high rise design, then dia ada satu kelas dia akan campur the first degree the first year master dengan second year master dia akan campur, and then you akan belajar on the high rise saja. Kalau dia nak buat housing, you akan belajar housing. Then next semester dia akan tukar. So it is also a good system. So student yang first year master dengan second year master they mix around, they mix together in one studio. So in terms of peer learning, very good. Then dia because selalu kat universiti third year akan belajar sama-sama third year, second year sama-sama second year. Tapi di UTM dia apa tak ingat dia panggil that program tu for architecture program dia mix. So dia akan belajar specialization on certain type of building typology. Dan dia campur. Then next semester you can go another building typology, dia campur lagi. And of course ada universiti-universiti lain macam even UIA pun, UIA walaupun dia ada asasi tapi dia ada asasi architecture ataupun design punya asasi. Walaupun dia asasi tapi dia dah menjurus kepada design, graphic and architecture quite early daripada asasi lagi. So macam-macam boleh pergi, tapi yang sebenarnya pandangan saya
KIA is more on the Islamic architecture kan?
Of course, KIA dengan USIM dia UIA dengan USIM ni memang dia fokus in architecture. So kalau you tengok the studio program dia selalunya dia berlandaskan ayat Al-Quran, how they translate or define the relation between human and God and how it translate to architecture. Sama juga USIM pun ke arah yang sama. Ini adalah dua universiti yang ada strength in Islamic philosophy translating into architecture. Saya sebenarnya anak saya ada 4 orang buat architecture, semua universiti lain-lain, tak sama. So saya compare. Di overseas pun sama. One of my children dekat Oxford Brookes University, dekat sana cara pembelajaran sangat berbeza. Saya pernah pergi ke Plymouth University, saya pernah pergi ke Deakin University di Australia. Saya dah tengok macam mana kita buat validation program dia. Dia banyak emphasis pada teori, architecture teori, sosiologi, dari segi humanities. Dia bukan tekan sangat pada apa bangunan yang you nak design, macam mana bentuk bangunan. Dia bukan tekan benda tu. Kadang-kadang bila kita pergi tengok, is very artistic, very philosophical. Bila kita tanya apa yang dia design, contohnya bila dia cerita pasal housing needs for the poor ataupun house for the older people. So dia really study on psychology of human and then the theory, philosophical side of architecture and arts. So dia different.
And Datuk, kalau saya boleh tambah kan, ada some of the students they did their first degree dekat Malaysia, Public University Malaysia, and then for part 2 they go to overseas kan?
Banyak yang macam
masa yang buat PhD tu, masa saya buat PhD kat Aberdeen, ramai yang kawan-kawan saya buat part 2 dekat Robert Gordon University.
Ya,
RGU.
Itu memang famous. Robert Gordon is accredited, validated by LAM. Dekat banyak student architecture dekat sana, Sheffield, Oxford Brookes, Manchester University. So banyak universiti-universiti yang memang recognized di UK yang architecture student buat kat sana. Saya kalau saya cakap nanti orang kata saya conventional, tapi my suggestion untuk part 1. Part 1 ni maksudnya first architecture degree saya cadangkan untuk buat di dalam Malaysia. Untuk buat second degree, master atau PhD, saya galakkan untuk buat overseas. Sebabnya advantage apabila buat first degree di dalam Malaysia ni, kita lebih familiar dengan local building regulation, construction regulation, laws, the nature, the culture, the environment. Ianya sangat-sangat penting dan sangat membantu apabila dia graduate, bila dia nak kerja nanti. Kalau dia buat the full degree, part 1, part 2 overseas, bila dia balik dia ambil masa untuk dia pick up dengan local.
Saya pun mengajar juga untuk kuliah architecture environmental design dekat UIA. Saya mengajar pertama tu untuk Malaysia Legal System, yang bahagian kedua untuk construction law.
Ya, kawan-kawan saya ramai sana, Dr. Nowina, Dr. Sri, Dr. Asia, Prof. Razak.
Prof. Razak ya, Dekan.
Prof. Razak dia buat first degree dekat USM sama dengan saya, tapi dia pergi overseas untuk second degree, the master. Dr. Nowina also buat, dia buat PhD, master dekat London Poly, specialized in medical planning, hospital planning. Razak pun buat medical planning. Dia all specialization yang mana kita tak ramai sebenarnya kat Malaysia ni. So these are all the opportunity kalau buat architect. Sebab tu saya rasa kalau nak buat architecture jangan risau lah. InsyaAllah dari segi peluang kerja tu ada. Sometimes dia nampak susah, especially bila first degree nak minta kerja agak susah sebab ramai. Tapi bila dah complete the second degree, kalau tak dapat kerja pun fokus buat specialization in certain things, insyaAllah akan dapat kerja dengan mudah.
Terima kasih Datuk. Saya rasa kita dah dengar Datuk dengan Cik Wan Hafiz pun bagi advice yang sama. Maknanya those yang nak further study dalam law dengan architect, better buat local dulu first degree, and then baru pergi overseas so that you can familiarize lah dengan local punya requirement, dengan local law. So Saya nak tanya Cap. Apa?
Puan, sebelum tu Puan, boleh saya tambah sikit yang pasal tukar kos tadi tak?
Okey, boleh.
Sebab tadi Datuk ada sebut pasal tukar kos kan. Saya sendiri tukar kos. Saya dulu MSM science student kan, science, saya ambil science. And then my first choice to UIA was law lah. Saya letak pertama law, yang kedua engineering. Tapi I was told like from very beginning, UIA dulu macam if you are a science student, so you will not be getting law. So saya dah tahu lah, takdir saya takkan dapat law. So tapi saya memang target untuk pergi UIA. So first try sampai habis tu memang saya letak UIA lah. Law, lepas tu engineering, architect pun saya letak juga, saya sebaju lah apalah. So my aim masa tu just to get into the university first and then tukar course. So saya sempat buat, because my marriage always wanted me to be an engineer kan. So, tapi saya cakap dia saya minat, saya passion kepada law, dia kata tak apalah, tukarlah course. So saya buat engineering for semester and then saya tukar course pergi ke law. But the thing is we have to prove certain things lah, macam ada interview and whatnot apa semua. So it's possible dekat university later on if you get into a course and then you want to change to another course, it is possible. It's just that you kena drag masa tu panjang sikit lah. Orang lain, kawan-kawan kita yang batchmate kita dah habis dah. So macam kita masih lagi ada maybe one semester, 2 semesters ke kan. Yang tu je lah. Tapi if you can boleh nak pick up cepat, tak ada masalah lah. Tu satu. Lepas tu yang kedua tadi saya just tambah je yang macam Datuk cakap, sama juga macam law on the specialization dekat Malaysia pun sama juga, sama kita hadapi masalah sama macam arkitek juga. Arkitek pun quite dekat hati saya sebab family member saya pun ada arkitek juga. Okay, memang ada masalah juga macam law juga. Kebanyakannya Malaysia, kebanyakan praktis lah. Apa law yang ada dekat Malaysia, apa yang law yang ada, yang tu kita practice, kita buat. Kita masuk court, kita interpret dan kita argue ataupun kita ikut law, requirement, comply and everything. Dan saya pakai topi juga sebagai pensyarah, juga sebagai akademik, sebagai researcher. So saya akan buat study. So katakanlah bidang-bidang yang ada gap of law, yang mana yang sebab tu ada soalan kenapa law ni humanities and whatnot kan. So dia sangat berkaitan dengan manusia, sangat berkaitan dengan manusia. So they call it lawyer is law is a social engineering. Kita yang mengengineerkan manusia tu. So katakanlah ada masalah-masalah manusia sebab macam tu cyber law kan, kita hadapi masa sekarang dengan internet and everything, ada masalah dengan internet, orang salah guna ke apa ke. So we have to come up with a cyber law. So sekarang people want to go for sustainable development and then we have to come up with an energy law, green law yang macam mana untuk protect this environment, untuk yang nak comply dengan Paris Agreement. So law pun macam tu juga, ia bergerak serentak dengan perkembangan semasa. Bukannya kata macam family law tu masih perlu lagi, family law, faraid, apa tu semua masih perlu lagi, tapi ada benda-benda kita perlukan perkembangan semasa. Yang tu perlukan specialization dan dia akan berkembang lah mengikut peredaran masa. Itu je saya tambah tadi. Terima kasih Puan.
Okay. So saya nak tanya tadi dengan Captain. Saya rasa sebab student ni kan, sebab saya pun ada pernah buat career week dekat career program dekat MRSM lain. So kids ni bila dia tengok orang-orang yang uniform ni, dia rasa, especially pilot lah, diorang memang teruja dan excited. Ramai yang saya tahu memang minat nak jadi pilot ni. So boleh tak Cap cerita sikit, maknanya daripada you first started tu sampai you habis, maknanya you qualify untuk terbangkan kapal terbang tu, berapa lama it takes, and then ada ni lah, apa yang pilot tu kena buat every year untuk maintain dia punya license ke apa.
Okay, bila dah habis flying school lah maknanya. Kan, bila dah habis pergi buat lesen kapal terbang. Sekarang bila awak dah buat 2 tahun. 2 tahun belajar di flying school, you akan dapat frozen ATPL. ATPL ni Airlines Transport Pilot License. Ni dia punya license dia. Ada gambar, boleh data sikit. Lepas tu semua rating you ada, your soft skill, kapal terbang apa you boleh bawa, dia valid sampai bila. Di sini kira macam nyawa pilot lah. Buku ni nyawa pilot lah. Dia bagi tahu dia valid setahun. You pergi masuk simulator, pergi buat test, valid setahun. Kalau you miss benda ni tak boleh fly selagi you tak pergi buat check balik dekat simulator. Lepas tu kalau bila you start masuk kerja, mula-mula you buat ground school training dulu. Ground school training ni pakai classroom lah dalam 3 minggu. Lepas pada tu ambil exam. Lepas ambil exam baru boleh buat simulator. Simulator tu roughly dalam 20 session. Satu session 4 jam untuk you 2 orang. Simulator session ni you kena belajar daripada A sampai Z lah. Benda normal dengan benda non-normal, benda emergency you kena tahu semua dalam simulator. Lepas tu ada 3 test. Lepas complete 3 test tu baru you boleh pergi kapal terbang betul, terbang dengan passenger. Tapi under training, ada seorang lagi pilot yang akan monitor kita. Seorang instructor, seorang lagi pilot lain untuk monitor. Dia panggil line training. Line training ni bergantung kepada experience. Tapi roughly kalau daripada dalam 10 sektor lah.
What the fish? High jump.
Okay. Biasanya untuk nak jadi captain, dia bergantung kepada requirement company pada masa tu. Bergantung kepada requirement company nak pakai orang ataupun job vacancy ataupun hours, flying hours yang telah yang diperlukan lah. Of course lah kena ada minimum hours kan daripada co-pilot nak jadi pilot ni. Saya dari segi pandangan student dengan uniform, betul agak berminat jugalah. Agak best lah pakai uniform ni. Tapi untuk kita nak hidup, kita tak hidup dengan uniform. Kita hidup dengan spiritual diri kita sendiri. Buat uniform tu seolah-olah mengajar, mengasuh kita untuk menjaga disiplin, benda-benda yang tak elok dibuat, kita jangan buat. Macam awak student sekarang belajar di MRSM. Alhamdulillah segala kelengkapan yang ada dalam Malaysia ni, saya rasa MRSM semua ada lengkap. So awak untuk nak produce result memang senang-senang lah kalau nak dapat result yang elok tu. Tapi sebagai student MRSM, awak kena ada extra daripada budak sekolah lain. Jati diri awak tu, awak kena, kita kena banyak memahami kenapa warden kata buat ni tak boleh, pukul 7 kena pergi sembahyang di surau, pukul 10 kena balik, pukul 11 kena tidur, pukul 5.30 kena bangun. Kenapa tu kita kena tahu. Barulah, sebab bila kita dah kat luar, especially bila kita dah kerja, benda ni ada sendiri dalam badan kita. Okay, sekejap lagi Datuk saya nak share sikit lah landing di Melbourne untuk menjadi lebih menarik lah untuk saya kongsikan sikit. Ni masa bulan 10 dalam hutan di Melbourne.
approaching 1-6.
$500. $100 above. Minimum. $100. $50, $40, $30, $20, retard.
Nice sharing, Cap. Saya pernah sekali lah try bawa simulator dekat Subang Airport. Pening saya duduk dalam tu.
Memang pening. Memang pening. Dalam simulator kita akan rasa pening sebab otak kita nak kena tune.
Nak balance.
Gambar dengan apa yang kita rasa. Saya pernah muntah pun dalam simulator.
Okay, so saya okay lagi lah. So okay, saya rasa kita ada very good sharing session hari ni. So nak wrap up dah sebab kita nak bagi another session pula lepas ni untuk take place. So nak minta Dato', Cik Wan dengan Captain bagi 1 minute lah untuk wrap up apa your bit of advice pada student-student MRSM kita.
Okay, terima kasih. Mula sekali bagi saya walaupun apa kita buat, kalau kita fokus betul-betul, kita insyaAllah kita akan berjaya lah. Tak semestinya kita mesti kena jadi arkitek macam kawan saya yang sesi sebelum ni. KI cerita macam mana kalau nak jadi businessman pun boleh, tak semestinya mesti kena go to education. Formal education, boleh juga non-formal education. So yang pentingnya kena ada fokus, kena ada kesungguhan. Saya selalu cakap dengan anak-anak saya apabila balik kat rumah, tak dibenarkan buat homework. Kalau cikgu bagi homework, saya tak benarkan buat homework dekat rumah. Dia mesti kena cuci pinggan, kena potong rumput, buat benda-benda lain. Sebab saya faham, saya dapati siapa yang ada very good academic qualification, not necessarily a very good architect. So saya cakap bila nak involve dengan construction professional, kena buat benda lain selain daripada baca buku. Jadi itu, so nasihat saya kena ada the living skill tu sangat-sangat penting.
Terima kasih Dato'. Cik Wan.
Okey, terima kasih. Saya bagi nasihat sama kepada macam mana saya selalu cakap dekat student saya. Tadi student saya pernah tanya saya, "Sir, penting ke dapatkan first class honor ataupun 4 flat and what not?" Jawapan saya macam ni je. It doesn't mean that you are first class honor holder, kan? You dapat first class ataupun 4 flat, it means that you're going to be a best lawyer outside there. Okay, you have to compete with people. But having said that, sekarang ni unfortunately people judge by the certificate. People judge by the certificate, at least you must get second class upper, 3.0. That is my personal, sebab saya pakai seorang akademik sebagai seorang akademik, dan saya juga sebab saya buat kerja juga sebagai saya praktis juga. Itu pada pendapat saya, otherwise you miss the opportunity. Sama juga macam kalau kita SPM, kalau kita result kita bagus, and then we can have few options in front of us. We can go to this school, kita nak ambil course ni, kita dapat ni. Kadang-kadang kalau kita dapat good result, habis dia keluar university, if you get good result, then we can go to this firm, we can go to this company, so we have better options. And then but at the same time saya setuju dengan Dato' Izumi. Saya cakap dengan student saya, but you shouldn't limit yourself in the library. Okay, kena buat juga kena soft skills, leadership, join organisation, pegang jawatan, belajar dekat situ leadership, macam mana jadi seorang leader. Benda tu semua kita kena belajar, kena acquire. Okay, macam mana nak bercakap dengan orang. Itu pada saya lah. Gitu ya. So ada soft skills dan juga akademik tu both kena kuat.
Okay. Terima kasih. Cap, one last word untuk student. Unmute.
Okay, one last word. Sebelum you nak decide nak jadi pilot, first kali apa-apa cerita sekalipun, you consult dengan your parents, especially your dad dulu. Dapat approval, dapat restu daripada parents you, tu yang paling penting sekali. Yang kedua penting, tapi penting juga kos. Sebab tak ada beasiswa untuk nak buat pilot. Sekarang kos dia 400,000 dalam masa 2 tahun. So lepas tu bila you dah study benda tu, nak pergi buat juga, you study forecast job vacancy dalam masa 2-3 tahun akan datang bila you dah complete. Macam market pilot sekarang, ada cerita tadi yang dalam 1,000 orang tu macam tu kan. Benda tu you kena ambil kira. Of course ada setiap tahun ada orang pencen, tapi mungkin dalam 20 orang yang pencen. Dan you kena kira juga ex-army, ex-air force punya pilot, dia dah habis kontrak dengan air force, dia boleh keluar, dia tukar convert license kepada civil, boleh fly civil juga, your competitor juga jadinya. Okay, lepas tu bila nak study, make sure you pergi ke flying school yang diiktiraf oleh Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia, CAAM. Sekarang ni ada 6 flying school sahaja yang diiktiraf di Malaysia. MFA, Melaka Flying School, ITEC di Melaka, Halim Azmin di Langkawi, tu yang diiktiraf. Layang-layang Flying School di Ipoh dan di Sabah. Lepas tu kita ada Skyvets yang hantar student dulu last 2-3 years under MARA, ada bagi loan ke Czech Republic. Sekarang ni saya rasa MARA tak bagi loan lagi kot. Tu yang penting. Bila you nak pergi, you nak buat something, make sure benda ni legal, benda ni ada semualah. Dan yang paling penting, semua penting lah. Jaga kesihatan juga. Jangan buat benda-benda yang berisiko tinggi. Kalau nak buat boleh, tapi kalkulat lu. Risiko ni jatuh bangunan tingkat 4, mati. Kalau tingkat 2 tak apa. You fikir-fikir sendirilah. Sebab kita parent, kita nak kata jangan bawa kereta laju, tak boleh. Sometimes you kena bawa laju. You kena proaktif macam mana you nak bawa diri you sendiri. Dan jangan lupa yang atas lah, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak. Saya rasa kalau nak ikutkan memang tak cukup masa yang kita ada ni. Banyak lagi saya tahu Cik Wan, Datuk pun banyak lagi benda nak share dalam bidang-bidang tu, tapi kita minta maaf sebab masa yang kita ada yang tu je. So terima kasih banyak-banyak Datuk Azumi, terima kasih pada Kapten, terima kasih pada Cik Wan Zuhafiz. Saya harap lepas ni kita ada lagi sharing session yang lain yang kita boleh share lebih banyak info pada student-student. Saya rasa very informatif sangat session ni. So saya pass the baton balik kepada Datuk Syed. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Terima kasih pada semua ahli panel kita ni, kepada moderator Puan Azrina, Datuk Izumi, Kapten Mat dan juga Wan Zuhafiz. It was a good sharing indeed. Hope that all the students and ada juga parents yang bersama-sama kita ni get benefit the information that being shared. This is satu yang amat baik, yang mungkin boleh dijadikan sebagai panduan. Kapten Mat, saya pun ada lesen juga, tapi saya punya PPLR restricted. Jadi dulu pun bercita-cita juga nak jadi pilot, tapi tak menjadi kenyataan. Tapi lepas saya kerja tu, saya belajar bawa microlight. Jadi sempatlah dapat solo wing. Maksudnya boleh fly solo lah. Tapi dah stop lah. By the way, thank you very much everybody. On behalf of MUAFAKAT MRSM LANGKAWI, kita berbanyak terima kasih lah di atas perkongsian yang diberikan secara terus, di mana kita ada live di YouTube juga. Jadi ada yang masuk dalam Zoom room ni, so mereka boleh dapat direct information, dan mereka juga boleh replay balik dalam channel MUAFAKAT MRSM LANGKAWI punya YouTube. Thanks again. Jadi kita teruskan dengan sesi seterusnya dalam masa 45 minit bagi session engineering. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih semua.
Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih.
Wah, engineering.
Sepi menghukum diri kembali untuk mengalirkan air mata tanpa henti lagi. Sepi menghasut diri kembali untuk memikirkan tentang kita tanpa henti lagi, dan tiada salah darimu mengingatkanku bila ku tak sempurna. Engkau bisikanku yang paling sempurna di matamu. Hanya aku. Maaf, andai kau terluka. Maafku tak sengaja tanpa sadar sakitmu sesalku. Maaf karena aku pun terluka. Mintaku hanya peluang kedua, rasa cinta darimu. Dan tiada salah darimu mengingatkanku bila ku tak sempurna. Engkau bisikanku yang paling sempurna di matamu. Hanya aku. Dan andai terbuka hatimu, ku di
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Tadi kita drag sikit kerana perkongsian yang amat menarik. Untuk maklumat semua, tadi kita pasang lagu. Lagu tu kalau untuk maklumat semua dinyanyikan oleh kita, one of our panelists, Abang Fauzi, Bro Ajina, yang sekarang base di Los Angeles. So kat sana ni kalau tak silap pukul pukul 1.51 pagi 12.51 pagi. Okey, kita ada 3 panel dan seorang moderator. Moderator kita Hazim, ex MRSM Langkawi, Dr. Rashidan, doktor kan? Dr.
Ya, Datuk.
Juga ex Langkawi, IR Kamal Haziq,
Ya, saya.
Langkawi, dan Brother Ajinal. Nama ni sebagai nama penyanyi kan, nama betul Fauzi, ex Taiping. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the baton to Hazim to conduct the last session for 1 hour and 15 to 1 hour 30 minutes. Dipersilakan Hazim.
Okey, terima kasih Datuk Faizal. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum semua orang. Hi, hello everyone. Today macam yang dah dipresent oleh Datuk Syed Faizal, kita ada 3 panelis yang semuanya hebat-hebat belaka. First of all,
dulu tengok ni.
First of all is TS Dr. Muhammad Rashdan, Senior Lecturer dekat UPNM. Second panelist IR TS Kamal Haziq, Professional Engineer with Practicing Certificate. And the last panelist yang berlive conference daripada Los Angeles, US, which is Encik Muhammad Fauzi Zainal, iaitu Director of Process Engineering for Industrial Adhesive Addition, Henkel AG & Co. Terima kasih kepada semua panelis untuk sudi share experience dalam forum ni. But before we proceed, just a disclaimer note, since semua panelis kita semua adalah professional. What we express or share during the forum solely opinions from the panelists or from myself, the moderator, and do not represent any organisation. Okay, so untuk warm up, untuk kita punya panelis, maybe panelis kita boleh share sedikit about the education pathway in general or apa-apa saja yang panelis nak share, 2 minit seorang. Silakan Dr. Rashdan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So terima kasih kepada moderator Encik Azim, barisan panelis yang amat disegani dan juga YDP MUAFAKAT Datuk Syed atas jemputan, dan diberi masa 2 minit untuk slot yang pertama ni tentang education pathway. Saya MRSM Langkawi, batch SPM tahun 2003. Kemudian melanjutkan pelajaran ke College Maras Remban buat A-level dan seterusnya terbang ke University of Manchester, UK, United Kingdom dan buat Aerospace Engineering. Kemudian saya terus sambung PhD in Aerospace Engineering juga dan pulang ke Malaysia pada tahun 2013. Dan sejak 2013 berkhidmat sebagai Senior Lecturer di Universiti Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia di bawah Faculty of Engineering. Terima kasih.
Dipersilakan Cik Kamal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So very quick introduction. So Kamal, saya daripada 2005 hingga 2006 melanjutkan pelajaran ke MRSM Langkawi buat SPM masa tu. Seterusnya 2007 hingga 2009 pergi ke College Mara Banting buat IB, International Baccalaureate. And then seterusnya kita terbang ke Manchester juga, terserempaklah dengan Abang Rashdan kita yang hebat 2009 hingga 2013 dalam jurusan Mechanical Engineering. And then balik ke Malaysia, berkhidmat sebagai jurutera di Gamuda, terlibat dalam projek MRT1 dan MRT2 daripada 2013 sampai April 2018. Dan kini bersama Landlease Projects Malaysia berkhidmat untuk projek TRX, Tunaza Exchange. Di situlah saya sekarang. Wallah.
Okey, terima kasih. Dan Encik Fauzi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam from LA. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity. And saya first batch MRSM typing. Start zaman, you know, most of you guys probably in kindergarten. It was SPM 86. So, and right after that, went for intensive English course before going to AAD in Kuantan. After AAD in Kuantan, started off with electrical, and then switched to electronic, and then when I got to the US, I found out how much chemical engineer was making. I decided, you know what, if I go to school, I want to make money. So at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, I changed my major to chemical engineering, not knowing what I'm going into, but you know, alhamdulillah. So I just have a bachelor degree, and you know, inshallah, I'll share a little bit more about how things are going since then, inshallah. So thank you.
Okay, thank you Mr. Fauzi. Now our panelists dah fully warm up and student kita ada tanya yang what motivate actually untuk Dr. Rashdan buat PhD engineering field and how is it feel jadi lecturer in engineering?
So boleh saya share screen Boleh nampak screen saya?
Boleh. Sila.
Okay. So I think I'll share dalam masa 15 minit quickly apa yang saya berniat nak share. Okay. Alright, so this is a picture of me in 2003. Segan tadi kalau Abang Ajinal kata di SPM 1986, saya baru lahir tahun tu Abang Ajinal, so boleh panggil Pakcik Ajinal lah kot kan. Okay, so so saya SPM 2003, ini gambar kelas saya. So saya dulu 4 uranium, kemudian 5 plutonium. So ini adalah saya, kemudian ini adalah Dr. Hazrin yang dalam slot semalam. Dan yang ketiga ni, perempuan ni adalah isteri saya. So saya berkahwin dengan classmate saya. Alhamdulillah, sampailah sekarang, alhamdulillah. Dan inilah gambar-gambar ketika kami muda remaja di MRSM Langkawi. So I believe all of you listening today maybe pernah jejak lah tempat-tempat yang dalam gambar ni kan. Ini adalah Dewan Besar, ini adalah koperasi. Sekarang ni maybe dah lain sikit lah gambar koperasi. Ini Awana Potomalai, okay. Kemudian seterusnya saya ke College Maras Seremban, saya buat A-level under SPC, British Top University Program selama setahun setengah daripada tahun 2003 sampai 2005. Alhamdulillah dan terima kasih kepada Mara yang sponsor saya. Kemudian di Manchester, University of Manchester tahun 2005 hingga 2009 di bawah Mara sponsorship juga. Alhamdulillah saya sangat bersyukur dan berterima kasih kepada Mara. Selepas ini gambar graduation tahun 2009. So this is my Master of Engineering, Master of Aerospace Engineering graduation. Kemudian masih belum puas duduk di perantauan, I still want to stay in the UK. So I decided to pursue my PhD. So I did my Doctor of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering 2009 sampai 2013. And this was under the sponsorship of Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi KPT. Okay, ini graduation 2013. Jadi undergraduate bujang, kemudian kahwin, ada anak seorang ketika graduation PhD, alhamdulillah. Okay, kemudian saya balik ke Malaysia berkhidmat sebagai senior lecturer di UPNM, Universiti Pertahanan Nasional Malaysia di Sungai Besi, Kuala Lumpur. Jadi kalau yang biasa dengar, UPNM ni adalah universiti yang menempatkan pegawai kadet ataupun bakal-bakal pegawai tentera di Malaysia. Okey, jadi apakah skop tugas sebagai pensyarah ni sebenarnya? Rasanya semua orang tahu bahawa dia adalah melibatkan pengajaran ataupun teaching. Jadi bila ditanya kepada best ke jadi lecturer, muda-muda jadi lecturer, selalunya orang pencen balik dah ada 20 tahun, 30 tahun pengalaman barulah jadi lecturer kan. Ini muda-muda jadi lecturer. Kenapa? Itu adalah pemahaman yang biasalah tentang tugas pensyarah. iaitu dia orang kata mengajar saja. Tetapi pada hari ini saya nak kongsi dengan adik-adik bahawa sebenarnya tugas pensyarah bukan satu saja. Ada 7 skop tugas sebagai seorang pensyarah ni. Okey, kita panggil 7P lah. Okey, jadi 1/7 daripada pensyarah adalah pengajaran, dan selain itu adalah penyelidikan. Kita buat research. Okey, kalau ada apa-apa sahaja masalah dalam masyarakat, dalam negara kita yang kita rasa kita berminat nak selesaikan, so kita buat penyelidikan. Okay? Kemudian hasil daripada penyelidikan kita buat penerbitan, publication. Kita publish dalam surat khabar, publish dalam jurnal, publish dalam buku. Selain daripada itu, kita juga buat penyeliaan ataupun supervision. Kalau ada student yang nak sambung PhD ataupun master, kita tolong supervise supaya dia pass dengan berjaya lah. Kemudian consultation. If we have any problems from the industry, from the community that needs our expertise, yang perlukan kepakaran dalam engineering, kita bantu dengan consultation. And then also kita buat perkhidmatan. Kalau ada satu kampung di mana-mana yang tidak ada electricity, so macam mana kita nak bantu? Kita create satu alat yang mungkin boleh generate electricity from renewable energy, so kita bantu dia di kampung-kampung, di kawasan pedalaman dan sebagainya. Dan yang terakhir adalah pentadbiran ataupun management. Jadi tugas-tugas memimpin, mengurus ni tak dapat nak lari lah. Jadi sebenarnya tugas pensyarah ni is very fun sebenarnya. Kalau adalah yang kata tak minat nak mengajar tu, don't worry, you have another 6 other scopes of lecturer, of a lecturer that may interest you lah. Okay. Kemudian, okay. So ini gambar-gambar fun-fun yang saya sempat compile lah. Yang pertama ni gambar di Sabah. Kami buat research tentang wave energy converter. Macam mana nak menukarkan tenaga ombak kepada elektrik untuk kegunaan pulau-pulau yang jauh daripada darat. So ini adalah model yang kita gunakan. Kita test dalam wave tank di UPNM. Selain daripada itu juga dalam aerospace engineering kita ada collaboration. Kita bantu juga tentera udara di Raja Malaysia. Ini adalah kapal terbang Charlie. So kita ada beberapa projek dengan TUDM. Bawah ni adalah kapal Navy, kita pun ada projek dengan kapal Navy. So it is a very adventurous career dalam engineering. Walaupun namanya pensyarah kan, but there's still a lot more to explore. Okay, so secara ringkasnya saya nak kongsi juga ada 10 engineering field yang mungkin semua field of engineering dalam dunia ni boleh masuk lah dalam ni. So this is the latest one yang published by SEED ataupun JICA, ada kat website dia, boleh refer. So we have civil engineering, we have environmental, material, geological, mechanical and manufacturing. Natural disaster pun dah jadi satu field of engineering. You also have energy engineering, sama ada conventional ataupun renewable energy. Electrical, electronics, computer information, chemical engineering. So these are the 10 main fields of engineering. So berbalik kepada soalan moderator tentang apa sebenarnya yang drive saya untuk jadi seorang pensyarah dalam bidang engineering ni. Sebenarnya yang pertama, saya suka berjumpa dengan manusia. Saya tak boleh duduk dalam kilang saja, saya tak boleh duduk di rumah saja, saya nak berjumpa dengan manusia. So manusia yang mana yang terbaik untuk saya jumpa adalah para pelajar, harapan anak bangsa Malaysia kan. Dan yang kedua, saya seorang yang suka research. Waktu saya sekolah dulu, waktu di MRSM Langkawi, saya punya projek SEM type apa nama dia? Type 4 ke Type 3? Tahu apa nama dia yang bawa kepada tunai saintis peringkat kebangsaan. Saya masuk projek physics dan saya buat projek water rocket untuk cloud seeding process dan menang di peringkat tunai saintis kebangsaan lah. Jadi that was one of the moment yang menyebabkan saya berfikir, this is my passion. I want to do this. I want to do anything regarding rocket science, rocket technology, aerospace dan sebagainya. Dan itulah yang push saya untuk belajar sampailah ke peringkat PhD dan akhirnya menjadi seorang pensyarah / seorang researcher / seorang saintis. Okay, so ada lagi beberapa slide tapi saya stop di sini dahulu. Kita akan share kemudian lah kot. Kita bagi peluang kepada panel yang lain. Terima kasih.
Okay, sama-sama Dr. Rashdan. Untuk pengetahuan saya dulu pun sama pergi ke Tunai Saintis and ada menang few goal, tapi sekarang ni saya tak sampai lagi lah nak buat PhD. Stop dekat degree je sekarang kerja. Okay, sekarang untuk panel yang kedua and maybe IR Kamal boleh share apa macam current role or what make you get up in the morning, sebab kadang-kadang kita pergi office bila ada projek besar ni kita ada banyak masalah yang nak kena solve and apa yang motivate IR Kamal untuk buat benda tu.
Right, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Boleh dengar clear?
Clear.
Alright. So basically saya akan present tentang basically kita ulang balik background tadi, just nak refresh balik. So 2005-2006 saya berada di MRSM Langkawi. Kalau siapa kenal batch ni batch yang famous lah. Sebab dia ada someone yang very famous kat Malaysia ni juga batch yang sama. So and then proceed ke College Muara Banting buat IB.
Siapa tu?
Apa dia?
Siapa yang famous tu? Cerita kena habis.
Itu dia, sama batch dengan Nilofa. Kita student bio, dia student account, so tak dapat kelas sama lah, tapi sama batch lah. Okay. So College Muara Banting buat IB and then sambung ke Manchester and then bekerja dengan Gamuda dulu 2013. So dapat job tu masa career fair di London. Company dot my kat London buat UKEC career fair. So dapat salah satu offer dia Gamuda. Involved dalam projek-projek yang sangat menarik iaitu MRT1 dan MRT2, di mana saya meninggalkan Gamuda 2018 sebagai senior engineer and then now moving to Lendlease as a design manager, currently managing the TRX project. So basically my presentation will just cover quite a number of photos to see, to bagi gambaran macam mana engineer ni boleh pergi dalam kerja mereka. So this is one of the MRT underground stations, bagi yang tak familiar. You see the spec is very high as compared to LRT ke monorail ke apa ke. And the client requirement is very high, but we managed to deliver the project on time. Sempat launching dengan Prime Minister 17 April 2017, ingat lagi, sebab benda tu ialah deadline yang mesti dipatuhi, tak kisah apa-apa. This was me dekat one of the depot, the main Sungai Buloh depot bersama dengan train MRT. Yeah, and this is the TRX project, the ongoing project that I'm doing now. So it will be a future, central business district in Kuala Lumpur, di mana kalau you guys perasan ada bangunan yang tinggi tu dan sekeliling dia lah akan naik nanti. Okay, so my approach to this session will be to bagi orang kenal apa engineer ni buat. Sebab kalau kita tanya students dekat Malaysia ni, kadang-kadang mereka tak kenal apa benda engineer ni buat. Kalau bayangkan engineer, dia akan biasanya ada bayangan, ada topi engineer tu, satu. And then nombor dua, gambaran dia nampak gears. Benda tu tak salah, tapi sebenarnya engineering lagi luas. So saya akan make sure semua dapat gambaran apa dia engineer ni boleh buat sebenarnya. Water supply kita, saya akan cuba relate dengan kehidupan sehari-hari. So water supply kita, so kita ada tap, kita ada shower. Okay, dekat blok TR Aras 2 ada shower pagi-pagi. Sebelum subuh ke, semasa sebelum roll call ke, kita mandi siap-siap. Dekat Dobi ada water supply. Dewan Selera kita basuh tangan lepas makan. Tandas blok akademik dan sebagainya. So benda ni kita dah buat hari-hari, tapi perasan tak benda ni datang daripada mana? Water supply ni sebenarnya datang daripada mana? Dia bukan magic, tuan-tuan, puan-puan. Dia basically dia datang daripada a very comprehensive engineering system yang terdiri daripada ambil water reservoir yang berada jauh daripada satu kawasan tu, maybe a few hundred kilometers away, and then dia sampai ke raw water intake, water treatment, balancing system, dan kepada central service reservoir for MRSM Langkawi punya case for instance, and then dia distribute pada individual units, ada individual tanks masing-masing. Nak kata kat sini, engineer ni sangat dekat dengan kehidupan kita sehari-hari. Ya, tapi kadang-kadang kita tak nampak benda tu. So I'm here to explain to you what is there with regards to engineers dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Electrical supply. Kalau kita petik switch lampu tu, nyala lampu, tutup switch, tutup lampu. Petik switch dekat power socket tu. Kalau sekarang boleh buat handphone ke tak, sekolah tak boleh, kami dulu tak boleh tau. Pernah kantor kena rampas apa dah. Tapi benda tu semua, power supply ni apa semua ni, dia datang daripada mana? Nah, a very comprehensive engineering punya sistem yang melibatkan pelbagai peringkat. Mula daripada power plant, daripada generate power supply, dan mula distribute melalui pencawan-pencawan elektrik sampai kepada substation dan seterusnya kepada semua benda kita ni. So, every step of the way ada engineer dekat situ. So I'm just trying to get you guys to see engineer ni banyak tempat dia kena contribute, yang dia boleh contribute. Daripada mula chain dia, daripada power plant tu sampai ke switch terakhir tu, di situ ada engineer yang buat design, yang buat installation dan sebagainya. So basically, going to that, ada pelbagai industries yang engineer boleh terlibat. Dia bukan construction saja, healthcare, hospitals, oil and gas. Kalau you nak buat drilling dekat you punya laut, and then you want to what you call that, evaluate ada reservoir of petroleum ke tak, ada reservoir engineer, manufacturing, utilities, power generation dan sebagainya. You can see engineer ni peranan dia meluas sebenarnya. Cuma tak ramai yang nampak engineer ni, kadang-kadang dia fikir engineer ni buat apa, dia tak tahu nak buat apa, dia blank. Okay. Major engineering disciplines, civil, more to structural works, and also for external utilities, for instance, roads and highways. Mechanical, building services, dalam bangunan. Saya dah buat building services, air conditioning, mechanical ventilation, fire protection dan sebagainya. Power plants, ventilation, automotive, aeronautics. Aeronautics ni salah satu subset mechanical lah. Macam Pak Dan dia very specific lah kepada aerospace. Electrical, senang. Apa-apa ada kaitan dengan elektrik, electrical engineer akan buat. So power generation, power distribution, power transmission semuanya dan sebagainya lah yang berkaitan dengan electrical engineer akan buat. So chemical, refineries, process plant, utilities, mereka akan terlibat. Other engineering fields yang sebagainya lah, sama macam Pak Dan list down tadi. So saya akan dissect further into a typical project life cycle. Kenapa saya buat macam ni? Saya nak bagi semua nampak engineer ni daripada mula projek sampai ke hujung projek, dia ada pelibatan dia yang tertentu, yang pelbagai. Okay. First, when you do a project, you do engineering, design office work. Maksudnya you have your mechanical engineer designing the plumbing system. Your water tank sizing, macam mana dia size the tank. Your pump sizing, macam mana dia size up the pumps. Your pipe sizing, macam mana dia cater for the friction losses dalam piping tu sampai ke endpoint. Semua tu melibatkan engineering, yang melibatkan design engineers. Okay. Bila you dah siap buat design, you have the procurement side. You kena beli pula equipment tu. Contoh, you size your fan at 70 meter cube per second, pressure of 800 pascal for instance. You kena liaise dengan manufacturer, vendor, supplier to get the thing purchased, and you kena double check balik apa yang vendor tu bagi sama dengan benda yang kita design tu. Dekat situ ada lagi satu team engineer yang kena buat procurement. And bila dah beli, dah design apa semua, it's time to install, you need site engineers on site. So basically these guys will be on site to supervise the installation. Contoh, you made that thing, you install, you may design 1000 by 800. Dekat site you kena make sure it's 1000 by 800. Sebab ada implication dia kalau dia punya size dia tidak menepati apa yang telah didesign oleh designer atau consultant. And the site people are there to resolve issues dekat site. Contoh, biasa kalau you tengok engineering drawing tu very cantik lah. Nampak macam tak ada masalah, you may routing, you piping apa semua boleh route dengan cantiknya atas drawing. But you go on site, ada itulah, ada inilah, ada beam lah, ada what you call that, wall yang tak perasan, pernah jadi. So that's where the site people are there to provide ad hoc solutions to site. And then bila you sudah siap install apa semua, there will be the testing and commissioning works yang akan dibuat. So there will be engineers yang akan test the fan, test the pump, make sure water sampai ke furthest point, make sure the pressure is sufficient, make sure kalau you fan your aircon, make sure dia punya air throw dia sampai pada hujung sekali dan sebagainya. So dekat TNC tu ada lagi satu team engineer. Bila dah siap satu benda ni, the whole project, you need the engineers to be there. Bila dah handover apa semua, to do operations and maintenance. You operate the building. Shopping mall yang dah siap, bangunan office yang dah siap. Belakang tabir tu ada engineers yang tolong buat facilities management. So basically what I'm trying to say here, tadi kita dah tengok apa peranan engineer dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, dalam water supply, electrical, the various types of industries. Kita dissect further, kita tengok project life cycle ni, each and every phase ada engineers dekat situ yang kena buat kerja dia. Nak kata kat sini engineer ni sebenarnya can be in demand. Sebab each stage tu dia perlukan different types of engineers and different types of what you call that disciplines yang ada kat situ. Okay, and then you go further, this one tak bagus sangat lah. You have the different types of organisation in the project. Again, each and every company must have their own team of engineers. Okay, macam client, the engineers oversee the project progress, design work, site supervision dan sebagainya ni. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say here, engineers are there and must be there in various positions in a project. Ni baru satu projek. Kalau ada dua projek, dia darab dengan dua lah dan sebagainya. Okay, so I will share some photos for you guys just to see the magnitude of work that we've done as engineers. So ni one of the photos from the MRT Line 1 Underground Station. Merdeka Station, Stadium Merdeka kalau tak silap. Dulu macam ni je. So you imagine sekarang ni dia dah siap and looks very magnificent. Okay, a lot of work has been done. So you imagine underground station ni, saya bagi satu contoh Bukit Bintang Station located deep in the center of the city. Macam mana mereka buat tu? Is an underground station, you have to gali 40 plus meters at the city center whilst managing traffic. And bila you dah gali benda tu, you need to cast all of the slabs, walls dan sebagainya. Naik satu, cover balik semua, make it look nice. And then you put in the piping, the electrical, the everything, services inside there to make the station work as a proper building. That is world-class engineering. Yeah. So I'm be fortunate to be involved in such a great project. So basically, this is the habuan dia lah. Kita dah siap projek ni, kita dapat sama-sama pergi jumpa Prime Minister, dapat pergi completion punya majlis lah. So going back to question moderator tadi, what drives me in the morning to do engineering? It is passion, jawapan dia. Ya, passion. Di mana tidak ada lah for me faktor yang lagi besar melainkan passion dan minat. Sebab itu pemilihan course semasa nak ke universiti tu sangat penting. Sebab apa? That will probably kalau you kekal dengan you punya route tu, you ambil course medik contohnya, you probably will be there sampai ke pencen. Kalau you tak pilih dengan betul, masalah kat situ. Engineer, oh aku minat fizik, aku minat math, aku nak ambil engineering. Betul ke you minat engineering? Make sure you guys bila nak check nak ambil course apa, pilih benda yang betul-betul minat. Jangan ikut kawan, jangan ikut orang lain. You have to do your own research and judgement and make sure that you can excel dalam benda yang you pilih tu. Jangan main ikut kawan. And when you say passion apa semua tadi, the satisfaction of completing a project is another factor that drives an engineer like myself to contribute further. Bayangkanlah you done the MRT apa semua ni, you can tell the future generations. I was part of that project. I was the one who designed the air conditioning system. I was the one who installed the firefighting system. So basically, a sense of pride and satisfaction being involved in such a mega project. Kalau MRT ni, you masuk pelandung dia, ada spreadsheet of benda yang kena sign, my name is there kat situ. So you can sense a sense of pride kat situ lah. That's where engineers play their role in nation building lah, to a bigger extent lah. Okay, so tak payah tunjuk semua slide lagi, nanti kita akan cover lain. So I guess that is the answer for the first question lah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. IR Kamal Haziq. Saya pun selalu guna MRT, sungguh selesa and it's quite relieving after office hour masuk MRT balik rumah. It's just a nice public transport. Okay, now we're going to next our third panelist, which is Mr. Fauzi, and maybe you can share a bit how, what's your role and responsibility at Henkel AG and Co, and how you get there.
All right, thank you. So I have a timer. I'm gonna turn it on, 15 minutes. So Assalamualaikum again. So again, thank you to the organizer for the opportunity dan kepada anak-anak MRSM Langkawi. So my name again is Fauzi Zainal. I'm currently the Director of Process Engineering for Industrial Division of Henkel Adhesive. 143 years old multinational company based in Düsseldorf, Germany. It's a 20 billion euro company with operating profit of about 3 billion euros and about 50,000 employees globally. Why I'm going this path is because I am very impressed with the other panelists providing their views on from the academic standpoint, from the professional standpoint. I would like to take you guys to engineering from a business perspective. That's the reason why I would like to talk about the output of it. Okay, so I'm currently leading a team of engineering managers, engineers, and technicians globally, supporting commercialization of newly developed adhesive. Apa itu adhesive? Glue, gum. So we sell glue, we sell gum. So my division generate about 900 million euros annually just selling glue, because Henkel is basically the largest adhesive company in the world, and we make adhesive for electronic and industrial application. If you have an iPhone, or iPhone, my team and I commercialize we basically develop the final process to produce that waterproofing solution for iPhone, for the major components of the iPhone. So we have similar adhesive in Huawei, Oppo, Vivo. My team and I also co-develop processing technology for waterproofing iPhone casing via vacuum impregnation process with Foxconn. So, I mean, that's just an example, right? And I know a lot of people are not flying anymore, but if you've flown, and Rashidan probably know this, there's a lot of adhesive in structural structure of aeroplanes. So my biggest customer, Boeing and Airbus, those are the people, the engineers that we're dealing with when we are developing this product for them to apply this adhesive on aeroplane. Yeah. So we also make chemical for surface treatment. So plane that needs maintenance or whatnot will, we also make those chemicals for the application industrial. For folks that are in the IT industry, so just now my dear friend, my bandmate, Brother Nazmi, so he's in IT, so he talked about server. So my team and I at Henkel supported the development and the commercialization. So as an engineer, we realize the product that R&D come up with. As engineers, we make sure that first of all it's producible. So for the IT people, they develop this thermally conductive adhesive for servers. So this is for thermal management. So those are the kind of thing that my team and I worked on. And we're also working with Tesla right now, basically developing a better heat dissipation for their batteries. So why I think it is important for me to highlight all this, being a chemical engineer, one of the cabang of the engineers that have been presented by Rashidan and Kamal just now is being a chemical engineer. More than likely, you'll be involved in touching day-to-day lives in enabling other technologies, right? In summary, my team helps bring design adhesive chemical from beaker in the lab though, to large manufacturing. So we produce adhesive in chemical reactors. So from a beaker to a 10,000 liter reactor. So that is the job that my team and I do to Henkel facilities all around the world, right? So why chemical engineering? Why chemical engineering? So I provided that in my introduction, right? So I want to say mostly, partly it's because of the motivation that I've gotten from my Cikgu Kimia back then when I was in MRSM Taiping, when I was in Form 4, she made me fall in love with chemistry. But honestly, despite what the other two panelists saying, for me personally, being honest, even at Form 4, I really do not know what I want to do, right? So we didn't have this talk. After SPM, I got offered to do electrical engineering, changed to electronic engineering, then arrived in the US. I changed my major to Chem E, mainly driven by say, hey, an electrical engineer made back then 28,000. A chemical engineer can make 50,000. So that, but I survived despite the fact that only finding that how hard it was going into chemical engineering. But alhamdulillah, by my last year, I got offered a job before graduation with Motorola. So I worked in Motorola Sungaiwe for a while as an engineer. And I got a professional certification as a certified electroplater. So as an engineer, I see myself as an agent of change. In Motorola, it's a huge company. Any changes needs to get US approval, and it driving me nuts because US cannot approve because they do not know the problem we are facing and management is not supporting it. And I got sick of it because I ended up having to live with the problem, even though I have a solution to the problem because I cannot implement it, right? So as such, you know, I quit Motorola and joined this smaller company. And this smaller company, I helped to build their first factory in Shah Alam. And after 2 years, I got offered a position in Los Angeles in 2001. So basically a contract position for 2 years to work on adhesive that is being used back then, Pentium processor. Maybe you guys don't even know a Pentium processor is from Intel. So the output of that was I was able to come up with a mathematical modeling based upon experiment for me to be able to predict the properties of the adhesive without even testing it. So that cut short the processing time by 2 days, and that enabled us to serve Intel very well, and you know the company make a lot of money out of it. So after that, I got basically offered to stay, and the company sponsored my green card. That's the reason my family and I have been living in LA since 2001 now. So now it is 2021. I've been with the company for 22 years. So starting from being an engineer, engineering lead, engineering manager, director for engineering quality for aerospace, and then for North America, and now I'm the global director of process engineering. So what do I do? All those projects are the work, the output of what my key responsibility. So my key responsibility revolve around making key engineering decision based upon the input my global team provide, where we manufacture product based on customer, based on regulatory requirement, sustainability requirement, performing due diligence with risk mitigation on newly developed product. Good example for iPhone. If we produce a product for Apple, should we screw up? Should the product not perform after they launch their new product? The liability that my company has is 200 million per case. So those are the kind of risk mitigation that my team and I has to manage, right? So another thing will include my responsibility also to basically come up with the processing technology that we need to invest. So on an annual basis, me personally, I'm managing for my division anywhere from 8 million euros to 12 million euros in capital investment that we need to make decision on and execute to jive with our business strategy and the evolution of the industries that we served. So key thing, as an engineer, all my decisions are it's the same as the rest of the other engineers. All the decisions are data driven. So statistic is very critical. So statistics is very important on top of the chemical engineering skill set that is an automatic requirement. And being in my position, having a global role in a leadership role, I'm responsible for developing the people that works for me. So I have engineers working for me in China, Korea, Belgium, Germany, Spain, Italy, and here in the US. A good example, what motivated my engineer in Shanghai is significantly different than what motivated my engineers in Yantai in the northeast of China. So those are the kind of thing that is very critical for me to be successful, for my company to be successful, to contribute to the goal, the business goal that we have. So it's fun. I travel a lot except for this year. So 65% of the time I'm on the road. I'm anywhere from North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. My last trip was in both Spain and Italy. because we have big factories there producing material for aerospace. And yeah, you know what? I still have about 4 minutes worth of time. I'll spare some for question and answer. And my intent to be able to provide all this information to you guys is for you guys to also get the feeling on at operational level, at business level, how being an engineer you can contribute not only to the financial gain of the company but also to humanity. When you see you are enabling people right now, we are talking on Zoom, people are working from home, video conferencing with my mom. Those are the output response of the actual hands-on things that we bring to the table. Okay, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Fauzi, for the great sharing. And we have one question actually from the audience. And I believe the question is being asked to Mr. Kamal. How do you cope from having a degree in chemical engineer to project managing at Lendlease?
Right. So basically, I think one thing. So basically correction So my degree is in mechanical, bukan chemical. Mungkin bunyi dia dekat sikit, tapi is in mechanical. But when you talk about project management, it is an element which can be applied across all of the engineering fields. Sebab you see, when you talk about engineering, there are two major aspects in the project. Number one is the technical aspects. That means you focus on your technical, do your design, calculations, verification, installation, and everything. But the second one, which is an even bigger aspect as compared to technical, is your project management skills. Sebab your project management, when we talk about project management, it involves managing the various aspects of the project. Not just technical, but you have to manage the scheduling and the time for the project. Make sure your project is delivered on time and you don't exceed the deadline. Okay? Because if you exceed the deadline, the implications can be huge financially or maybe in terms of resources wise. And you have to manage your costing. Make sure your project is within cost and doesn't go beyond the cost. And then you have to manage your resources and the other stuff risk and everything. So this project management aspect is basically covering every single engineering field out there. So regardless you're chemical ke mechanical ke apa, if you're being assigned to lead a project, you don't necessarily need to be a civil guy to lead a project. As long as you can manage a project and manage all of these items here, you are a competent project manager and you can manage a project regardless of your discipline. So basically jack of all trades basically, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamal, for the explanation and answer the question from the audience. Untuk Dr. Rashdan, I mean like the next question is, after finishing graduate, what is the best timing to pursue either degree, and maybe you can explain more why a professional certificate in engineering is important?
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think there was a question just now been sent direct to me tentang dia minta explain tentang aerospace engineering. Okay, just briefly, aerospace engineering is everything under the sky and also above or beyond the sky. Kalau aeronautical engineering, semua yang di bawah atmosphere. So when we are talking about below the atmosphere, it covers aircrafts, kapal terbang, we cover helicopters, and other things yang terbang, UAV and others yang terbang below the atmosphere. However, when we talk about anything that flies above or beyond the atmosphere, they cover satellites, they cover rockets, space shuttles and everything, and it's more challenging. Okay, jadi apabila kita belajar aerospace, kita akan belajar both. If you learn about aeronautical, dia akan cover a certain part tapi in more detail. Okay, bila kita cerita pasal aerospace juga, aerospace ni dia terlalu banyak sangat cabang dia. Antaranya adalah aerodynamics, which is my field. I'm doing aerodynamics and fluid mechanics. Yang concern tentang pergerakan angin ataupun flow di sekeliling body, tentang drag coefficient, tentang lift coefficient. Kalau ada kereta tu consume banyak minyak ataupun tak disebabkan drag, kita tengok bentuk dia cantik, aerodynamic, streamline ataupun tak. Okay, that's aerodynamics. We also have structure, tengok ketahanan aerospace structure tu sendiri, kapal terbang tu mampu tahan ataupun tak. And then kita ada juga material, sama ada material tu boleh tahan high temperature or not. Okay, and we also have avionics, control and others. Jadi terlalu banyak bidang dalam aerospace itu sendiri. So kalau sesiapa yang minat tentang aerospace, you can research a bit on each part and then tengoklah yang mana yang minat. Tetapi for your undergraduate degree, bila masuk university, you ambil aerospace, you ambil aeronautical, you akan belajar semua bidang yang di cover. Tapi lepas tu kalau nak sambung ke master and sambung ke PhD, at that time baru you be more specific nak sambung dalam bidang apa. Okay, soalan tadi pasal apa tah moderator, lupa dah.
Pasal apa ni? After finishing graduate,
okay.
Kalau nak pursue semua tu.
Okay, kalau dulu selalunya bila kita katakan siapa yang sambung PhD ni mestilah akan jadi pensyarah. Bila sambung PhD dia memang akan jadi lecturer kan. Tetapi kalau di luar Malaysia, not in Malaysia, sesiapa sahaja yang terlibat dengan R&D, Research and Development, dia akan selalunya dia akan ambil yang ada master dan PhD. Okay, tetapi in Malaysia, because we don't have so many industry yang berkaitan dengan R&D, maka kurang sikit lah demand kepada mereka yang ada master and PhD. So if you're thinking of working in Malaysia, I think it's quite a good decision after your undergraduate, you sambung, you masuk ke industry and start to gain experience, and then later on, if you want to enhance your knowledge, you can sambung your master and also your PhD after that. Okay, because in industry in Malaysia, they look at your experience in the field. Okay, however, if you're thinking about working abroad, kalau di company di Europe, di US, if you have a master, if you have a PhD especially, peluang sangat banyaklah untuk terlibat dalam bidang R&D. Okay, regarding professional certification, so once you become an engineer in Malaysia, you will be registered with the Board of Engineers sebagai graduate engineer, and after that you will work as an engineer. Tetapi syarat untuk dapat professional engineer punya certification, you have to go through some examination with the Board of Engineers. I think I leave that detail to IR Kamal sebab dia lebih pakar. Okay, jadi untuk kita berkhidmat dalam industri di Malaysia, if you have a professional engineering punya certification, it's an advantage untuk dapat kerja and also so many other benefits. Okay, alright, thank you.
Okay, thank you Dr. Rashdan atas explanation tadi. And I believe we have another one question to Mr. Fauzi. Sekejap nak baca. Okay, which one would you suggest, aiming for working overseas or local?
Well, for me, it really depends on the opportunity, because honestly, right now, with the political situation in the US, for instance, it's almost impossible for someone to say, "Hey, I want to work in the US," right? To me, I learned differently when I was an engineer in Malaysia, even though it was with a US company versus now with a German company. So it is up to the opportunity that is exposed to you. If you got the opportunity to go overseas, and then you got the opportunity to also then do your practical training overseas, go ahead and grab that as best possible. It will give you an exposure that is going to be, it's more geared towards the working culture, because the engineering challenge is still going to be the same. It's it'll expose you with a different working culture. Again, that is my personal opinion. Good example is, when I was an engineer in Malaysia after Motorola with this other company, the same company, one of the things that I have to do is when we have customer coming for audit, I have to take customer out for dinner. In the US, I don't have to do that. Once audit is done, you go your own way, I go my own way. I love that. So that's not a requirement to entertain. This is, I mean, it's nuances that I think allowing me to, breathe easier as an engineer, to say the least. I hope that helped with the explanation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fauzi, for answering that question. And I believe maybe we give away to IR Kamal dulu untuk explain what skills are most crucial to succeed in this career, and maybe you can talk a bit more on advice for someone yang nak masuk engineering.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So basically, when we talk about skills to be an engineer, this is basically basic je lah. I'm going to give you basic. Not going to go too much jargon ke apa benda, sebab benda-benda basic ni sebenarnya can take you a long way in becoming a competent engineer and a successful engineer lah. First and foremost, for obvious reasons, your technical competencies must be there lah. You cannot say that you are an electrical engineer, but you don't know how to size your main switchboards, your transformer sizing and everything lah, tak boleh lah. Or at the same time, you cannot say that you are a building services or mechanical engineer if you don't know your firefighting punya codes in Malaysia. MS berapa for hose reels, MS berapa for sprinkler, or your air conditioning, apa X-ray requirement, kalau tak tahu tu pelik lah. So this technical competency, self-explanatory, is very important because out there, the world is a very competitive place nowadays. Okay, so if you have the technical edge over the others, then you can sell yourself as being an expert in firefighting ke, aircon ke, electrical ke, civil structure ke, and so forth. Okay, but at the same time, bila you baru masuk bekerja sebagai seorang engineer, you akan blur, you tak tahu benda probably. I myself, I only got to know what engineers do selepas dah kerja. Sebab masa kat UK dulu, dia orang tak wajib kat internship. So I didn't do any internships last time. Bila dah kerja, fortunately kena dengan minat and alhamdulillah boleh bijau lah. But mula-mula masuk tu, you akan blur. So for new engineers, bila you start kerja, you have the license to ask questions. Jangan malu-malu. You tanya consultant ke, you tanya your senior manager or whoever, you baru kerja, time tu nak tanya. Kalau you dah dapat IR baru nak tanya lah, kena ketuk lah dengan bos-bos semua. Okay, so technical competencies, make sure you know your stuff. And going to the second point, project management competencies, like I said, managing a project is not necessarily just managing technical. If you go higher up, you are more senior, you probably have a bird's eye view of the technical things. You can make decisions, but your engineers will be doing it for you. And then it goes up to you for you to decide based on your technical judgment. But at the same time, you're also managing the broader aspects of the project. Managing time, make sure tak exceed your deadlines. Cost, make sure you tak exceed your cost. Cost ni ada issue. We were doing a design, our electrical consultant was doing a design. Dia main buat je, dia tak tengok pun cost dia. Bila tengok kita nak keluar dokumen tu to tender, to the tenderer, they come back with the price, we got shocked. Went beyond budget. Inilah akibat dia, you buat design without consideration of the cost. Apa dia kena buat? Dia kena redesign the whole thing, kena make sure it's within budget. Dah pernah kena dah. When you do design, kalau you are design engineer, you know, from zero to doing a detailed design, it will take 6 to 9 months. We had to do it within 1 month. And we did that within 1 month, submit balik pada tenderer, dapat balik price, I dah cuak dah. Wah, below budget. Selamat. The redesign is to optimize the design. Selamat. Make sure take. So cost ni satu benda yang penting untuk manage. Resources. How many engineers do you have under you? How many engineers do you have for civil, mechanical, electrical for the different, macam MRT, you have 11 stations underground for line 2, 7 underground stations for line 1. How do you manage your resources? Cukup tak resource? Kalau tak cukup resource, you kena proceed to hire people, for instance. That's another aspect of project management, risk. Have you identified all of your risks? Firefighting you cukup ke tak? Kalau tak cukup nanti, bomber akan tanya you. I tell you, bomba memang paling susah nak lepas examination ni. Antara yang paling susah. Risk is something to be handled as part of the project management. So if you have this project management competency, like I said, you don't need to be a civil, mechanical or chemical to become a project manager. But if you have these skills, you can diversify into different areas. Maybe just kena tahu sikit pasal technical, but you are just managing the project. That's why a project manager is a broad area. Kalau you have that skill, if you are a certified project management professional, for instance, you will be in demand to manage projects regardless of your discipline. Okay, next, communication and presentation skills, verbal and written. Okay, so bila you have the idea, the engineering idea, your design, if you are not able to present it properly, convince your client to accept it. But client ni kadang-kadang dia ada fikir lain sikit. But you as a consultant, for instance, you have your idea, you are firm and you know your design works. That's why you have to convince your client to make sure the thing works. Communication and presentation skills lah. Written ni I saja boh sebab when you're working, written communication can be a form of evidence against you. Against tau. For apa boleh, against pun boleh. For instance, 2015, you as a design engineer, you email site kata, okay, so my pump sizing is 30 liter per second at 30 meter head, for instance. Bila dia install apa semua, 1.5 tahun 2017, tak function. Dia boleh gali balik email you tu, say, oh, 2015, Kamal, you said this thing in your email. You have to absorb the thing nanti. So make sure your written communication is, what you call that, kuat jugalah kat situ. Okay, it will be an official avenue for evidence nanti. Networking. As you go along in the industry, you will meet many people. Clients, consultants, contractors. Lagi tinggi makam ke? Authorities. You kenal bomber ke, you kenal Ais Selangor ke, you kenal TMB punya orang ke. You go to vendors. You jumpa orang Grand Force, for instance, for your pump and whoever, whatever brand for your fan, Google ke, whoever. Networking ni penting sebab apa? If let's say you have completed a project previously, then you tukar kerja, for instance. You nak buat mechanical ventilation, you nak fan. Then your boss dekat project baru ni cakap, please do a study on your fans, I want it to be done. You ada kawan dekat fan supplier dekat company lama tu, dekat apa, still the same vendor from your old project, boleh tolong you lagi. So your networking must be essential sebab it can help you along the way. Coaching skills ni is more to probably senior people lah. You have engineers under you, you have to train them to be competent as well. Sebab you tak mahu forever berada pada level engineer or senior engineer level. You should be going up. So coaching skills, you need to train them, your resources, your engineers under you to be competent as well. Clear vision and direction is basically, if you are an engineer, I beritahu agak siap, you dah kerja, you tak ada hala tuju, that's the possibility that you will get stuck there. Masalah dia. Okay, you jadi engineer biasa je, okay, cukup bulan makan gaji, go home. Cukup bulan makan gaji, go home. If you want to become somebody, you have to set from the start, have a clear vision and direction on what you want to be. Have your short term, medium term, long term goals. For instance lah, you jadi engineer graduate, kalau you tak ada goal nak jadi professional engineer, tak ada orang akan push you. Unless you kerja kat consultant firm mungkin ada. But generally, tak ada orang nak push you. You have to have your own self initiative and your drive to be a somebody in the future. That's what I mean by clear vision and direction. Kalau tak, you akan hanyut. You'll be too busy to think about other things. You akan slot in benda-benda yang sampingan daripada you punya base work. So itulah dia some of the few things, probably basic, but some of the things that you have to highlight lah to become a good engineer lah.
Okay, thank you Encik Kamal. Sekarang kita ada 2 question daripada audience, which is there any tips know which engineering fields that is suitable with ourselves and can go on to study further? And second question is, which universities in local and overseas recommended to do engineering? Saya rasa maybe Encik Rashdan boleh tolong jawabkan.
Okay, thank you moderator and thank you for asking the question. Okay, saya minat engineering tapi tak tahu bidang engineering yang mana satu. So this is a question yang saya rasa semua student form 4, form 5 akan konflik pening. Jadi sebab itu saya rasa the the best opportunity is bila berada di MRSM Langkawi, di MRSM, you have so many activities, you have so many lab works. Kalau kita tengok fizik ada kerja-kerja lab, chemistry ada kerja-kerja lab, bio pun ada kerja-kerja lab kan. So make sure you get involved dalam semua lab, semua activities. Kalau minggu activity tu ada activity, ada tunan saintis dan sebagainya. Bila kita buat je semua all the activities, and then bila sampai ke a certain activity that you will feel that I really love this one. This is really my soul, this is really my heart, and then you will know and check. Contoh macam saya bagi tahu tadi, apa yang terjadi kepada saya adalah waktu saya buat my tuna scientist project and then buat water rocket, and I fell in love with rocket, I fell in love with aerospace, and that's where I decided to become an aerospace engineer. Okay, so gunakan sepenuhnya waktu di MRSM tu. Soalan yang kedua adalah universiti mana nak buat engineering, local and overseas. Okay, so kalau local ni, universiti di Malaysia ni diterbahagi kepada beberapa jenis. Yang pertama adalah Research University, RU, dan yang kedua adalah Technical University, yang ketiga adalah Niche University ataupun Boutique University. Jadi kalau kita ni minat bidang-bidang yang technical, hands-on, you can choose UNIMAP, UTEM dan pelbagai lagi lah. Kalau minat bidang ketenteraan, you can go for UPNM. Kalau minat tentang fundamental research, you can go for RU. So tidak ada satu universiti yang lebih baik daripada yang lain, masing-masing ada kekuatan dan kelebihan masing-masing. So it depends on what you like and what you want to pursue. Okay, so overseas, selalunya kalau nak dapat sponsorship from MARA or from any other sponsors, you need to check whether the university is in the ranking of top, I think it's top 100 university sekarang ni. Okay, and macam mana nak check ranking tu, you can go to Times Higher Education Ranking ataupun you can check with QS University Ranking and check university tu berada di nombor berapa, and then check ada ke tak course yang you nak buat. Okay, alright, thank you.
Boleh tambah sikit ke for the universities tu?
Sila.
Very quick one . Okay, so sekarang ni in terms of registration dengan Board of Engineers Malaysia, dari issue sikit in terms of degree yang engineering yang kita nak ada tu, it must be an accredited engineering degree for you to be able to register dengan Board of Engineers Malaysia. Itu syarat yang BEM tetapkan to ensure quality control lah, sebab those engineering accredited courses dekat Malaysia, they would have gone through the vetting process, the verification process dengan BEM, they call it Engineering Accreditation Council, MQA dan sebagainya lah. So make sure, kalau kat Malaysia lah, I would suggest, please check bila nak ambil degree tu, ambil universities yang provide degrees yang accredited by Board of Engineers to prevent any issues dengan registration graduate engineer, in which benda tu akan drag sampai nak ADPE nanti. Kalau terjadilah, so dah tak betul lah.
Thank you Encik Kamal atas tambahan informasi yang di-sharekan tadi. And right now for our third panelist, I have one question and there is one question from the audience. First, maybe you can explain more on the difference between what you are doing compared to the typical chemical engineers in oil and gas industry. And the question from audience is, how did you make your way up being a director of a process engineering for the company you work for?
I think I'll answer the second one first, I guess. So delivering business performance, delivering technical solution that enable financial gain to the company, and then also developing my people to also be able to perform excellently. So, I started off as an engineer. I'm a very hands-on engineer. So when I mentioned about being able to develop that mathematical modeling for the production, so that will enable us to cut short the processing time by 2 days. I mean, so that is a contribution that has enabled us to secure millions of dollars worth of new business at 80% margin within a short period of time, right? So based upon that, in the business world, it's about business delivery. It's about dollar and cents. It's about being able to, well, other than delivering engineering solution, also like I mentioned just now, being able to develop people. So you're always as an engineer, as you move up, at least in the business, as you move up, you want to make sure that you are working towards the next level within the company. So if you're an engineer, you want to become a senior engineer, you want to become a lead engineer, and then you want to have an ambition to go ahead. And a lot of time there are specific things, at least within my company. I've been with the company for 22 years. There's specific things that say, if you achieve this much, this is going to be your reward, and moving forward. So for 22 years, like I said, I've been working, starting off as an engineer. And honestly, I'll be lying if I were to say that I'm not proud of it, because people are talking about how great German engineers are. I have German engineers working for me. So I mean, to be Melayu, and then you have all this international group of engineers, and if you hire an engineer in China, for instance, the company will make sure that these are engineers that graduated from top university in China, because we paid very well. So making sure that our ability to develop the talents that we are responsible for is also important for you to go up the ladder. So the second question, so I don't actually know so much about oil and gas, but that is typically what my chemical engineering friends in Malaysia are doing. When they have a chemical engineer, they go back to Malaysia. Most of them, they work for oil and gas. So the key thing that I was trying to bring up, the difference between oil and gas and what I do, is basically, I mean, there's slightly different in the sense that we're serving different industries. So the tools of the trades is going to be slightly different in the sense that we won't be doing any oil drilling, we won't be doing any refinery, even though that's what, as a chemical engineer, that's the student, those are the kind of thing that we'll learn in school. I utilize a lot more statistic in making my decision. When we're designing a reactor, we're looking at different elements of input variables versus, say, like when you're in the oil industry. So the key takeaway that I want to bring up, the different here is, even within a chemical engineering field, it is so much that it can do to contribute to the greater society. Done.
Oh, okay, thank you. And right now we have another one question from the audience. I am interested to be a robotic engineer because I love robotics. However, after doing some research on my own path on the career, after doing some research on my own path to become a professional robotic engineer is still blurry for me. From what I've found, there is no such thing as a robotic course in university. What are your thoughts on the robotics career?
Saya cuba jawab boleh?
Sila.
Okay, so selalu kita susah lah nak jumpa robotics course ni, degree in robotics ni. It's very focused punya degree, tapi selalunya the people that work, the engineers that work in robotics ni, either they take mechatronics engineering, which is a blend of mechanical and also electrical and electronics, ataupun they graduated as mechanical engineers ataupun electrical and electronics engineers, and after that they go into the robotics industry ataupun mechatronics punya industry. So don't worry, if you are very interested in robotics, you can always pursue your degree in mechanical, electrical, electronics, but if you can find a course yang bernama mechatronics engineering, itu lebih fokus lebih awal lah dia bagi kepada robotics. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you Cik Rashdan atas jawapan yang diberikan. Sekarang ni kita ada baki beberapa minit lagi, and since there is no question from the audience right now, maybe macam ni encik-encik panelis boleh kasih last advice or maybe wrap up for today's session.
Okay, since nama saya panel yang pertama, saya report dululah. Okay, pertama terima kasih kepada semua yang mendengar, dan kalian sangat-sangat beruntung kerana ada peluang untuk mendengar sesi career talk yang sebegini. Saya pun banyak belajar daripada panel yang lain dan juga dalam bidang-bidang yang lain. Make full use of your time in MRSM, especially it's a very marvelous, wonderful time in MRSM. Jadi jangan sia-siakannya. Explore everything that you can, every activities. Kalau boleh jadi BWP jadi LDP jadi apa-apa saja pun jadi kan, because itulah yang akan congkil minat dan bakat kita, yang kita akan tahu next step kita nak ambil bidang apa dan kerja di mana. And finally, I think I would like to say follow your passion, follow your dream. Jangan risau, kadang-kadang orang kata ambil yang ni tak ada kerja, ambil yang tu tak ada kerja. Kalau ambil bidang yang banyak kerja pun tapi tak minat, nanti akan suffer dan struggle. Tapi kalau minat bidang yang kita buat, insyaAllah when there's a will, there's a way. And kalau Allah bless, insyaAllah akan dapat kejayaan di akhir jalan. Sekian, terima kasih. That's all from me.
And thank you. Cik Kamal?
Okay, so last words. So, itulah bagi students lah. For me, number one, you guys are very fortunate to have this event. Credits to MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi sebab organizing such an excellent event consisting of industry experts and leaders from various industries. Masa kami dulu tak dapat lah benda-benda ni. Kami pun, macam like I said lah, I don't know what an engineer does sampai dah kerja baru tahu. So luckily kena dengan minat. So utilize this event. Rasanya benda ni recording semuanya ada. Tengok balik recording semua tu for those various industries. And okay, pilih course regardless of engineering ke, like I said, medik ke apa. Pilih yang betul-betul minat. Jangan ikut kawan, jangan ikut orang, jangan ikut kata-kata orang. Sebab penting sebenarnya dia punya impact you ambil course ni from foundation dan universiti dan sebagainya, dia probably will stay with you until the end. Sampai you dah pencen. Sebab you nak show you ambil degree lain kalau tak puas hati, that will be probably a big ask for instance. So pilih benda yang betul-betul minat. Dan kalau engineering ni, have your targets. Make sure you have your targets. Sebab from there, you can work out your targets. Like for me, I tetapkan, okay, I want to get my PE yang professional engineer as an IR. So what I did, daripada first week saya kerja, saya dah buat satu log sendiri, tulis apa yang saya buat. Monday, apa saya buat? I learn about air conditioning. Tuesday, I buat pasal plumbing. Wednesday, I buat pasal ventilation. I memang ada lagi list tu. Memang kalau you nak buat technical report, experience report, you refer balik benda tu je. Sebab let's say, because you need a 3 years minimum experience after registration dengan sebagai graduate engineer dengan BM for you to get your PE. So you nak ingat balik benda 3 tahun lepas, kalau ada reference saya dah tulis sendiri apa you belajar, that will be very helpful lah. And yalah, so be a technically competent person, and also engineers ni dia bukan sekadar buat technical saja. You have to be competent in your soft skills, project management and everything. Like Pak Dan kata, be involved dalam activities. Jadi BWP ke tapi kena masuk election lah pula kan. And then jadi LDP ke, jadi AJK minggu activity ke, jadi AJK sukan tahunan ke. Because from there, those things will enable you to do your own mini projects. Mini project management. You ada start date of you jadi AJK sampai date of sukan tu. You kena manage benda-benda tu as a project manager in a smaller scale, for instance. Okay lah, so all the best and terima kasih kepada pihak MUAFAKAT sebab jemput kami sebab sudi menerima kami sebagai panelis, and all the best for the students lah, insyaAllah.
Okay, thank you Encik Kamal. And the last one, Mr. Fauzi, maybe last word, and maybe you can also answer the last question for the audience. Any advice for students who are not sure their inclination in engineering or business, doing well in science subjects?
Okay, so I would like to echo the rest of my esteemed panelists, which are basically my anak-anak juga, because I have two daughters. One of them just graduated university, one of them is university right now. So you guys are basically anak-anak. So first and foremost, I would like you guys to know that the fact that you guys are in an MRSM right now, inshallah, you got it set. You're blessed with that opportunity that not a lot of people has actually, right? So and I would say, dengan izin Allah, and the fact that I was in MRSM, that's the reason why I am where I am right now. And I mentioned honestly that I did not have a clue what I wanted to do, and Brother Kamal saying that, anak Kamal saying that he doesn't know what being an engineer was until he started working. That's actually applicable to most of people that went to engineering school. And everybody is created differently. Find your passion, and I echoed also the recommendation. Academically, you need to excel, but you need to be an all-rounder. I was never an LDP, I was never a BWP, so I cannot suggest that, because if anything, I was sort of like anti those when I was in Mantap. So I would say, all I'm saying is, play sports, find something that you're passionate with, music, and spend time to do community services outside of the boundaries of the MRSM, right? So that will build character, right? So I hope that cover it. So any advice for students who are not sure their inclination is engineering or business? Brother Rashdan, Brother Kamal, if their inclination is not engineering, fail. Joking aside, it's who not sure if their inclination is so. This is the truth. Okay, a lot of the decisions that are being made in this industry, unfortunately, are done by the people that are in business, and we as engineers are the people who are actually executing it. So that's reality. So refer to more of this session. Get a one-on-one with people who are actually in engineering or in business. I'm sure that can be arranged somehow or other. And and I like the advice of the previous panelists from the different session. Get the blessing of your parents. I will not be an engineer right now if my dad would not come with a Surah of Omara to say, okay, you are being an engineer. It's like, I want to be an architect. No, you're an engineer. So that's another part of the story too. But get the blessing of your parents. They may have dreams for you, but hopefully it'll jive, right? So that is my honest answer to that. So both people in engineering and business has opportunities to provide to the general society as a whole, right? So and I said the fact that you guys are where you guys are, inshallah, making that decision is going to be easier, and all the best for the future.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fauzi, for the sharing and answering the question. Right now, we are at the end of the session, but I just would like to echo back what Dr. Rashdan have shared in the chat box. future in robotics and automation sangatlah cerah, especially dalam Industrial Revolution 4.0 and 5.0 selepas ini. Correct kan Dr. Rashdan? Oh, okay.
Betul, insyaAllah.
And yep, right now 10 minutes past 6 and I believe we have ended the session. I've passed the baton to the MUAFAKAT MRSM LANGKAWI. Thank you thank you to all the panelists for joining me today. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Azim. Thank you to all three panelists, all engineers, Rashdan, Kamal, as well as Bro Ajina. I also an engineer actually. I graduated in California State University of Sacramento, and I worked with Intel for 1 year. I heard you say this, you had something to do with Intel. Then I went to MUAFAKAT as a spacecraft engineer. So probably like Rashdan also studying aerospace. And then after that, I do on my own. Anyway, it's a good sharing. I hope that the students and the parents have enjoyed the discussion. Banyak benda yang dapat dipelajari, sama ada nak jadi engineer yang bermacam jenis saja. Memang banyak sangat cabang dia. And then you can be lecturer 7P tadi bukan saja pengajaran sebenarnya, ada banyak guna buat research dan sebagainya. Dan the next step you have to register with the professional board or BIR, and maybe Brother Ajinal went one more step ahead, then work in overseas in US in this case, and with a huge company, billions of money a year. And to me, this is engineering is huge. It's a big actually. And with this 4.0 and next maybe 5.0, banyak lagi cabang-cabang yang boleh. Dan of course our student now benefit, hopefully can benefit from this program, because macam kita orang dulu, kita tak ada benda-benda macam ni. Kita lepas SPM baru cari, lepas dapat result, okay, nak jadi apa, jadi engineer, nak belajar kat mana, universiti mana. Tapi you all sekarang banyak benda yang boleh dapat daripada internet. You can start chart your path, because the main objective of our session yesterday and today is try to share apa yang you all boleh buat selepas you ambil SPM, ke mana you all nak pergi, nak ambil jurusan apa, nak pergi ke universiti mana, dan juga mencari macam mana nak fund kita punya studies, sama ada secara pinjaman ataupun secara mendapat scholarship. So the key is to get a good result, then you can have a better chance to have a scholarship. And MARA also ada banyak scholarship yang diberikan, macam Langkawi ni, macam IGCSE punya MRSM ada 15, di mana ramai pelajar yang mendapat keputusan cemerlang IGCSE dapat terus ke program YTP sebelum result SPM keluar. Dan itulah, kalau boleh mula pada sekarang kita dah tahu apa nak jadi, our ambition, the path kita, and the way move forward. And this is not only a one-off program, this is the start. I take the advantage of the COVID pandemic ni. Bila kita nak buat secara fizikal, kita tak dapat buat, but then to use the school holiday punya session ni, kita buat juga, walaupun the second day of the year kita dah start. During the weekend we get the 8 moderators, 24 panels, and we have start thinking and discussing this career talk end of November, and a lot of parents, teachers, and team yang committed untuk plan. And Alhamdulillah, we have ended. To me, it's a good start, rather than tak ada apa-apa. And you all boleh will always get help from all the panels or moderator, as well as your ex student ex MRSM Langkawi or ex student MRSM lain-lain. Kita ada Ansar Malaysia. We are willing to help you guys to give you advice and plan apa yang you patut buat for your future. Once again, on behalf of MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi, I'd like to thank to all three panels, Brother Rashdan, Brother Kamal, Brother Azim, as well as Brother Ajina, for being together with us more than 1.5 hours. I know that it's not enough time, but we'll have the postmortem in this week to see how we can improve for our next program. Rasa itu saja. Thanks again to everyone and also to the organizing committee from MUAFAKAT MRSM Langkawi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Enough time, pukul 2 pagi dah ni.
Kita baikkan nanti.
Lagu satu Uncle Ajina.
Okay, kita
lagu penutup.
Lagu penutup.
Lagu Abang Ajina yang tadi dia nyanyi, tapi you nak nyanyi live ke nak pasal lagu tadi?
Pukul 2 pagi nak tidur dah.
Live satu.
Ada orang nak minta request live.
Nazmi.
Lagu tadi komposer dia My Music tu Brother Nazmi, under panel kita juga, under computer and IT. So
Nazmi kena hantar ni YouTube link.
Tempat 2 pagi tak nak ni, tak apalah, kita akan pasang lagu yang latest yang dia orang buat tadi. Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you everyone.
Sepi menghukum diri kembali untuk mengalirkan air mata.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
Menghasut diri kembali untuk memikirkan tentang kita tanpa henti lagi, dan tiada salah darimu mengingatkanku bila ku tak sempurna. Engkau bisikanku yang paling sempurna di matamu. Hanya aku. Maaf.